Kart's on the racetrack now as we get set to go racing here from Charlotte Motor Speedway. KA Masters onto the circuit, getting ready to go green here in a moment. Opening lap in the books here as KA Masters is underway for heat number 1. John Bonanno, the early leader of a massive grid, 27 karts deep here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. A good start for Byron Daly on the best kart. Anthony Stifler into third. Chris Horan fourth. Caleb, as the second lap comes to a close. Relatively tame start here to kick off heat racing on a chilly Saturday morning that certainly is going to heat up over the course of the day. Long day of action ahead. Long day of racing for KA Masters as they get us underway. Nice pass there for Eric Heinig down the inside.
Yeah, that was a good move, and a good move as well for John Bonanno at the start of the race. Turn 1, starting on the outside, qualified second behind Anthony Stifler, and getting right back to where he was last year, right? We talked a lot about John Bonanno and his reign in this KA Masters class. Has had the #1 plate for many, many years. And he puts himself right back to where he was last year, up at the front, leading this race with a couple of new faces like Byron Daly and like Stifler, just looking to recover. You mentioned the weather as well here, Xander, and that's going to be the topic of conversation, I think, throughout the entirety of this week. And a Stifler with a good exit out of the final corner in turn 15. Going to draft up to the rear of the 266, but no move coming out of it. But everybody else getting brought right back in. Chris Horan now joining the party. He's fourth in line, closing in, and with, again, like you mentioned, right, weather expected to get colder tomorrow. It'll be a toss-up for a lot of them. Stifler now looking for a move on Daly into the left-hander. Turn number 8, not going to get it, and I'm sure we'll see a lot of that as the weekend goes on here, Xander.
I think so as well. This racetrack seems, as every driver has mentioned so far in the interviews, is a totally different animal here in 2026. Obviously yesterday, skyrocketing surface temps and air temps as well here. Record highs as another move attempted by Stifler to try and get the job done. He couldn't quite pull it off again. That time was down at turn number 1. But the window for the tires to operate in qualifying, we thought at first watching the opening qualifying session for OKNJ that it was going to be pretty lengthy on, because we saw our top qualifier, Nico Katowski, pip that time at the very end of the session. And then after that, every single class, nobody was really able to go faster than about lap 3. Talking even earlier to some of the teams and coaches about across the board, MG red or MG yellow, the surface temps, when it gets hot later in the day, makes it where the tires are just straight up roasting. Oh, no, whoa, big contact, front straightaway. Oh. Paul Montopoli, it looked like, or Eric Heinig, one of the best karts, and it was Montopoli. Spun into the tire pack on the left. It was a slow spin, he's okay. Just got turned around coming out of turn 15 on the dog leg drag racing. Weird moment there, and I'm sure we'll be queuing up another look at it, but for now, we check back in with your leaders. All still in lockstep behind the 1 plate.
Yeah, scary incident. Good to see Paul Montopoli up and moving around. But yeah, definitely not the way that two of those Prodigy Motorsports best karts would have wanted to start this one off. Here's a look further back. Caligaro, Shambo on the inside. Turn one, he's got another move. There's a look at it.
Teammates, Montopoli with Heinig. And I don't think Eric, as he was looking over his shoulder, realized what was happening. Check it again. He's going to the outside. Paul had no idea Eric still had a nose around the outside of him. Boom. Talk about a wake-up call.
Yeah, not a good one. Not a good one there for
Especially
Montopoli.
not good to wreck the team owner, or
Yeah.
chassis importer, I should say, for Paul. Paul Montopoli operates the AMV Race Products and Best Kart Importership in the States. Eric Heinig, of course, driving for Prodigy Motorsports, the primary race team for the brand, especially out east. So hopefully the boss won't be too mad when they get back to the scale line when he gets another look at that. And there you go, straight from race control. That'll be under review.
We look back in with our top four. And this accordion effect is kind of what we've seen and heard throughout the weekend. And that being said, this track, you're always turning. From what I've heard this morning, from what I've heard throughout the weekend, you don't really have a straightaway. Yes, you have the backstretch, the run from turn 7 and 8, but even then, it's not as long as maybe it looks like on camera. And for these drivers, it's the same thing, right? Setting up moves, you really have to be perfect around this place, hitting your marks lap after lap to try and get a good run like Caligaro is now on Elefante. And even then, right, it's just not that last little bit that Caligaro needs, and that half move out of him is bringing him right back into another one of the best karts of Eric Heinig there in the 227.
You can see the movement on the pylon. The biggest driver on the move inside the top 10 is none other than the 206 of Scott Carapolati. As there's another attempt, but no dice. Move further back with Brant Estes trying to go forward. Now Eric Heinig will make the pass on Ademar Caligaro, the 2 plate. He'll bring Estes with him. So that'll be 2 more or 1 more spot apiece for them, and Scott Carapolati continues to try and close on in next up on the OTK machine. It's about a half second away through the midfield. Pretty wide spread though back from them. Back from Bo Matos, a full 5 seconds where you find the rest of the field. I mean, there's a group of drivers that are already 30 seconds away. Now that won't play a factor here in this heat race, of course. 3 laps to go now as the timers hit 0. It'll be 2 at the line. Paul Elefante here. This is just inside your top 5. That was the move for 5th. He gets past on Todd Shambo.
And you saw how Shambo just washed out wide there. We've seen a lot of drivers kind of drop tires. These rumble strips are pretty wide, but again, we've seen drivers just play with the limits here, right? Just go that little bit, push the limit, and maybe just go even a little bit past it as well, dropping the tire and seeing that. Luckily for them, this track has laid down, I think, more grip than we've seen in the last 2 years, and you see it visibly, right? The groove on the exit of turn 1, turn 2, the chicanes here just very, very dark with the amount of rubber that the MG Reds and the MG Yellows have been laying down. You heard it from Mateus Morgado as well. Drivers that really aren't driving maybe week in, week out, you'll maybe start to feel a little bit, right, with the amount of load that you have throughout some of these corners.
Certainly, it's a high-speed racetrack here. Really, the only corner you're really slowing the car down is right here on the last turn, turn 14, and even still, you can see how dark the surface has become. This same asphalt from when the track was rebuilt back at the end of the 2010s has held up very nice. It's had just a minimal amount of patchwork, especially for, of course, what this circuit turns into when we're not here with the Stars Championship Series or the Cup Karts North America Spring Nats, and that's the campgrounds in the infield of the NASCAR turns 3 and 4 on the 1.5-mile oval. But with the final laps underway, now on the last lap here, battle for second to the line. It'll be between Byron Daly on the orange and white and navy blue best kart, and behind him Anthony Stifler trying to get past. I don't think Stifler will be close enough, even with a little bobble there out of Byron. He'll make it close to the line, but it'll be the reigning champ who takes the first checkered flag of the new year. John Bonanno scores the Heat 1 win in KA Masters.
Yeah, good win there out of John Bonanno, picking up right where he left off last year and learning for Anthony Stifler, right, what do you have to do at the start of the race? That was really the only pass that we saw inside of those top 4. How do you hold off John Bonanno from ripping the high side again and taking the lead away and taking the win, really, in turn number 1?
Here's the look at the rest of the top 10 as they finished. Erikainen, Grant Estes end up swapping that 7th spot on the final lap as well. So the move forward for the 212 machine, able to jump a good bit up the leaderboard by the end. A net gain of 4, fast lap of the session to boot. Solid start to the year. And only one real incident there, Paul Montopoli. We saw, obviously, he was able to get up and out and okay. But I'm really interested, Caleb, for when the pre-final rolls around later today, because the back of the field, when we get to them, they were more than 30 seconds back for the final few drivers. So whether it was a mix of battling or just that big of a delta on average speed, when we add a few more minutes for the final batch of sessions on the day, there's going to be some lap traffic that will most notably get shuffled off the racetrack, or at least is meant to. But if they end up missing the flag to head to the scale lines by just one lap, they could affect the battle for the lead and ultimately the battle to start on the front row tomorrow.
Yeah, these races only get longer, right? We talk about the pre-finals, we talk about the main events. Long weekend ahead, long 2 days ahead of racing. 2 heat races, pre-final, and a main event tomorrow. And it's exciting to see, exciting to hear as well, the NASCAR experience getting kicked off here on the oval. And it just brings out the feel of NASCAR country. But we're getting ready to go with some of our youngest stars, the Micro Swifts, getting ready to head out. Dusty Strayer, new look for him in the last 2 weeks with teammate Jack Katowski, who has been one of the faces, one of the familiar faces that we're starting to see emerge up at the front of this Micro Swift class.
And it was a great day for him, along with his big brother, starting on the front row across all 3 divisions that they are entered in. But as you can see, he's on the outside of row number 1 coming your way next here for the Micro Swift division. He's going to have to try and hang on alongside Liam Compatiello, career first pole award here with the Stars Championship Series. Only been a few races so far. He's been in the Nitro Kart camp, and they have already gotten him straight to the top of the leaderboard. Both Swift classes had a new thing to deal with in qualifying yesterday. It didn't seem to affect the Micro Swifts as much as we look and see here. Bo Wyatt and the number 51 Bennick still hunted for his first U.S. national win. Oh, has he been so close to it. And of course, in the desert a couple weeks ago, crossed the line first, penalty removed that one. He has been at the forefront and knocking what seems like every race in recent memory, and another great spot to try and get her done here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. The Swift Stars class, when they get up to the grid, that'll be a lot of new faces for us to go over at the front of the field. They had a wild qualifying session with a full grid, full house of 40 deep in the Swift Stars division. A little less than that in Micro Swift as they head out onto the racetrack now, but it'll be a good bunch of them that we'll be keeping track of when that session heads on down to the green flag.
Well, here we go into the tram lines. Compatiello is going to get his row on the inside. Katowski on the outside. And we're underway with a great start for the inside line. And now we're side by side up front. Bo Wyatt wasting no time. Gets himself up and into the lead. Katowski and everybody on the outside. Not the start that they would have wanted. Katowski with a lot of work to do to get back up to the front and get back up even a second where he got this one kicked off. Side by side all throughout this field.
Big run down the backstretch as Bo Wyatt takes him through. Owen Machine with a nice start there to slip up and into second. And off the rip, we're good here down through the infield run for the very first time through turns 10 and 11, and then back up the S's. Already a pretty sizable split here, much to the likes of the KA Masters field. Good start for the pack, good start overall. They'll rock it across to us here, and Bo Wyatt leads at the end of lap 1, and Wright trying to make up some spots there with a nice pass is Spencer Height, one of the biggest movers on that opening lap. He's now up 6 positions here on lap number 1. Great start for that blue and yellow number 31 machine.
Yeah, Jackson Reynolds as well. He's up 5 spots to get himself up to second. And an incident under review in this one, and again, only lap number 2. But for Jackson Reynolds, getting himself up to second. This is only his second 2-stroke race. Talked to him and his parents yesterday. We are used to seeing him over at Cup Karts North America. Got his first taste of micro Swift racing last weekend at Trackhouse Motorplex, and this weekend at a track that he's all too familiar with. Already up to second as Katowski looks to get his work his way by on one of the Oriole Kart Performance drivers, and just able to muscle his way by to get himself to 4th. That was Machine there, who's now back to 5th. As the rest of the group works its way by, there's Tristan Francisco, like he got a move done as well. And here's a look at the start. Hand in the air and just off the line in the start boxes.
The outside lane just didn't go, but then some having to comp it to yellow. Look at the pole sitter here right after they run through the start. Liam gets a great jump. Looks like all things are rolling along nice. Everyone stayed in the lanes, and then right here gets a little tap from Bo, but it almost looked like the cart kind of stalled on him there in the middle of 1 and 2, or just straight up bogged down when he put the power down. Incidental contact for sure. I don't think Bo meant to get into him the way that he did at all, but a weird way to get this one going here for Micro Swift to have our pole sitter having some issues right off the rip.
And it also kind of looked like they were all stacked up there on the bottom. You saw how many of them were already just down to the white line almost, and just kind of all wound up, right? Getting ready to get this one underway, and yeah, just bumper to bumper, right? To get this one started, just watching Compatiello a little bit wide. That being said, though, up front, nothing's changed for the front runners. His second group looking a little different. Dusty Strayer now at the helm. Francisco right behind him to Machine. And then Compatiello, who's down 7 spots in 8th. We talked about the pole sitter and the incident he had. And then Schiavo versus the TW Racing CRGs in 9th. Move, maybe? No. Spencer Height thought about it. Back in a line behind Jackson Reynolds.
So now, Spencer Height, one of the biggest movers we can see here on the pylon. In fact, the biggest inside the top 20, -1. His teammate on the move. Tristan Francisco is up 9 in that pack behind him. You see Spencer now making the pass for second. Reinhold's off the racetrack, and back to 4th he goes as Katowski followed at the same point. It looked like in that second pack, Tristan Francisco was able to get his way past Dusty Strayer's TKG Bureau Art to go to 5th. And now the TKG machine up in the lead pack goes forward again. Jack Katowski up to 2nd here at the end of lap number 5. Right at the halfway mark in the timer. 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Bo Wyatt still leads. 2.5 seconds or so to that second group. Now it's Franco Schiavo all the way to the front of that pack on the TWCRG. So 4 of them up front, 5 or 6 of them in that second group. Not nearly as big of a gap back yet to the back of the field at the moment of the 21 still running. We've lost 1, sadly, here on this opening circuit. Or opening couple of circuits. But other than that, 21 of your 22 remain. Let's see if Jack Katowski, now as he pulls up to the back of Bo Wyatt, wants to make any kind of moves. What a year it's been for the 92 machine. He's got a great run down the front stretch. Little gap back to Spencer Height and Jackson Reinholtz, two kids who are on track here and still on track after a great qualifying effort yesterday inside the top 10 for the pair. But if they can hang on to these two, this would be a career high. And it's really going to come down to what Jack Katowski wants to do at this point in heat number 1. He didn't get a good exit. You saw him clip the curbs there in turn number 6 and 7, coming onto the back straightaway. That hurt his momentum, but he's got a great run through the S's here that pulls him really close. That's where he was able to make that pass for second. He'll close up to Bo right here. A good run out of turn 14 could give him a chance to try and push away and make it a 2-horse race, still with plenty of laps left. I'd estimate about 4, pushing 5 to go. And we'll equally check the delta back to that second group. The leaders just clocked in at a 45.7 compared to the leader of the second pack, Franco Schiavo, at a 45.82. So they pulled another 10th on him. Jack Katowski, though, that lap was a mega one earlier on when he was rolling up to the back of Bo. It put him at a 45.4. That was 3/10 better than everybody.
Yeah, you made a good point earlier just about the rumble strips on the exit of turn 7. A couple of drivers, I think more so, especially in these younger classes, we're seeing some of them just get a little bit out of shape. Saw it there out of Jackson Reynolds a couple of laps ago when Katowski and Spencer Height were able to get ahead of him. He was doing a good job in second, and you talk about what's going to be potentially a career best result for him here in two-stroke. Just going a little bit wide in turn 7, getting that kart a little bit out of shape, and that just allowed Katowski to go down the inside in turn number 8. The same for Spencer Height. So you're seeing that, right? We talk about kind of pushing the limit. I think in this young class, just really have to tiptoe, especially in this section. How wide you want to wash out of the chicane.
This is also, again, the first session at speed and the first session that the fastest drivers are forced to be around each other because, as we mentioned yesterday during the qualifying broadcast, it's a random grid for qualifying in micro and in Swift Stars. They're forced to line up in specific spots. The other classes can go out wherever they want, but to kind of calm down the chaos that normally happens, as now chaos is going to open up for the lead. Jack is trying, and that time he did get it done. Bo did not want to give it up, and now he's going to pay a bigger price for it. He hung tough on the outside through turns 1 and 2. He's back to 4th. Jackson Reinhold's up to 2nd. Height to 3rd, and that just split them all up in pairs of 2. Jack Katowski, 6 main event wins this year on the national calendar, already under his belt. Jackson Reinhold's looking for his first. It would be a huge confidence boost if he could get the better of the 92. Over these next 2.5 laps, they'll get the double sticks this time by the line. Here he goes to the inside. And there it is with an over-under to answer right back. First attempt unsuccessful. To the line we go. Katowski now begins defense a little bit back behind as Reinholds continues to look high and low through 1 and 2. That'll bring Bo back into it. Look how much the gap has also gone down. That was a full second lost to Tristan Francisco in 5th. Up 10 positions. Now with a chance to steal a few more in the closing stages because the top 4 were long gone before this. Now you can see that second group's almost caught up to 4th and 3rd.
And that was a good pass attempt out of Reynolds, but we're going to see a lot of that this weekend. A lot of drivers looking to go on the inside of turn 14, and yesterday when we did the track preview on the kart class track map, you're going to see a lot of that, right? This move here as Reynolds opens up, looking to cross up Katowski, but he pinches the bottom very well. You'll see a lot of that kind of happen throughout the weekend. A lot of over-unders throughout those last 2 corners and throughout multiple of them as Reynolds now look to set up the outside, looking to cross up Katowski. Not going to work, and the rest of the pack now joining. Bo Wyatt back in 3rd, about a car length away, and the rest of the pack with a 20 car leading them all up to the top 3.
They're losing about a half second a lap or more so, Caleb, every time Jack is going to the inside like this. And now Reinholds is going to get caught sleeping, or will he? Big move there to hang tough as Bo Wyatt cuts him a break trying to make the pass at the end of the backstretch, but still covering the low side here. Oh no, contact! Bo Wyatt into the side of Reinholds. That changes second for now. That gives Jack a little bit of breathing room. And on this final lap around as we get out of the last turn, look at the chaos behind there. That's the battle inside the top 10. Katowski clear to the line. Wins out here in Micro Swift. And beyond him, what a shake up there in that group. Francisco's able to get the better of Spencer Height late in the going. He closes the gap down to 1.5 seconds with the checkered flag fallen here in Heat 1 for Micro Swift. Francisco, then Height, then Franco Schiavo. Dusty Strayer slides down the board to 7th on that final run to the line. A hectic one here for the field in Micro Swift Heat number 1. Jack Katowski reigning supreme over Bo Wyatt and Jackson Reinholds. Little contact there, fighting for second. I think Bo kind of climbed up on the curb at the beginning of turn number 10, and it washed him out more than he expected. And Reinholds probably wasn't anticipating a kart on the inside either. But good bit of battling there and a great shot at both of the action battles inside the top 10. With the shaking up there, you saw the drag race at the line between Spencer Height and Franco Schiavo. That was down to a couple of hundredths. The same goes for a few ones in the field. How about Brody Allegretta and Dylan Merchandani fighting for 15th? The only DNF there, Samuel Avila Martinez, just went out 1 lap before the finish. Otherwise, your Micro Swift class cleared out here from Charlotte Motor Speedway. And a good battle for the lead and the win. Jack Katowski, the winning move right there that got him the top spot. He was able to protect it to the end.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of
Yeah.
course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go, come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
KZ Masters and KZ Supermasters onto the circuit now. The one-plate Jordan Musser made it look easy in qualifying. Biggest gap across all divisions, the overall pole by more than half a second for the entire duration of that qualifying session. If there's any class that's going to be roasting those tires, it'll certainly be these 6-speed gearbox machines with the higher minimum weight than even the Pro Stars division. So the heaviest go-karts with the most horsepower. Tire management will be key throughout Saturday. That might be an opportunity for someone to dethrone Musser if he gets caught sleeping playing the conservative game. But he's joined on the front row by the Crow Show. John Crow in a different shade of red here for the Stars Championship Series in 2026. The longtime factory karts driver this weekend, piloting one of the VTM Racing RS karts. To the lights we go, powered by the Truck Systems North America Group. We're green. Oh! Big contact on the start in 2 different areas. One of the Magics got turned around. Looked like it might have been Frank Runco. Matt Machiko even got into the side a little bit of John Crow off the rip. Otherwise, we're good with 95% of your Masters field, and it's Machiko in the 3-plate up to second. Crow back to third and under fire. Look at this, a big run, looking high, looking low. That looks to be Kevin LaCroix on the PSL karting machine, and he's got a move done for third.
Yeah, not bad for LaCroix there on the Barrichello to get the move done and get himself up to third. And already an incident under review. You got to think a lot happened at that start there, Xander. A couple of drivers turned around, facing the wrong way. And yeah, rightfully so. The race start under review just to start lap number 2. But up front, kind of business as usual for Jordan Musser in the number 1 to the lead early and already extending that gap over Matt Machiko.
So just giving you an update here, you can see the overall bracket of the results right now blended as they run on the racetrack, but the gap, of course, to the drivers in class. John Crow leads the way in the Supermasters division, the 500 digits. Jordan Musser and Matt Machiko in the 1 and the 3 plate, along with the 600 digits in your regular KZ Masters class, already pulling away. Look at this pack here. Little bobble for one in the middle of it. It was one of the beer large, looked like Nicholas Bedard, kind of got out of shape and missed a shift coming out of turn number 14. He'll lose a spot because of it on circuit. Might have been Martinez that got around him, as Morten Van Tok will be the next one up. But John Crow, not a great start and not a great second lap in the works here either, Caleb. Lap number 3 now underway, I should say. He's not been able to even get back up to the bumper of Kevin LaCroix. So now he's got to equally worry if the pace isn't there, that there's going to be more of a backward slide, because he's not got a big gap back to the likes of Hernando Sanchez. You can see him in the black and red VTM machine, the teammate to Crow, and I don't know if it's power related or whatnot, but it didn't look to me like he got a good exit at all out of that last turn, Caleb.
It seems like he's just kind of struggling early on in this race, and you got to think, right? They only have really these races aren't that long. So if you come out here, wanting to go on a tire pressure that could be maybe suited for a longer run, you're going to struggle a lot in those first couple laps, wanting to get off the line, wanting to get out of these corners where it's important. We talk a lot about the mid-range, maybe even, I think the mid-range especially in this class. And I get that, because I had a great conversation with Jordan Musser that said this is one of those places where you're using a lot. You're using fourth gear a lot more than everything else. You're probably driving at an 80% out here, and that was one of the most surprising things. You have to be really good on those pedals, and if you really don't have it, if you can't, get the launch out of the corner, you're going to struggle a lot throughout these races, and I think that's exactly what we're seeing out of the 531 here of John Crow.
I think so. I wonder too, though, if again going on the surface temps, right? This is much cooler than what it was yesterday afternoon when they were qualifying. So if he didn't estimate enough how different they could get, how aggressive they could be of going back up on air pressure here to compensate for how low they probably had to run in yesterday's afternoon sessions, because he was good then, and it wasn't like it was a huge gap for John back to Matt Machiko or Kevin LaCroix in third and fourth overall. I mean, they were relatively close to him. The big gap was up to the leader. So everybody, I'm sure, was throwing the kitchen sink at it overnight, and it could have been just a 1/10 difference, or again, a better fire-off that took the man in second in the initial rankings back down to fourth, because as we're watching the lap times come on in now, working on to the end of lap number 6, probably operate in about where they're as good as they'll get here in heat number 1, and you're just not seeing anyone looking like they're really tracking forward. I mean, Hernando Sanchez, he was better than Crow by about a 10th or 2/10 that time by, closing up to him. The previous couple laps he'd been off. He finally ripped us a good one. Still, Jordan Musser finds himself in his own zip code, a 40.70. Second place on the circuit, Matt Machiko was more than 5/10 off of that at a 41.234. Now, in the Super Masters class, of course, Crow has him covered. Well, so at that, about 5 seconds away before you find Morten Van Tok in the division, second in the 500-digit group. And then he's got only about 6/10 up to Owsley Cheek the third. So second and third in the Super Masters class, currently back in 8th and 9th overall, are near enough to each other. Tim Hannon's also relatively close there. That's a little ways back from kind of this group that we're following here for third onwards on the overall. And sorry, go ahead.
So I'll tell you what here, the pace out of the number 1 is really surprising to me, especially when you talk about all these other drivers in this field. He's never been here. Jordan Musser has never stepped foot, I think, on property here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. And for him to be able to figure it out as fast as he has and to be on it like he is, having, this gap, 40.7, you were talking about the lap times there, half a second quicker a lap than everybody else. You don't really see that all too often, and it just shows you, right, trying things coming here and rolling off fast off the truck where, surprising for everybody else, like Machiko, like LaCroix, maybe everybody else who was here last year, or maybe even the year before. What do you need to do to catch up?
That's a good point too, because when we go back to Newcastle Motorsports Park for the King of the Castle, the circuit that started the Stars Championship Series back in 2020, everybody knows that layout. Even with the Stars alternate course, you can go there and practice. They'll use it on a variety of different club races in the multitude of layouts they can do at that one plus mile racetrack. But everybody knows that layout relatively well. Charlotte Motor Speedway, it only gets use with shifter karts at the Stars Championship Series Queen City Gambit. So when you've got all of 4 practice sessions to get up to speed or to try and figure things out, compared to circuits around the racetrack that operate, or around the country that operate full-time year-round, or most of the year in the case of a place like Newcastle up north, the field's going to naturally be a little bit closer. But like you said, for Jordan Musser, he wasn't here last year. We've heard, of course, and touched on the fact that everyone's saying the track does feel like a little bit different of an animal to attack than in years past. But the basics of the line still transfer. So for the rest of the field, whether it's a wake-up call, a shock, or whatever you want to call it, this is huge for the gap that Jordan Musser has continued to maintain here on this Saturday morning. There is a look now at the group we were mentioning earlier. This is for second in Supermasters with 3 laps to go. Morten Van Tok at the front of the pack of it. In the factory kart behind him, there's Owsley Cheek, and then 4th right there in Supermasters is Tim Hannon. One we just lost though, Kevin LaCroix out of 3rd. Problems for the PSL Beryl Art, headed to the scale lines with a couple of laps remaining.
Yeah, that's unfortunate there out of the 674. Putting together really a good string, a good race so far in this one, as Owsley Cheek looking a good exit out of the final corner, inside clear, turn 1. Man, if that isn't a full send moment, I don't know what is. That was a move and a half throughout Owsley Cheek to get an exit and to get that run just on the limit there to make that one stick.
Yeah, he had a lot of rear brake lock there. Morten Van Tok looks like he's got a little too much front end, and he's not coming out on the brakes at all. How about Tim Hannon? How about that? Mr. Oakland Valley Raceway Park. I haven't seen him in a gearbox machine in a long time. And around the outside pass at the end of the back straightaway for the Maranello. A little bit of help there for the Kartworks Racing crew to bring the energy up here on this Saturday morning. Final lap underway now. Tim Hannon up to 3rd in Supermasters as Morin continues to fade just a little bit on the VTM machine, back to 4th. I'm sure that brought a big smile to Justin White's face. Hopefully he's awake here this morning. He's busy. His dad, Jerry, of course, stayed in town through the week. Justin had to go back to his day job, then get back over here to help work on the team. As Jordan Musser, class of the field for Team PSL Karting in KZ Masters. John Crow, of course, healthy lead in the Supermasters class, will inherit the 3rd spot off the back of the mechanical for Kevin LaCroix. Matt Machiko, 2nd overall and 2nd in division, sporting the number 3 plate. And then it'll be Hernando Sanchez into 3rd of the Masters drivers. But again, the KZ Supermasters class, a subcategory, meaning Crow, that 3rd overall is still a 3rd in Masters. It's just a bonus trophy there, or bonus leader graphic here as the top of the heap in Supermasters. There's how they all stacked up. Jordan Musser, 7 seconds over the 7 minutes plus 2 laps opening heat race for the first gearbox division of the day. Dominant run for the number 1 plate, making it look easy. He tuned the pace down at the end. He was still the fastest car on circuit by a lot. And there is a look at the 699.
Frank Runco, he actually finished, so it must have been something after. Oh, wow.
He's got no tire. He's only got 3. Lost the left rear tire after crossing the line, and it made its way all the way further than he did on the cool down lap to the backstretch. This happened over in turn 6.
I'm surprised that held on for the entire race. And again, Runco was the driver that we saw go around at the start there. Interesting out of the 99, but getting ready to go out, Nico Kotowski, Travis Pettit. How many times have we talked about these 2 youngsters in 2026? They have certainly been up at the front, but yesterday was all about Nico Kotowski. 2 pole positions on the day, swept the junior divisions, and Travis Pettit is looking to chase him down before we get going here in KA Junior.
KA Junior, like Swift Stars, right under capacity. 34 drivers. It'll be the biggest session so far this morning to try and tackle that opening sequence. And turns 1 and 2 are relatively wide, but we do see the line narrow up quite a bit. And you saw in that first heat race for the micros how dusty it was offline for Bo Wyatt, hanging tough through turn number 2. What will the outside line have happen to them, and will we see anyone end up kicking up some dirt and marbles on the first run through it? Speaking of first, this weekend marks the very first weekend Travis Pettit has a number 1 plate on that Ralston Performance Group livery Cosmic. A little bit of extra pressure, or maybe it's a little bit extra confidence. The red plates here for the Stars Championship Series top 3 in the divisions from 2025. Getting to debut here at opening weekend, the Queen City Gambit. We're getting ready to go here with KA Junior. A little bit of on-track cleanup and the final checks underway. Heat racing continues from America's Home for Racing. We return.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Engines fired up, and away we go. KA Junior action ready to go after it here from America's Home for Racing. 34 of them set to take the green flag here today. Should be a fun one. With only 7 minutes on the clock, plus 2 laps. Qualifying yesterday, as Caleb mentioned, all about Nico Katowski doubling up for pole awards in both OKN Junior, the first class that took to the racetrack, and one of the final ones that took to it in KA Junior. But it was close. Don't let that fool you here. There are a lot of drivers that have shown promise over the course of the 4 practices they had and qualifying yesterday as well. Of course, he lines up alongside Travis Pettit, as we mentioned. Then it's Valentino Santillan on the green and white Holtz Driver Development Tony Kart. Callan Berghofer, pole award last week. He held the top spot in qualifying for a long time. He'll line up 4th on the outside in the blue and yellow Brandon Jarsagrak Racing entry. Benja Fernandez 5th on the MPG Kart Republic. Then it's Dominic Moskalenko, Tristan Murphy, last year's winner, Santiago Orioli, Lucas Dreibel, Holden Myers, your top 10. 34 deep. One driver to keep a note on, Paxton Romero, unfortunately, DQ'd after qualifying. He'll start tail end Charlie, 34th. Here we go. KA Junior for the first time this year is green from Charlotte. And it is all good through 4. A couple are a little tripped up there. They're still 3 wide further back, but Nico Katowski away with the early lead as they rocket down the back straightaway. Pettit second. That Santillan wants it though, or he was covering for Berghofer. Either way, he had to get hard on the brakes there, and Callan now has pressure from Fernandez down to turn number 10 for the first time. And here they go up through the S's. Nico Katowski, Travis Pettit hot on his heels. No move yet in turn 14. That'll let the red machine lead us to the end of lap number 1. 6 minutes and some change, plus 2 laps on the clock, Caleb. First lap in the books.
And I tell you what, moves like we saw to Santillan there back in turn number 8. That's gonna really keep us on our toes, right? Drivers looking to make moves and also looking to defend, but being on the inside and maybe even forced to make a move, forced to make a lunge just to try and hold off the rest of the cavalry. That'll be surprising to see. Here goes Pettit though. He's gonna go. Santillan gonna follow. And as quickly as that, Katowski back to 3rd, Berghofer. And you see just a snap of our fingers here, and everybody else, Fernandez, Murphy, Moskalenko, all just single file line. It's almost 10 deep, maybe even more than that here, Xander, already.
I think you made a great point about that forced to go. Travis Pettit didn't look antsy to me at all on that first lap, but once he could hear the pressure from Valentino Santillan, he wanted to go to the lead, and Nico Katowski does not want to wait at all here this morning. That was an aggressive move up and over the curbing at turn number 1. 2 wheels in the air to get to position number 2. But mark it done, albeit with a bit of time lost to the race leader. And now Santillan is under heavy fire. Fernandez, Murphy. Look at Berghofer, he'll cross up Tristan. That's gonna give him a little run, but he'll, again, suffer that bend in the straightaway, turn number 9. You have to have a huge head of steam off the backstretch if you're trying to pull a crossover off to be able to hold position down to 10. Now here, this one might work. It'll get him a spot on Fernandez as Murphy moves up another one. That's now to 4th for Tristan. Oh, that got close as well. Benja Fernandez cut Callan a bit of a break there in turn 1 because he had about 4 karts trying to push him forward, and one of them just went off. I think that was Dreibel. Lucas Dreibel dropping a tire, losing spots left, right, and center down the backstretch. He'll lose some more. Here comes 3 of them lined up to the inside. 4 of them make that. As the last one to get there looked to be the 877, all the way back at about 15th. Coming down the inside, Isaac Payne, that was back 13th, 13th and 14th. He lost at least 7 positions in one mistake. Another lap down now this time. 4 in the books. Pettit to Katowski to Santillan. And then this midfield scrum here in the top 10. Mark it now up to Berghofer and Murphy as they trade the 4th spot.
The start of this race has been
It's been a lot.
yeah, it's been quite a bit to kind of get this one started, and you kind of see it, right? You qualify yesterday, you come straight into racing today, and I think you're seeing that just kind of come out. A little bit of nerves, a little bit of desperation, maybe coming out of some of these young drivers just to try and make up moves, because again, where you start heat 1, or where you qualified is where you're going to start heat 1 and heat 2, and you don't get reshuffled until the pre-final. So you feel almost under pressure to look to recover if you didn't have a good day on Friday, starting off on a high note. And I think you're seeing a lot of that come out this morning. Drivers trying moves, going to the low side, going over curbs, washing out wide, you know, pushing and shoving a little bit. And that's been the story, you know, with 3 minutes to go until this race is over. But you're seeing the drivers that are the most patient are these 2 up front, these 3 really, that have been able to kind of get away from the mess, make moves when they needed to, and just pull away from everything else. And I think that's why we've seen Travis Pettit up at the front of this field time and time again in 2026. And the same for Nico Katowski, right? Picking and choosing those moves is what's kind of separated, quote unquote, if you will, the veterans in the class and maybe some of the rookies that are moving up from Mini Swift last year, or maybe even the second year drivers in this division.
So will we see any other aggressive moves here in the top 10 as they have calmed down? Because I think they're all realizing, as much as they want to assert themselves, like you say here, early in the year in this division, they've allowed the top 3 to get a pretty sizable gap. You've got Berghofer kind of on the outside edge of the toe off the back of Valentino Santillan, who is really on a heater right now. I mean, that kid has closed the gap pretty nicely to the top 2. You'd think 2 karts together would be more than enough to break away, but that 818 is not letting the top 2 get out of his sights. Let's see what the gap looks like. It was half a second last time by. I'd estimate it might be still there or just shy of it. Picked up 100 to be exact. And deep in the pack here, the fighting continues. This will back them up a little. That's the 888 machine. Moskalenko for 9th, trying to hang on over Dominic Gaddis and crew.
Yeah, they were going back and forth there. Gaddis looked like he had a run on the exit of turn 15. Wanted to try and hold on to it around the outside. That wasn't going to work as they all get slaughtered back in a line. But already just kind of visibly looking down. A lot of these front bumpers, Andrew, I got to tell you, some of them look pushed in. Some of them got some dinks and dents in them. And again, just not a way you want to start off this Saturday, right? When you talk about getting points, when you talk about recovering a little bit more from the qualifying session, just have to be mindful of all that. But the separation up at the front, it shows you, right? Drivers maybe looking for those moves, looking for half moves, not sticking. You're losing time throughout some of these corners, which, you know, I think it's maybe a little bit surprising to see this much separation at this place, but it's kind of showed us already throughout the races that we've seen. If you can't make a move stick, if you're side by side throughout a corner and everybody else in front of you single file, you're going to lose a lot of time. So making moves is important, and making them stick is I think even more so.
Yeah, you don't want to get trapped going back and forth with how many over-under opportunities there are, how gnarly it looks like it is, visually at least, going wide in a couple of the corners, specifically here on the outside of turn 2. I mean, you've got just the way that the banking kind of falls off after the apex at turn number 2. It collects quite a bit. You can see a whole lot here in this chicane as well. So if you're stuck on the outside going into turn number 5, that complex is really going to hurt you. That won't help at all. Nico Katowski, an unforced error, coming out of the back straightaway, kicking up some dust as well. That's allowed Santillan to get the last bit he probably needed to close up to his rear bumper with a bit of daylight between the top 2. And we're, by the way, at 0 on the timer. This time by will be 2 laps to go. Travis Pettit to Nico Katowski to Valentino Santillan to Callan Berghofer. Katowski now back to the lead with a move on the inside of turn 1 after waiting the majority of this heat race here behind the number 1 plate.
That was very smart out of Katowski there. Again, a mistake on the exit of turn number 7, knows that Santillan's going to close down a little bit. And the first chance that you get, right, you get a good lap, you get a good exit out of turn 15, and you're almost forced to make that move. You need to kind of change this a little bit. You saw that you made a mistake, and you got to get up in front because you know the rest of the pack is coming, but Pettit's not going to make it easy. Into the side and into the back of Nico Katowski, and Santillan's able to get through.
That was a weird exchange right there in turns 10 and 11, but it's now gifted Nico a nice margin back. He'll be able to go back to his normal line here on this final lap. We'll see if Valentino can close it before it's all said and done. It's a short lap here with a very high-speed racetrack and not even 3/4 of a mile. There's a look. And whether Nico just released the brake pedal later than Travis expected, or earlier than Travis expected, and kept position on the outside or what, just a slight misjudgment there, pops the number 1 up and over the rear bumper. All good, though, as Nico Katowski rolls it out of the S's. This will be a clean finish off a hiccup there in turn 10. Nico to the line will continue the momentum from the pole yesterday to the Heat 1 win on Saturday morning. Santillan, Pettit, Berghofer, and Santiago Orioli hangs on for 5th there at the line. He'll end up with a nice little gain of a couple of spots on the session. 1 overall. Tristan Murphy up 3 overall for Santi, 1 up for Tristan Murphy. And you got to go way back, but you will find the hard charger indeed from the back of the field when we get to them. Here's your top 10 as they cross the loop, though. Back to Oliver Paludo and Lucas Dreibel, and I imagine another incident under review might be that one down at turn number 10 or something further back. Race control has been busy here right off the rip for the Stars Championship Series. But your top 10, a closer spread back here just to your top 20. And right off this page, you'll find Paxton Romero. But back to Braden Westfall there in the GWR. Tony Kart in 20th. Couple of up and down movements there. 4 up for Riker Migro. Romero able to get from 34th to 21st. 13 spots picked up in the first heat. He'll have to do it again, though, in heat number 2. And speaking of having to go forward after a little bit, we talked about Brody Stoffel at length yesterday. What a crazy, crazy day. And maybe the new helmet will be a bit of better luck for Brody. Had an incident in front of him in qualifying, took to the dirt, had to cross the racetrack, kept his foot in it. He got a small penalty for it that took the fast lap away. It would have put him on the front row. Thankfully, though, his second best still puts him right behind his teammate, Jake Manolio. Super fast from start to finish in qualifying yesterday. The 191 gets set to lead the field to green alongside last week's winner, passing 75 plus go-karts on the racetrack. Dutch Westbrook and the number 133 Bennett machine on the outside of row number 1 here in a full 40-driver Swift Stars field. Captain America leads the outside lane. Right behind him, Yusuf Adi. He got a late lap in, Caleb. Snuck his way up onto the outside of row number 2.
Yeah, finally a good result there for Yusuf Adi. We've seen the pace out of this kid throughout the years, and I think throughout last year and the start of this year, and finally kind of breaking out this year in 2026 after a couple of up and down weekends to kick this one off. Hudson Howard as well, getting a little bit of luck yesterday, finally to get himself and starting on row number 4, getting set to go from the outside.
They were an unstoppable duo at the opening of the 2-week stint in Tucson, Arizona for the RMC Americas Trophy, and a penalty for Hudson, although he had swept the on-track activities over the 2 days, gave Yusuf his first win of 2026. Both drivers have stood on the top step. They know what it takes to get there, and it starts with qualifying, a good spot to fight from, and then a long run through the heat races here, folks. If you're joining us for the very first time watching the Stars Championship Series, this weekend is a marathon. You begin setting yourself up for success with qualifying on Friday afternoon. That's how all 40 of your sold-out Swift Stars Division drivers will line up for Heat 1 and Heat number 2. But beyond that, the 2 heat races here are still just about positioning yourself for the pre-final. And then the pre-final, of course, finally sets you up for your starting position in the main event on Sunday morning. All classes minus KA Stars will go straight on that format. KA Stars coming up at the end of the semi-pro rotation of divisions will be split in half as there's too many of them. They were in the expanded formation for this weekend, as they have been what feels like for eternity. The Stars Championship Series K Stars class has almost always sold out and then gone well past capacity to a near sellout, if not a full sellout at 70 deep, which splits them for 2 heats, splits them for an A pre-final for the first 30 spots of the main, and a B pre-final for the final 10, and 11th on back in that B pre-final tomorrow will have the quickest end to their Sunday at the Queen City Gambit. But here we go for Swift Stars. 40 deep. It'll be the most karts on track in any session all day today. Jake Manolio on the right, Dutch Westbrook on the left. We're green. Oh no! One driver ejected out of the kart. A huge pile up down at turn number 1. A number of them collected. It was the comp kart there that got sent off to the side. Might have been Jackson Darnell who lined up in 30th. We'll see. Dutch Westbrook leads the rest of the field that's still running on the backstretch as there's others trying to get back going down at turns 1 and 2. It is Westbrook to Manolio to Audi. Brody Stoffel into 4th in line there. Another nitro kart behind him looks to be Dominic Nagel with a good start of the 115. But the first lap should go to the Bennick as Dutch rounds turn 14. To put 1 down in the books, and we'll see how much the leaderboard changes when they hit the loop this time. Look at all the shuffling here about to happen on the left side of your screen. And another one that'll happen next lap with a good pass there for Liam Francisco on the inside on the nitro kart.
Yeah, good move there out of Liam to get that move done. As they're all stacked up inside of the top 4 here. You go back to Dominic Nagel, Hudson Howard, Aiden Go. The list going on and on and on of Star Power and Mini Swift as Hudson Howard inside turn 8. And clear, as now Manolio looking to set up a move here on Dutch Westbrook. You'll see a lot of that drivers looking inside, outside, just looking for a way by. But this field, Mini Swift, year after year, it's grown exponentially, I'd say, in the last 2 years. We saw the level of racing just lifted to an all-time high last year and even this year with the big graduating class out of Micro Swift. Joining this field has definitely made this one of the ones to watch that's had the fence lines crowded throughout the weekend. And you're seeing already delivering some action. Westbrook still leading them as they start lap number 3.
You can see as well the movement at the end of the first couple laps. This will be some more here as back goes Yusuf Adi 1 spot. Aiden Go is now, or Hudson Howard back 1 spot. Aiden Go is now up 2 on this lap alone. The Parolin driver closing the gap back up already. Look how much he's able to close in the brake zone to turn 14. That is a huge testament to that corner being the slowest on the racetrack. That 3 deep or more really stacks everyone up as now the leaders go at it. Dutch Westbrook does not want to give it up this early. Manolio doesn't either. And Brody Stoffel will get to 2nd on the outside. Howard gonna slip by on Go, and that just packed them all up 10 deep, but this will split them again. Look at them side by side back for 6th. 3 wide, in fact. Huge power move for the RPM Nitro kart machine. Liam Francisco picks up a number of them on the back straightaway. And it's still going on up front as well. Hudson Howard to 3rd.
So much going on at once, but there's an incident under review inside of this front group. But Dutch Westbrook, again, if these were full-size cars, a move like that, or really a defense like that out of Westbrook wouldn't have happened. That wouldn't have been possible. But again, you're racing with 3/4 of the size of a full-size car, just too able to hold on to that groove, to the rubber that's been laid down by the KAs and the shifters and, you know, so on and so forth. Just able to hold on to a move like that. Very impressive out of Westbrook, and Manolio as well, given the respect, given the space, and out of Stoffel as well, right? Taking advantage of the situation, getting himself to second, and putting yourself in a position to try and come away with the best points finish. Howard as well to third, is now Aiden Go. Had a look, had a thought, into turn 10 and 11. It didn't happen. Back in the line and now under pressure from Manolio. We talked about it earlier in KA Junior. When you want to make a move, it has to stick. You saw that didn't come into fruition for Go, and that kind of backfired for him a little bit as Manolio was able to get back by. Here's an update on Yusuf Adi, who's still looking to claw his way right back up to where he started.
So much action here, and we're only at the halfway mark, truly, in Swift Stars. A lot more can happen, a lot more changes could develop here, but that lead pack has once again gotten a decent delta, and that's bad news for someone like Yusuf Adi. And behind him, look at this, that was teammates wheel to wheel, a couple of Paralins duking it out right behind Yusuf. Looked to be the likes of Colton Bruck and Camila Canache as Adi goes again at Dominic Nagel for the front of this middle group. Now to the inside in turn 14, bringing a number of them with him. 1, 2, 3, look at them all line up there trying to go past. It's Jake Manolio up front, challenging Hudson Howard. Didn't get the job done there for third, so that'll hold. And the gap is about 2 seconds from your leading 5 to the next group of 5, and then the mid-teens is just a war zone here in the early going of Heat 1 for Swift Stars. But Dutch Westbrook took him all of 3 days to get to the top spot. It was the final lap, the most important one a week ago that he led. He has now led and defended the lead with everything possible to keep everyone at bay. He has not wanted to relinquish the top spot on that leaderboard, that ginormous jumbotron on the back straightaway here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. We've heard a number of drivers say they can see it, they can watch what's going on. I wonder if that, of course, adds a little motivation to these young kids to see their name go higher and higher in the frozen top 6, because Hudson Howard just moved his name up 1 spot with that pass for second.
Yeah, good move there out of Hudson into turn number 1 to get himself clear for second. But when you talk about the year for Dutch Westbrook, this kid's been so poised this week and able to have a conversation with him just before warm-up. And he talked a lot about last weekend, right? Finally getting a little bit of confidence boost after what was, I would say, a nightmare start to the year's end. Or if you look back to Houston, more often than not, we were talking about him just not able to get going, not able to get a good start with a DNF or just something going terribly wrong for the Bennick machine. And now finally, last weekend, that win came to him, the first one in 2026. And coming into this weekend, like a different driver, and you're seeing it here to start off heat race number 1. The same for Jake Manolio. He had success. The same for Stoffel at the start of the year. The same for Howard. And you're seeing them, right, just comfortable at the front, and Manolio comfortable to make moves to get back up to where he was just a couple of laps ago. He's now in third as he was able to pass Brody Stoffel, and Manolio. Now, I really don't think he's going to wait all too long to go on Hudson Howard here.
No, he's going to go right to it, or try to, as Aiden Go makes that successful move behind him, the one that Manolio wanted to make into turn 10, but couldn't this time by. They've got 15 seconds. They'll get to the line just in time. So mark it 3 laps remaining here in Swift Stars. Westbrook the leader, albeit Howard now is teeing up for what could be a monster run onto the backstretch. He's going to start the run into the 5, 6, 7 complex, a half car length away. He'll close up here to a car length. This will be big. Dutch clipped the curve as well. That'll hurt the momentum, but Manolio does not want to work with Hudson, and so he didn't give him a push there, and that kind of derailed the hope of going on the backstretch. Into turn 10, he's close. Is he looking? He is, but still Dutch Westbrook, even a little wide through 10 and 11, holds the lead, and now Howard has to deal with Manolio, who sends it in 14. Go follows as well.
Yeah, Howard was just really patient there with Westbrook. Go's not going to be with Manolio into turn number 1. Aiden Go is up to second. Now Manolio back to third. Howard to Stoffel in 5th. And 2 car lengths, I think more than that, 3 or 4, is what Aiden Go and company have to do to close down to Dutch Westbrook here. And that's just the shuffling for second, right? You see that gap open up. Just got to stay single file here for, I think, a little bit longer maybe than what they would have wanted. Timing showing just 2 laps to go before the end of this one. We'll see, but Westbrook comfortable out in front.
He's got to hang on for one more corner. He leaves the door open, but he had enough of a gap. He should be fine. Out of 14, Dutch Westbrook survives, defends against them all. He'll win Heat 1 and Swift Stars. And behind him, how about Mason Brody? 17 spots. He was able to climb up the leaderboard. Oh, sorry, last lap underway. That was off by a moment there. Final lap for Dutch. It's not done yet. I thought that was going to be the end of it. It's still going. My mistake. Wake me up here on this morning. Kayla, give me a punch or something. I don't know. How about this, still going at it for fourth? Westbrook's not in the clear at all. Go is really close. Looking again. Still Dutch Westbrook hangs tough on the outside.
The 33 so good on the outside, able to get it planted as Manalio now looking on the inside for a second. Able to get clear, but up front they tried and did not succeed. Westbrook wins Heat number 1 in Swift Stars.
There you go. Get someone better than me to call that one to the finish. A solid run there for Jake Manalio to hang on over Aiden Go. 300s, he survives. Howard fourth. Brody, 17 spots. Incredible drive from 23rd on the grid. 18 by the end, into the top 5 for the Californian. Brody Stoffel sixth. Marcelo Flores able to go up, down, and back to neutral into 7th. Liam Francisco ends up in the 8th spot at the end of it. Samuel Chavery in 9th. And beyond that, of course, Yusuf Adi completes your top 10 here in Swift Stars.
A good race, exciting for sure. And the 133 of Dutch Westbrook was able to hold everybody off. You see how many Ryan Perry Motorsports Nitro karts are in this top 10. It's no surprise that they've gone back-to-back here in main event racing action. Back in 24 when Parker Ives won, or I should say back in 23 when Parker Ives won, and then back in 24 when Francisco was able to win. I think I got those numbers messed up. Either way, KA Jr. coming up next.
We got a gap here to set ourselves up. KA Stars on the grid. Isaac Malka, Little Sizzle by himself, put it on the pole. The last of the semi-pro divisions, the first of their 2 heats. We return.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
Welcome. warm-up lap underway here for the first of the two KA Stars groups. Split down the line off of qualifying yesterday. They won't see the other half of the field until they're all met back together for the Sunday main events, or potentially if they're in the top half in the A pre-final later today. So Heat 1, Group A, lined up, ready to go. Top qualifier, Isaac Malcutt on the inside. To the outside of him, sporting the 2-plate, Jared Clark, ready to go green for the first time in KA Stars, trying to hope for an average finish of 20th or 15th or better to go to the A pre-final and secure a spot on Sunday. Oh man, outside lane getting buried there. Two way off at the back of the field. One of them, one of the BJR machines, it looked like. And in general, that was a not so great start for about 4th on back. Jared Clark survived it. He's at least been able to get into 2nd. And in fact, he was already looking for the lead right there on Isaac Malcutt. Didn't quite get the job done into turn number 10, but they have significantly gotten away from the field off the first lap. Malcutt even covered there in 14 to protect a little more. One lap goes down in the books. Back and up to 3rd for Ryan Moore. McKeith in 4th, fighting for 5th here. Resende on the inside of Ian Quinn gets the job done. And the big storyline out of yesterday, Caleb, the second group significantly faster than Group 1 in qualifying. The entire top 12 all came out of Group 2. Ian Quinn was in the top 3 for the whole session of Group 1, and he had to start back on the 4th row, I believe.
And he's already kind of carved his way through this field just a little bit to put himself into the top 5, just there in 5th. But again, we talked a lot about that second group being faster. Isaac Malcutt was the one who really kind of showed the pace. And speaking of some of his competitors earlier today, they said that he had a little bit of an unfair advantage, and they just said he's just more aerodynamic than everybody else who threw the back straightaway. But look, I tell you, the track progression in that second qualifying session, you saw it, and it was visible with the lap times. It was almost the top 10 in that second group that was able to go better than Henry Wheeler and Ian Quinn in comparison to them in that first qualifying session. So big difference, big swing, and I think Malcutt was just the one who was able to adjust better and to predict that. And speaking of Mike Doty yesterday, he's saying little sizzle, he's starting to show that he's turned into big sizzle here in KA Senior.
Of course, that nickname comes from his grandfather, the 3rd generation racer. His grandfather, a well-known late model racer, his father Marcus as well. I ran into them at dinner last night for a brief moment, Caleb, because of course the Midwestern kid, you'd expect to see him at some point getting behind the wheel of something major up there. They're already working on plans for a sprint car ride for Ike later this year, but they're saying they have really enjoyed all of the years, and they want to continue here in this first full year in senior racing to really savor every moment. And in speaking to them as well, it wasn't like they were, surprised at all by qualifying on the pole. Thinking back to even just the last couple events this year, already he stood on the top step of the Florida Winter Tour that Rock Cup USA puts on. But he has been a major factor, and Ike even said as well, he has learned so much getting to race against the veterans of the sport, and was enamored with how much he was able to really be tactical and how tactical they were in the SCUSA Pro Tour, of course a doubleheader format for them, so back-to-back main events equally as well. Last weekend, Trackhouse Motorplex, another stacked grid of KA Stars, and here for KA Stars, he is top of the heap. He has even pulled away a little bit, lap by lap, just a couple of hundredths. He's been better than Jared Clark, last year's winner, and you can see that gap visually opening up even a little more this time by. Look at this here, probably 4 car lengths. Just shy of 4/10 last time. Clark's hopping in the seat trying to hang on to the coattails of Malcutt, and across the line it will go to 4/10. So a healthy cushion building up for the race leader out front. Christopher McKeithen was able to get away from Ryan Mort over the last couple laps as well, moving up to that 3rd spot. And with the way that first lap kind of broke your first few leaders away, getting clean racetrack to long laps, that gap has maintained. In fact, it's 4 seconds just to 6th place there. Adam Brickley on the Prodigy Best Kart. Back a ways from 5th on the racetrack, Jake Resende, and of course 4th there, Ryan Mort. 2 drivers that are tracking really well here for progress to start 2026, but a looming battle here. Resende's been a little bit faster than Mort these last few laps. He'll close up another couple hundredths that time by. Just about matching him or a touch better. Brickley's even gotten away a little bit from Landon Brewer on the new Petroleum GFC back in 7th. But in the calmness here, as we have just gotten past halfway in KA Stars opening heat, let's go down to another returning face to the scene. Cameron.
We are down on the grid with Hayden Jones. It's been a minute since we've seen you at a go-kart track and obviously able to put a P2. Kind of talk me through how yesterday felt getting back into the seat.
Session 1, definitely getting some of the rust off, but the kart felt great after that. We tried one carb setting for one session, it didn't work out. We went back, put a P2 for qualifying by a 10th, so I'm not really too worried. We'll see how the racing goes. I got to figure out how I'm going to do that because the racing's changed a little bit since I've been out of the kart, so we'll see if it's clean or if we do the blocking thing, but we'll figure that out in 5 minutes.
We're used to seeing you in the pink and purple colors with RPG. Talk to me about this BJR run this weekend and how that came about.
Well, RPG isn't here, so obviously I can't be with them, but no, just having people that we already know from being like around GoPro so much of my karting career, Brandon, Paulie, Austin Miles, all those people I've worked with them at some point throughout karting, so familiar faces, it's always good being with them, but it's mainly just like my dad and me this weekend. My dad's on the wrenches, not changing much, just make sure every bolt's tight and send it, so.
Well, that's fantastic. I'm looking forward to this race, see how you're able to chop it up with them out there. Obviously a full packed KA field. How are you feeling going into this moto?
The package is super good. We got the switch engine on there. It's got a lot of horsepower. Chassis dialed. Not too much to change there, but yeah, it's up to the driver now.
Good luck out there, Hayden.
Thank you.
You can see with the notification on the screen as well, Race Control taking another look at what we saw. One of the best karts going off the racetrack just a lap ago was Jace Webb in the 903, right out of here in the opening sector. So we thought for a minute it might have happened further up. Adam Brickley on his best kart still in the top 10. Same for Matt Landers back there in the 9th spot. On screen right now, the MPG of Ryan Moore. He's pulled back away from Jake Resende. They've kind of yo-yoed in the gap here between each other, trading lap time advantage back and forth. And up front, that's not been the case. It looked like for about a split second, Caleb, Jared Clark was starting to mount some momentum back towards Isaac Malka, and then little sizzle released the throttle fully. 42.906. He's the only driver I think today that's been able to match or get really close to his qualifying times. They're still a good ways off where they were Friday afternoon, but ripping fast is the Mike Doty Racing LN card, up to 8/10 out in front of the field now with 2 laps to go.
I think tomorrow it'll be even faster when these engines are really able to breathe and really able to run in the cooler temperatures. That being said, though, these top 3, I think are really a testament to what it shows to have experience at this track, to have laps here. These 3 products out of Cup Karts North America, right? You talk about how many times they've been here in LO206 racing and now moving up to K. It shows you that I think maybe the feeder system in karting is working, and also the experience here at Charlotte Motor Speedway has played to their advantage this weekend, Xander.
Well, now they've got just 1 lap to go. They're able to see it there on that signboard. The pack comes on by. We'll have to go all the way back with how spread out this opening heat race in KA Stars has been to find some action. That was the group there, that 4-pack for 9th. Matt Lander, Sam Tutwiler, his first time in the black and white colors for Petroleum competition. Braden Zerves in the 909. And then Anthony Rivera in the BJRLN kart. But the final lap underway, Isaac Malka has made this race look like a practice session. He has led it from the pole. He has been unchallenged since they dropped the green. He'll lead it to the end. Malka wins Heat 1 for Group A in KA Stars over Clark, McKeithen, Mort, and Resende, your top 5. And the biggest mover, only up a net of 6. Matt Landers to 9th on the Prodigy Best Kart, hangs on over that group that we were following late in the going. But a calm one, probably the calmest KA race we've seen in a minute for the Stars and senior divisions across the board. Isaac Malka, top of the heap, over Jared Clark, Christopher McKeithen, Morton Resende, Brickley, Boer, Oliver Nybert, Matt Landers, Braden Zerves able to get up into 10th there late in the going. solid run. On the last lap, able to get the better of Sam Tutwiler. Then back to Juan Jose Paramo. Ian Quinn, rough start for him there, sliding all the way down to 11th.
Yeah, something had to have been wrong there for the 979. Just no pace for him at all. Didn't see it, didn't come into fruition, but I think pace is definitely at hand here for the 970. Isaac Malquit just able to be kind of the benchmark this weekend in KA Senior. The rookie only, well, I would say second time we've seen him in senior racing here in KA on the national scene. We saw him over in Tucson. We're seeing him here this weekend and just kind of picking up where he left off.
Let's go down to you, Cameron, here from our race winner.
Isaac, honestly, you made it look quite easy out there. We know you were super quick last year here in the junior category, but how has it been moving up into the senior class? Clearly, pace is still there.
Yeah, it feels really good, honestly. I think we just got our kart really dialed in. Yeah, the engine feels really good. Everything feels really good, honestly. I think right now we just got a little bit more than everybody else, but I'm sure all the other guys will catch up to us at some point, but feel really confident right now. Yeah, moving up to senior feels pretty good. I mean, honestly, there is a difference. You know, all the drivers for me are a lot better, consistent, a lot more aggressive racing. But, yeah, really good race. Like to thank everybody that, you know, gets me here to win these races. But thank you.
Yeah, it's going to continue to get a little bit hotter today. Where are you on kart setup-wise? Is there a more ability to continue to free up the kart as the day goes on, or are you just about as free as you can get?
Honestly, I think we're just going to run our kart neutral the whole weekend until we see something change, but yeah.
All right, well, great job, Ike. Congratulations. Your provisional Heat 1 winner for KA Stars.
Thank you, Cameron. Good bit of insight there. I think, again, that's a great question from her. And to be honest, tire pressure to me this weekend is probably going to be the biggest thing that when they talk about the track being different from years past, of throwing away your notes from the previous iterations of the Queen City Gambit that you're going to focus on or have to relearn, if you will. The temps being that much different. And then again, like you mentioned, Caleb, tomorrow we're expecting the cold front to come on in and have a drastically different batch of conditions for the field to handle. Not to mention they're going from scuffed tires through all of today to a set of stickers for the final in certain divisions. So that is going to be huge for the likes on the MG Yellows, the OKN Stars, the KZ Masters and Super Masters, the Pro Stars. The last time they'll have run new tires was in the heat of Friday, where it was up in the upper 80s yesterday afternoon, down to a much cooler late morning, early afternoon main event. 2 days later, 2 more days of track evolution on a circuit that hasn't seen a go-kart on it in over a month, and before that another 10 months from the last time the CKNA group ran till last year's event of the Queen City Gambit.
That's a very good point. And the moral of it all, I think, here for the 970 and for Isaac Malquit, you know, in my racing experience, the very few times that I was able to run up in front, the hardest thing of being up there is how do you stay up there, right? When the track is changing, when your competitors are finding more, how do you stay up front? And I think that's the most difficult part if you're a driver who was as fast as Isaac Malquit was, because you know there's somebody else out there that is going to find that little bit more, and they're going to catch up, or you're maybe not, you know, not feeling under pressure to look for more or to find more as a weekend goes on. But the second group, look, they saw the pace out of Ike there in that first heat race, in that first group. We'll see what they bring us here for the second one as Hayden Jones gets ready to lead them to the green flag.
He'll be joined by Rocket Racing Company's Alan Isambard. Heartbreaking end to last weekend's main event, just 6 days ago for Alan, ending up in the outside wall at turn number 11, the final turn of the final lap of the main event. Colin Lloyd starts third alongside Edgar Rodriguez, Cash Perkins, Henry Wheeler, Chris Harrower, Mauricio Hernandez's first stateside event in quite some time. Jordan Klein, the rookie, alongside Anthony Lewis. Your first 5 as we take to the racetrack. Heat 1, Group B, the other half of the field. Hayden Jones has them at command, and he's got them green.
Good start there, and already so many of them just jumping out of line at the start as soon as that green flag flew. Everybody just looking to the low side to try and make some moves, or just to hold on for position as this one gets kicked off. But the top three, Lloyd, very strong start to 2026. Isambard as well, showing the pace that he's shown for the last couple years. And Hayden Jones, the only really new factor in this field is Isambard. Going to trade position here with Lloyd for second. And you go back to Cash Perkins there, who sits fourth in line. The rest of the pack works their way through. That's turn number one, move further back.
That was one of the comp kart machines having to send down the inside a good ways down the board. Up front though, Colin Lloyd all over Isambard. Little gap to Hayden Jones. Let's see what he wants to do here down the backstretch. He's going to hesitate for a minute. He'll stay behind fellow Florida native. And in the run to turn number 10, this will be another shot to make a decision, but I think he's going to play this one patiently here. Hayden Jones said there in the interview with Cameron during the last race, he was going to know in about 5 minutes whether or not this was going to be an all-out brawl or a pretty calm one. That was about as calm as you can have it, obviously, for Malcutt. Now Jones with 2 laps in. The gap holding at about 0.4 of a second. Another incident under review here from the opening couple laps per race stewards. But the first 20 look like they've all gotten away relatively well. Big moves up the board for Jacob Petticord. He's up 6th from 26th on the grid. And we've got all of them running -1. Miles Goodman didn't make it back to the timing loop at the end of lap number 2 on TFR Kart Republic. So 26 of 27 still rolling. This is 2nd through 5th. Perkins on the Tony Kart's gonna lose 4th. It's Rodriguez with a nice pass down the inside.
Yeah, and there went Henry Wheeler to make a move there.
Yeah.
Henry Wheeler able to make a move and able to get himself up into the 4th spot, able to get through on Cash Perkins, a driver we've seen a lot to start off the year with Speed Concepts Racing for Perkins, and then with a speed operation out here this weekend. Perkins opted to go back to a Wisconsin-based operation with Host Driver Development. Perkins spent a lot of time over with Franklin Motorsports on the Merlins with Jamie Saraki and co. Just going to something that he's a little bit familiar with, right? Almost a team back from home, if you will, for the kid out of the Midwest. That being said, up front, Hayden Jones just kind of back like he never left, right? We saw a couple of races out of him last year, or 2 years ago, really, where he was just pitted right behind us here, Xander, just out of a small pop-up tent with just himself and Caleb Gaffaro whenever he was racing here as well. And this weekend, kind of opting for maybe that little bit of help, little bit of data with an operation that's been so successful in 100cc to start off, or really for the past 2 years with the Brandon Drugscrack Racing crew.
Yeah, he has had a very limited schedule. The engineering student going to probably, I would guess, his junior year in college. If I'm right on it, he has still managed to pick things up as if, of course, like we talk about a lot, like riding a bike, you never really forget how to get it done. You at least know it's just the muscle memory, trying to get the hands and feet to do what your brain can remember what you're supposed to do. But he has jumped right in here to this one and looked as good as he's been when he was full-time in it. I mean, that gap is now up to 8/10. That's why we're back here checking out some of the action going on beyond the top 10. You got Dallas Dunlap there in the white helmet battling with the likes of Andrew Hamill at the front of that group in the DPC orange and yellow X-Spree in the black helmet, and then one spot up there on that move in the comp kart, Connor Corsi there in the 918. Right behind him, Anthony Lewis. This is kind of the unofficial cut zone battle right now because we know the top 30 overall in heat points are going to make it through into the A pre-final and have a secure spot in the main event. They'll know that by the time heat number 2 gets the official results posted. However, beyond your top 15, or again provisionally, if you know you're finishing outside of 15, you're running the risk of having to go to the B pre-final tomorrow morning, going to bed tonight not knowing if you'll get to make the grid of the final 40 for the main event tomorrow afternoon. With 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go, this group's starting to spread back apart. Second place still very close between Isambard and Lloyd, and again Henry Wheeler on the charge trying to get to them, but until they change position, I don't think he'll get there. His speed is not necessarily any bit better than theirs. In fact, he was a 1/10 of a second off them again last lap, losing some time. And unlike in qualifying yesterday, where the groups were randomized and it was hard to say whether one group was more stacked than the other, and ultimately it ended up being the second group with a huge advantage in the lap charts and a number of drivers going faster. If you look at the lap times of what Malka was able to do by himself in Heat 1 for Group A, Heat 1 here for Group B is almost identical. Jones out of 42.97, his best, clocking 43 flats right now. Even Ike mentioned it, that he knew the field was going to tighten up and get closer to him on raw speed. But he's only going to be able to watch from the sidelines here to see if there's any differences of where he's got a good bit of pace over this lap of 15 corners compared to Hayden Jones, for example, until they meet in the combined pre-final. Assuming, of course, both of them obviously have a good second heat race, but winning or even finishing in the top 5, even with a bummer heat number 2, should still place you in the top 30 overall, because of course the way the heat points work, it's your finishing position. You're going for the lowest score. A 2 is 2 points, a 3 is 3 points, but the winner will get 0, so a 1 point bonus, so 1 point subtracted. And that's where, again, it comes down to qualifying as the ultimate tiebreaker, which would go the way of Malka to get the inside lane in the A pre-final. But if Hayden Jones hangs on here for the next 10 seconds and 2 laps, it should just be 2 laps to go when they get back to the line, so 2.5 laps really left in the going. He'll put the pressure on Malka to have to stay perfect in heat number 2 to fully secure that spot when he crosses the timing loop. Because if Hayden's able to double up on heats and Malka slips back 1 spot in that next heat race, then Hayden Jones would go to the pole. For now, tracking perfect. Every lap led thus far. 2 to go for the BJR LN Kart. First weekend with them. Isabard and Lloyd a second away. Rodriguez in 4th. Wheeler back in 5th. Perkins in 6th. And then a full 2.5 seconds to Mauricio Hernandez in the 7th spot.
Yeah, it's a big gap back to 7th. And the most surprising thing to me here, Xander, about these first couple heat races, heat 1 for Group A and Group B here, it's just been eerily quiet, right? You kind of, this isn't characteristic to what we're used to seeing out of the OKJ Stars divisions across multiple other series. You gotta think, right? Whenever they all meet each other, maybe in the pre-final or maybe even in the main event tomorrow on Sunday, this is gonna look, I think, a lot different whenever the trophies are on the line, whenever they're going at it for standing on the top step of the podium. Just a little uncharacteristic, but I think it also shows, right, all these drivers kind of seasoned and also just maybe missing a little something to those guys that are really able to break out, like your Hayden Joneses, like your Isaac Malkwitz in these fields. But we'll see. Again, these drivers can only learn session after session and get better session after session to look out for the drivers that have been setting the benchmark.
Coming to it with the final lap underway. Hayden Jones, perfect in his group as Isabard hangs on over Lloyd for second. Another calm one for the OKJ Stars that gets them well and going here from Charlotte Motor Speedway. Only change was all the way back in 10th. Andrew Hamel able to move up 1 late. Mauricio Hernandez slipping back. Chris Harrower and Jordan Klein able to get past him late in the going. And it brings the sessions to the end for the semi-pro divisions. Hayden Jones, top of the heap for Group B. 1.3 seconds back to Alan Isambard. Colin Lloyd 3rd, Edgar Rodriguez 4th, Wheeler, Perkins, Harrower, Klein, Hernandez, Hamill, the top 10. Anthony Lewis, then Levi Getz. Levi Getz there 15th, Cash Savage in 16th. All the drivers on the list here in the danger zone outside of that provisional top 30 with the first 2 races completed. Colin Lloyd close to Alan Isabard here at the end of it, able to give him a good bit of a run towards the line. 3rd at the end of heat number 2 here for OKJ Stars. Cameron?
In the scale line with Colin, you had good pace there for majority of the race, able to keep Alan close. Just didn't look like you quite had enough to make a move on him. Kind of talk me through how that felt.
Yeah, it feels okay. I just feel like we don't have to get there, I feel like we're just the same, and we need to be able to fight with them. I feel like if the circumstances come, we could still win the race, of course, but I want to be able to outright be able to win the race, you know. But other than that, I felt okay. There's some stuff that we have ideas for, so I think we'll be okay.
Yeah, obviously it's going to continue to get hotter. We talked a little bit to Isaac about that, of keeping the kart as free as possible. Is that what you feel like you're fighting with? Is just a little bit overstuck, or is it a different issue?
To me, it's almost the opposite. We've been lacking getting on power grip, so kind of just get on power and it's a four-wheel slide out, but we've been getting better every session, and I think we're going to be closer for the next one. So,
well, good luck. Thank you, Colin.
Thank you.
So with KA Stars all done and dusted, that concludes the opening batch of the undercard divisions. We've got a short break in the action. We return OKN Junior for their first moto, and then for OKN Stars and Pro Stars quickly to follow up before the lunch break here on Saturday. So just about 10 minutes. They'll go green at approximately 11:42 a.m. Actually, a little bit longer than that even here with KA Stars all wrapped up. So we're ready for more action when we come back. Sorry, 11:38, I believe the time scheduled for OKNJ. Here's a look at the full time list, all headed your way here for Moto number 1. OKN Stars and Pro Stars. Then you can see a small gap in the schedule for a 30-minute break. The hardworking track officials, Stars Championship Series officials, and our phenomenal production and camera crew team that are bringing you all the action this morning. And then we're back at it for the afternoon rotation. Full second round of heats, and then pre-finals from there. So that's coming your way here, folks. 10-minute break in the activities. Back at it with the direct drive, OKNJs, when we return.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Another Kart Chaser Driver Fitness episode with me, Chris G. Today, I'm going to show you how to protect those ribs in the seat. We're doing core. Exercise number 1 is the bench leg raise. Controlled all the way down, full range of motion. Make sure you pick up that tailbone off the pad. Coming down, controlling. Great for the lower abdomen area and obliques. Floor slider mountain climbers, exercise number 2. Exercise number 3, the plate-loaded decline bench sit-up. I'll see you guys on the next episode of Chris G Coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental cart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of
Yeah.
course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go, come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
like underway here. Quick start for OKNJ, and we are up and away already for heat moto number 1.
Oh.
And right off the rip there, someone just lost a chain guard off the start. So Nico Katowski away with the lead as they roll through down the bend here. 30 seconds in, puts Pettit into second. We'll try and see if we can figure out who's the driver whose chain guard just came on.
Yeah, and I'm not sure exactly whose that was. But again, not a way you want to kind of kick this one off. Katowski able to stay and keep himself out in front with Pettit right behind him, and then back to Marco Samet. Murphy running up the top 5. Everybody else slotting in the line. Trying to have a look here. Can't really pick out who exactly lost that that rear sprocket guard there. That being said, though, good start up front, and to kick off OKNJ, this has been one of the classes that we've talked about in this package, especially about racing out here. This is one of the ones that we're expecting to race pretty well. But this track, as we've talked about in length today, Xander, this has been a new beast for a lot of drivers who have even been here for the last 2 years, and just the amount of grip that's been laid down is something that we haven't seen in quite some time. That being said, these drivers on the MG Red in comparison to the MG Yellows at the OKN, the seniors run. So just that's one big difference, along with the lower rev limiter as well, that are separating the two classes, if you will, this weekend.
And yet, with a full hour and a half removed from when they were, full hour removed from when they were last on track, completely different engine package, completely different style. We still have 2 familiar faces at the forefront. And further back here, the action is all on William Vitor to the wayside there as Cameron Johnson makes the pass. Or sorry, yeah, Vitor indeed, off to the wayside. It was a bit of a change up there, equally up front. Huge deltas now, back from 6th onward. Pairs of 2, Pettit and Katowski. A little gap to Marco Samet and Tristan Murphy. A little gap to Maxwell Macha and Parker Ives. They roll to the S's. An extra bit of distance here in the motos for the Mazda Motorsports, specifically Pro Show divisions, but now officially the title partner for the Stars Championship Series across the board in 2026. Grayson Walcott there with a nice pass. That was back for the 6th position. No, that was back for 7th, sorry. That was on Cameron Johnson there. As they were across the line, he was already nosing ahead, completed him down in turn 1.
And now we'll move back for 3rd. Tristan Murphy looking to go on Marco Samet. He gets it done. So Murphy's clear, and into the 3rd spot as Pettit looks to close in here on Nico Katowski up at the front of the field. But again, just not really to keep himself within striking distance. You see the gap opening back up. And that'll be the story of it, I think. Just closing in, maybe looking to set up, and then opening up. Just this big accordion effect going on here in OKNJ. Shows you right. While this track does have a lot of high-speed sections, does have a lot of, maybe not so many braking zones, it hasn't been easy to pass here. And I think we've seen that throughout a variety of different classes this weekend, Xander.
It certainly seemed faster than in years past at the mid-corner speed. That's what's made so many moves seem to be high commitment ones, and why we've seen a couple of crossover attempts, but you won't see the crossovers, I think, in turn 14 nearly as much in the OKNJ or OKN Stars classes. This package races well here. It normally, in almost every part of the racetrack, is well within the best part of the rev range, or the power band, if you will. But that hairpin corner, if you get bogged down at all, you're really at an even torque level, whether it's at 6,000 or 5,000 RPM. So going low to defend, you're not really at the mercy of getting crossed up. And the same goes for making a pass. You can get really aggressive on the brakes there to try and send it on someone. We saw Maxwell Macha try to do that move on Marco Samet at the end of the backstretch. If he was a tick closer, he could have really sent a diver there in 14, but he was not. And now we'll get the halfway signal. And look at this, how big the gap has become for Nico Katowski back to Travis Pettit. It is huge in the differential for him. It's up to 8/10 back to Pettit. Lap time-wise, Parker Ives is almost as quick on the charts as Katowski, and he is starting to really roll back there in the 7th spot. So Mancha, you can see working his way towards the back of Samet.
Yeah, and here goes Murphy looking on Pettit, inside, clear in turn number 10 and 11 to get himself through for the 2nd spot. And Pettit just kind of losing time here, losing touch. You saw lap after lap with Katowski, and then just getting drawn right back in with Tristan Murphy. And that's just a lot of time to lose in about 2 laps for Travis Pettit. You got to think, right? We've talked a lot about the management of these OKNJs. The reads is one of the biggest things that a lot of teams, a lot of mechanics are kind of on top of session after session. If your reads are cracked going into a race, it's not going to perform the same for 2 sessions. Almost every single session, having to go, having to look, having to maintain it, having to be on top of the package. And you're seeing a lot of that, right? And the same thing for these drivers. They have to be really disciplined on the pedals, kind of looking trackside. This is one of those places where you see, drivers can't really, I think in this package specifically, you can't just mash the gas like you do on in anything else. You have to wait for it to kind of catch the power band and go. And that's what's going to separate, I think, some of these drivers. We talk about, growing and learning, but adjusting is a big thing than running a regular IAME X30 in comparison to this. Having to make that adjustment and having to adjust well to it is, I think, most important this weekend.
And it's a long championship, so even if you only log laps this weekend and end up still taking it as a learning weekend, taking it as a development weekend, maybe not feeling like you're super comfortable in the package or at it at a level that you would have been in a class that you're more familiar with, you've still got the other 3 rounds of the championship to outpunch this weekend's score. But if you're able to capitalize like Maxwell Mancha is right now, closing in on Travis Pettit, the KA Junior champ, and a driver who's run at the forefront of OKNJ and snag a 3rd here in Moto 1, that'll be nice. There's also less points up for grabs by them not having a pre-final. So you really only have 3 sessions that pay, and equal to that as well, the main event is 4x what the moto results are. You can have a bad moto. These are still truly lengthy practice sessions that don't penalize you all that much for whether it's having a mechanical issue, a crash, or just being a bit off pace. You could probably get more aggressive in the OKNJ, OKN Stars, and Pro Stars classes in these heat races, or in the case of them motos, than you can probably in any other division comparatively, especially in OKNJ right here at round number 1 with the numbers, right? 12 deep in the class, you go back, you're way off on pace, all right, you lose 4 spots. It's nothing like what we just witnessed at KA Stars, where you're at risk of going into the B pre-final tomorrow morning. And we're seeing the full display right now, the difference in speed, those who have figured it out, those who have not. Maxwell's figured out a way to get all the way up to the inside and make that pass, and there, right on display, wow. Even with an over-under attempt by Travis Pettit, both drivers outside the rev range in that only corner really that's slow enough to really bog these motors down. In KA Junior, Pettit would have already been back up to 3rd. But right there you saw neither one really had a good exit, and if anything, Mancha might have one more tooth stacked on, because you saw instantly once he got to the RPM window where this motor really creates the most power, he just rocketed back away.
And I was going to ask, right, do you think that was a gear difference in between Pettit and in between Mancha? And I really think you answered it there, right? It just shows you, I think, how important, that is, picking the right gear, picking the right amount of teeth to stack up. You're seeing Samet looking to hold on to it around the outside. Not Chawadi able to make it, and Parker Ives looked like he had a move. He did. Wow, Parker Ives catching Samet by surprise. And while Ives has been, I think, the 2nd fastest on the racetrack, it just hasn't been easy for him to get up there.
No, he struggled, right? He had the mechanical at the end of the day yesterday after qualifying in 5th, and then this was a struggle of a start for the 148. So he's been making up for lost time, but to be essentially on the rolling average 2nd best is something, again, to take into Moto 2, to take a bit of confidence, and then knowing, like I said, that this is only a 50 points paying to win session compared to the main event tomorrow being a 200 point paying to win session. Take it as it comes. Don't let it take you down too much. Yes, in a class like this here, if the If it were just a 12-driver grid across the board like the Masters KZ and Masters Super KZ divisions, you can't afford to give up a single spot because there's not going to be the chance of a bad day for someone else. But the OKNJ category has blossomed up to 20 plus at various events on the year. It's been a busy springtime start to 2026, and that may have played a factor of being a little bit lighter here at the Queen City Gambit, but still, it's all good, even if Ives is only able to get back to 5th or 6th here at the drop of the checkers in Moto number 1, because it's only going to be a couple of markers difference than if he would have had a good start and drove all the way up to 3rd or 2nd place. As long as he's going to have a 2nd place or better speed-wise go-kart for the main event on Sunday, that's what's going to make the big impact. As for Nico Katowski, on the other hand, in that same thought process, this is good, but manage those tires. Have something for Moto 2. You know, with this being almost double of what every other session has been to this point on the weekend, that everyone else on the racetrack, like yourself, are going to get a lot of intel, a lot of data, and a lot more knowledge of where they need to be for Moto number 2. So don't wear out these MG tires too much right now. You've got a 3-second delta back to Tristan Murphy. You're going to be fine here with 2 laps to go. No need to push the envelope any bit more than you need to. If you can get a spot, like Maxwell Macha thinks he can, keep pushing, but otherwise just hold station. Tristan Murphy here, whatever happened in the last lap and a half, he has certainly watched that gap behind evaporate. Car length separates the two.
Yeah, there's just massive swings in it, right? You kind of see some drivers really fast at the beginning, like we saw out of Pettit, maybe a couple of others, and then others just kind of finding their own throughout the latter half of this first moto. And you're seeing that out of Macha, just starting to pick it up, starting to find time, while Murphy was the opposite, right? He was fast at the beginning, not seeing that really out of him here on the latter half, where he's falling under fire to rookie Maxwell Macho. Continues to close in, less than a car length, half a car length, if you will, as they work their way up the hill into turn number 10. What do you have if you're Maxwell Macho on the Parolin?
The last turn worked for you on Pettit, but he did not get the best exit out of the S's. The leader's headed to the line to close this one out. Maxwell won't be close enough to Murphy to get there, and we'll go to the line. It is Nico Katowski by a mile in OKNJ's opening moto. Murphy, Macha, Pettit, Liam Nachawati rounding the top 5 off. Ahead of Parker Ives, who was getting close there late in the session, but comes up 7-10 shy. Marco Samet, Cameron Johnson 7th and 8th, then William Vitor, Grayson Walcott there. They just crossed the line along with Achilles Saperco and Lawrence Perriman. Nico Katowski's perfect Saturday morning continues with an OKNJ Moto win. He has now won at both of his races today. He qualified pole in both classes. This one an even bigger margin than K Jr. earlier in the morning, just shy of 3 seconds to Tristan Murphy. We thought of KA Stars, and every once in a while OKNJ will throw some curveballs at us, Caleb. It has been a very mellow start to the Queen City Gambit here in the opening batch of races.
Kind of surprising, and I don't want to get comfortable. I think almost a little bit too quiet. Maybe what we're used to, maybe too quiet, too good to be true, if you will. But they're, I don't know. You know, we talk about the progression of the weekend. I think a lot of drivers have a lot to figure out as this one goes on. Maybe more to find, maybe more to fix. Going back to the drawing board. There's just, you know, there's a couple of names out there that are already sticking out, that are becoming the benchmarks of these fields. And for them, it's just staying up there. For everybody else, is what do you need to do to catch up? And I think that's what's in question for a lot of them. Maybe that's what's in question for Tristan Murphy. Cameron Reed is standing by with him.
Yeah, we'll give Tristan a second here to roll his cart up. Tristan, you fell back a little bit on that first lap, but ultimately able to come back up through the field. Kind of talk me through that session.
I was just trying to stay in front and keep my tires away from the arrow. Yeah, I fell back in the beginning off a bad start. My tires weren't in completely start, so I just kept it strong.
Gotcha, and obviously Nico was super quick out there, able to win by a good margin. What are you kind of missing, and what do you need to be there in the next heat?
I think I need to be pushing a lot harder for a lot longer. After like my tires stay strong in the beginning, then I can stay fast throughout the rest of the session.
There you guys have it. Good job, Tristan, and good luck for the rest of the day.
So OKNJ to a close. 2 more races here before the lunch break hits us here for a quick break in the action. OKN Stars on the grid and ready for Moto number 1. Pro Stars ready to go right after him here from Charlotte.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Welcome back to the Charlotte Motor Speedway as we get ready to go racing the second of the 3 classes in the Mazda Motorsports Pro Show, or I should say the Stars Championship Series Pro Show. The OKN Stars getting ready to go green after yesterday's qualifying session saw Paulie Massimino, 2024 champion in the division, getting ready to lead this field to green with Diego Ramos starting alongside him on row number 1.
Max Christea, the rookie, on the inside of row 2 for his OKN Stars debut. Davin Roberts on the outside, and then fellow rookie back in 5th, John Antonino. Here we go for OKN Stars. Moto 1 is green. Oh no! Contact off the start. Massimino bogged down into the side of Ramos, and Davin Roberts, he paid the ultimate price. It is Max Christea with the lead. Eric Doan is second. And how about Mario? Marin Kremers up to 3rd.
Yeah, no pad for Kremers to get himself up to 3rd. Everybody else on a line further back. Gasket Lee now going side by side there with Corelli, it looked like. And indeed, Corelli still on the outside of CGL. Gasket Lee able to hold on the inside out of turn 11. He's able to hold on.
What a wild start here to OKN Stars, and we'll certainly be taking a lot of looks at that as Antonino goes at Kremers. And no dice for the rookie down in turn number 1 on the former KZ World Champ, multi-time Pro Shifter US Champ. Phenomenal start though for Eric Doan from way back. Now up and pressuring Max Christea. That is 3 rookies in your top 4, and then next up is the reigning champ, the 1 plate, Blake Nash there in the blue machine. He's 5th off the start. Ramos, I don't know how he ended up all the way back to 6th by the time he got done with that first sector off the contact with Paulie, but ahead of him here's an opportunity. Antonino finally getting by Kremers. We'll stack them up, put 2 laps in the books. Let's look at this start again.
Yeah, here we go. Paulie's down low on the inside, and I think Ramos got a good run on the outside and just gets up on top of Paulie's front right.
They just both misjudged it. Ramos crowds him a little, but then look how much it rips the wheel out of Paulie's hands. That was violent. And then, of course, Davin Roberts just following Diego. Diego was already mostly by Paulie, so he escapes out of it. Roberts went way back, and Davin is all the way back in 14th here as Diego makes a spot up there on his former teammate in Marin Kremers. And look at Blake Nash. First time to Charlotte Motor Speedway for the Californian. He is looking good right now, closing in on Antonino. Fastest on the circuit, though, is the PSL Karting Bureau Lard of Eric Doan. We heard some tires locking up down in turn number 1. I don't know if anyone else got tripped up there. There was another incident they were taking a look at from the first few laps here. But calm and steady up front here for your top 2 so far. Chris Dea maintaining the gap back to Eric Doan, just enough to kind of keep him away. And I'm curious as well what Cameron will be able to get out of our OKN Stars drivers post-session here, because this class, with how quick they're able to get through some of the mid-range corners on this racetrack, like the back-to-back triple chicanes, if you will, turns 2 through 4, turns 5 through 7. I'm sure it's going to be tough to follow someone, and Caleb, you made the point as well during the ad break at the end of the backstretch as well. That high-speed corner, being able to follow right on someone's heels is what sets up the passing opportunity at turn number 10. So in one of the faster classes, needing to be able to be right in the tire tracks and take advantage of the slipstream window that you have is vital. And look at this picture right here. Paulie Massimino challenging Austin Olds. These two were fighting for the lead in last year's main event. And now Paulie Massimino is fighting him for the 8th spot. And look at the steering wheel on the number 40 as well, the 2024 champ. How off-center that thing is. That is a heavily bent right front tie rod, I'd have to guess, potentially the steering column too. So he's having probably a 30-degree difference of what it is to hold the wheel, or to keep the go-kart pointed straight. And that is going to be a huge, huge impact to the handling of the machine, especially on a circuit like this one where you're really putting the chassis under high load more times than not.
Yeah, it kind of looks like that steering wheel is pointed a little bit left there for Paulie. As we look back up front, Blake Nash looking to make a move on John Antonino. He gets it. Here comes Ramos now, looking to follow as well. On the inside, side by side, Ramos muscles his way by there on Blake. And Antonino looks to go back. The battle for third heating up here, but Diego gets himself up there. Antonino was really the biggest loser, if you will. Fell back behind both of them. As now Kremers gets brought right back in, and Lorenko also impressive run to start this one off. Aiden Lorenko's up to 7 in the 29.
Yeah, so much movement here in the field. Victor De Alencar is up 6 spots from 16th to 10th. Austin Olds was up a couple. He's still up a net of 1 even after letting Massimino get on by, but Lorenko's up 2. Kremers is up 2. The top 2 are still long gone from your field right now. Now they're more than 2 seconds away here in Moto 1. Max Christea, Eric Doan, Young Bucks leading the way here in one of the 2 headliner divisions at the Stars Championship Series presented by Mazda Motorsports. Last year's 3rd place and 1st place in the standings, well away from the 2 kids out in front. Even with Ramos moving back forward, I wonder equally if the contact bent the rear axle on the PSL Bureau Lard. We don't see a whole lot of vibration from our side on his machine, but he got airborne, and even a slightly bent axle will certainly affect the handling for him. Lap time wise, that time for Diego, first lap fully clear and away from Nash, was still only matching the pace of his PSL teammate Eric Doan up the road in 2nd, and it was still about 0.8 off the pace, or 0.08 off the pace of the race leader, Max Christea.
Yeah, Blake Nash having a look at him here as he's going by that front bumper. Just kind of slightly pushed in for him as he's going here. Really doubt you have a pushback, but again, you can see the damage on the front end of that Nash Motorsports machine. That being said, though, these rookies, they've been impressive, right? We talk about new years, we talk about, new drivers coming into the mix. What Eric Doan and Max Christea are doing to start this one off is really impressive. Just being up there, being patient with each other, and able to be ahead of just some of the most seasoned drivers in 125cc racing in North America, and really the world, right? We talk about Marin Kremers here, but this is, again, impressive what Doan and Crissay are doing, just looking to prove themselves in this field. And I think that's exactly what the OKN package has allowed the two of them to do.
Thinking of the experience either one's had on it, right? Eric Doan hadn't even really driven the package hardly at all over his career. Of course, Max Tristea is pretty much in the same boat, and yet they have made this session look like they've been driving the OKN senior division for years. Now the gap between them has opened up a little bit, but we still do have a long ways to go, right? 4 minutes plus 2 laps. That's an eternity here at this racetrack in terms of laps, because you really don't have a lot of time to breathe. You're almost always turning the steering wheel one way or another at this circuit. The backstretch has a slight bend in it. On the front straightaway, you're kind of moving from one side of the track to the other, because you'll come out of turn 14 here on the left. You'll hit the kink at turn 15. And then that swings you out to center track, and then you got to set back up for turn number 1. You don't really have a lot of time to catch your breath, and you're working the tires tremendously over a full lap here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. So the added distance, this will be the next test here, and not so much I think that they would fall off enough to allow third or fourth to close the margin, but I think it would be potentially enough for a good read of whether or not the long run pace for them in Moto number 2 is going to be still good, or if they're going to need to go to work here during the lunch break, because you can't always account on turn 1 chaos in this class, but we certainly got it, and maybe we did jinx it, Caleb, talking about how calm today has been to have a turn 1 incident. There have been a few races that we had gotten through turns 1 and 2 cleanly, and I guess our luck had run out on that front. And now, long run pace here, getting put to the test. The leaders are certainly fading. 3/10 off Max Cristea from his best. More importantly, 3/10 off of what Diego Ramos just clocked in. I still don't know. It'd be a long shot for them to even get to the back bumper of Doan with a 2-second delta, but Diego Ramos and Blake Nash over this lengthy moto are certainly closing the gap up to first and second. 2 or 3/10 a lap. Let's see what this lap is. Doan looked like he even was starting to close a little bit back to Cristea. If they battle, that'll really bring these two into the mix. 2 minutes still to go, plus 2 more laps on top of that.
Yeah, there's a lot of time still left here on the board. 2 minutes plus 2 laps, like you mentioned. And just to talk a little bit further about these rookies, right? You talk about Eric Doan. To start off this year, we've seen a lot of him out in California. One driver off in the wall there and one into the pits.
Rohan Pizer, the one on the Gisolo technology cart. That's right off the fastest part of the racetrack at the end of the back straightaway.
Weird spot for sure. Like I was saying about these rookies here, the 43 of Eric Doan, again, already has a win to his name at 125cc. The field wasn't that big out in California, but he's been kind of making his name known here in the senior ranks. And for Max Cristea as well, he's been over in Europe, raced over at the WSK promotion. And again, after speaking with Braden Eaves a little bit throughout the weekend, he said he's seen the difference out of this kid, right? Driving in bigger fields, moving up to senior, and just kind of getting that little bit of experience and coming back level-headed. And even speaking to Max this morning, right, he's very level-headed. And I asked him, I was like, look, you're racing against senior drivers now. You know, does that phase you a little bit at all? Like, how does that feel driving against, drivers that you've watched being in junior? He says, look, man, I just want to go out there and win. I don't really care about who I'm racing, who I'm going against. I came here to do a job, and that's to win. And I think he's doing just that, right? 40 seconds to go, and this kid is really poised. That's all I've gotten from him as I've spoken to him throughout the weekend, and as I'm watching him drive right now. Yes, maybe 2/10. Diego Ramos is better. Maybe a 10th right now, but unfazed and isn't nervous, isn't looking over the shoulder. You don't see him with his head on a swivel, and I think that speaks volumes if you're a guy like Chase Jones and seeing one of your young drivers go out there and perform like this.
And while it looked like for a moment they were in danger, he has picked the pace back up. You saw him over the last 2 laps here, while he's been focusing on the top 2, pull the gap back out over Doan, and he has continued. They're going to still have another lap after this one to get to the end of the clock. So 3 laps to go here for Cristea. The gap is marginally coming down, or it was. He just got back down to a 40.43. And Ramos and Nash, they were tracking really good, and then 2 laps to go, the speed started to fade a little bit. They hit a 40.6, and I wonder if the track started to get a little bit dirty. You can see how crazy the buildup is offline, especially at the end of the backstretch, the fastest corner on the circuit, having so many marbles offline. And you can see it in turn 14 as well, as now they go at it. Nash, that was a hefty send for third. And Ramos and him with 2 to go are going to allow Antonino to close up. And this battle for third is going to go down to the wire. That was so far back we didn't even anticipate it at all. And I doubt Ramos did either. But Blake Nash does not want to give up any points here. Last year and the year before, the championship came down all the way to the wire in the main event at the night fight. Still, again, we mentioned it's 4x the total in the main, but you need every point you can gather here. A 2 or 3 point difference. It was a tie in 24 for Ramos to Massimino, with Massimino on the tiebreaker snag at the championship. So this could decide the season, as crazy as it sounds, right here on the final lap of the first moto of the year. Battling. Lap number 18 now in the books. Ramos, Nash, Antonino all together.
Yeah, these races are long. A lot of laps being put down on these MGLs, and you got to think, right, when they start the second moto, how much are you going to save up this battling? Maybe not going to help them. But only 2 motos likely for them, and then a new set coming in the main event. Blake Nash, what do you got? Last corner into the back of Ramos, and Antonino able to set up the over-under and in a 4th.
Meanwhile, out front, Max Cristea will head to the win. He'll score the Moto 1 victory to Doan, to Ramos. Nash is spinning across the line. Blake Nash, foot to the floor, just barely gets across the timing loop in time. Wow. Welcome to the new year for the number 1 plate. No further action on the incident under review previously. I don't know if that may have been referring to the one there. Equally, Max Cristea, top of the board in Moto 1. Rookies go 1, 2, 4 back to John Antonino. Blake Nash, Marin Kremers, Paulie Massimino recovers to 7th and only there with a heavily bent front end. Aiden Lorenko, Davin Roberts rebounds to 9th, and then Austin Olds, your top 10. And a bummer run for one of the perennial front runners in the division on his sophomore season. Chase Cassiett Lee just inside the top 15. His teammate Wrigley Keys back in 16th. A whole lot of storylines unfolding, and Blake Nash, a 5th place result, will be the highest result for any driver to go back into the scales, either on the recovery truck or under his own power after. Look at this. Here with our shopakr.com replay. Hanging tough on the outside. Antonino may or may not have known that he was still there. And talk about just evading the tire pack by about a couple of inches. Look how close he gets.
Yeah.
Oh, right there.
Smart out of Blake as well to just get out of the way there.
Yeah, as soon as he realized he made it across the loop, he started letting it back up and roll back to the inside. Well, a bit of a wild way to kick off the championship defense for Blake Nash. Riding the recovery truck in, still with a 5th place result and a 1st place result on debut. Max Cristea, Moto 1 winner here in OKN Stars over Eric Doan and company. Well, as you can see, through the scale line for your Moto 1 winner, Max Cristea, the rookie, top of the heap here in OKN Stars over Eric Doan and the 3-plate of Diego Ramos. Cameron Reed is standing by with our Moto 1 winner.
Max, it's your debut weekend here in OKN Senior, and obviously able to get that first Moto win. Crazy start, too. Kind of talk me through that start.
So I was behind Paulie, and I got gapped off to start a little bit, and then I just saw Ramos send it around the outside. And Paulie had nowhere to go, so they just went together. I feel bad for them, but it is what it is. Then after that, I just put my head forward and just locked in. Decided to go forward, just don't look back, and try to put quali laps in every lap.
Yeah, fresh back from Europe, and Braden mentioned yesterday he can see a difference in your driving. Talk to us about that and how it's been coming back to the States, how racing in Europe has helped you.
So racing in Europe is way harder. Everyone's like perfect there. Everyone is at the track every day. In 7 weeks, I had 6 days off. On Sunday, finished the race. On Monday, already practicing again. It's just everyone there is so good because they practice every day. They're on the track every day. And they just have the seat time. And they know what they want from the go-kart. And the racing there is amazing.
Well, you were able to show some of that European drive over here, able to win by a nice solid margin. How are you feeling going into Moto 2?
I'm feeling good. I saw the pace is there. Just have to see how Paulie is with the pace because I didn't see this heat because he was behind me. So just have to see in that heat.
Well, thank you so much, Max, and good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
And from one pro division to the next, OKN Stars in the books. Pro Stars out on the circuit here to wrap up the morning's on-track activities. The Magic Man has been on a cold streak, and it's crazy to say that because the last time we saw him in Stars competition, he won at the night fight. But the 2-plate for him, just coming up shy of the championship to the driver that lines up alongside him, and they have lined up alongside each other many times over the years. Mateus Morgado sporting the red at number 1 in his new Velocity Racing Sodi. He was quick in warm-up today, but the Magic Man had them all by over a 10th in qualifying. AJ Myers, Mateus Morgado, the Pro Stars field is ready for Moto number 1, and the lights are out. We're green from Charlotte. And Mateus Morgado right across the bow off the start of the moto. Closes the door, slams shut on the Magic Kart. The rest of the field trying to scatter and get through the first 2 sectors of the racetrack and onto the back straightaway. It's a huge lead for the Velocity Sodi. Great start as well for Jay Irwin. He's up to 3rd, Renan in 4th as they jump over the bump coming out of turn at number 8. And we get a second here to get our bearings. It is Morgado, Myers, Irwin, Renadin, and a big gap. It looked like Saraceno had slipped up into 5th here. First lap in the books.
If you want to set the tone for the weekend, that's a way to do it if you're Mateus Morgado. Going down, just able to kind of make your presence known there to AJ Myers, knowing that you're going to make it stick. But here goes AJ into the chicane. Myers looking to catch Morgado by surprise. Here goes Irwin as Mateus looks to get him back. Jay's off the racetrack. Here comes Reddington with AJ around the high side.
Oh, that was a big run for AJ. Can he close the door? Yes, AJ Myers back to the lead with a big power move on the end of the backstretch. And now Reddington pressuring his teammate right for second here. Those two were in lockstep in qualifying. Little smoke billowing out off the back of one of them as Irwin now fades away a little. Vincenzo closes in.
I tell you what, they've, Mateus and Adrian, they've really played really nice with each other for the entirety of the year as they've been teammates. But again, they really just haven't met each other on the racetrack yet here this year in 2026. As it looks like, I think the smoke that was coming out, that could be out of the back of Renan there, Xander.
Yeah, the 3-plate.
It was a couple corners consistently for Renan.
There's so many things going on right behind the driver where you have, of course, the clutch oil that could be coming out here a little bit as Renan sends it for second on Morgado.
Oh, it's Morgado, I think.
Maybe something's amiss here on the 1-plate. Could be a number of factors as well. Could also be a fresh pipe on the back of the Velocity Sodi in 3rd now. So a lengthy race for OKN Stars got us a bit of a look at the long run pace, and it seemed like 3rd and 4th had the chance to drive forward. Adrian Reddington, similar spot he was in at the first American start for him of the year in the main in Arizona, where he had to drive through the pack to get up to second. In that one, Morgado was long gone. Let's see how Morgado's start was here. Great launch for Irwin, and Morgado, he was pointed straight across diagonally to the apex.
Wow.
Look at this. The moment he launches.
Even before that, already turning the steering wheel left and just goes right to the bottom.
And AJ was still there. I think he was hoping that the dirty side of the racetrack going into one was going to be a bigger detriment for Myers. And more importantly now, while they've had a lap to even things back out, AJ Myers has already stretched the gap out and has begun to pull away from that trio through fourth. And that's probably what he was worried about. He knew how fast AJ was in qualifying yesterday. He did not want to give him a chance to get away early and do what he's doing right now. Break away from the field. He'll put another couple tenths on him just in that lap alone. 40.21 for Myers, a 4 for Renedin, a high 4 for Morgado, a low 3 for Irwin, which is a huge step forward for the PSL karting crew. They were nearly half a second off in qualifying yesterday, Caleb. That was far from natural form for the boys in red.
Yeah, I spoke to Jay Irwin a little bit as well this morning and just kind of talking to him, seeing what they were missing. Jay said that they were just really missing that rear stability, and that's been one of the topics that we've talked about for a good bit. That isn't going to help, obviously, as Jay drove off the racetrack. But that being said, rear stability's been, I think, one of the biggest topics with the Burrell Arts in the last 2 weekends. We heard it over at Trackhouse Motorplex when I spoke to Gavin Bailiff a little bit, and I'm hearing a lot from Jay as well this weekend, saying he just couldn't get the rear planted and couldn't really find grip out of some of these corners.
That was one of the only moves around the outside. One of the only ones that instantly comes to memory from all the sessions we've run so far today was Tim Hannon, the only other gearbox class that ran. But AJ Myers saw the opportunity, figured there was the slip up that he could take advantage of, and he just straight up ripped back the gearbox, opened the throttle, and went to the second lane. And since then, he has not given a single inch. Another 40.2 for Myers, only driver in that 10th bracket right now. The margin is up to 1.1 seconds, roughly, back to Adrian Renedin and Mateus Morgado, as Jay Irwin bearing down on him once again. As you mentioned, Irwin kind of dropped a tire going onto the back straight, but now he's really close. And Morgado checking over his shoulder knows that he's under pressure. So talking with Jay Irwin and his dad earlier this weekend as things were setting up, you know, he got his first American win at this venue 2 years ago. They love shifter racing at this place because you can pull off some phenomenal moves like that one. Up to third for the New Zealander.
Yeah, not bad there for Jay Irwin. Mateus Morgado's around, and I think that engine sees there, Xander.
Look how loose the carburetor is. I think that motor just blew the rod straight through the front of the engine. Mateus Morgado out of Moto 1 with a mechanical failure right as he was going up through the gears onto the front straightaway, and he is frustrated already walking away from the go-kart. The number 1 plate. A rough start to his title defense here in Pro Stars. AJ Myers now to Renedin, to Irwin, and Vincenzo Saraceno will inherit 4th. How about Cooper Becklin as well on the Nelliton Race Concepts entry? He'll move into the top 5, and Irwin gets a free spot there, albeit he had to fight to get past Morgado, but now he's got no pressure out back. A huge gap to Saraceno, his teammate, and he can focus fully on trying to maintain the gap to Renedin, who has already started to make a little bit of inroads to Myers. AJ Myers, in the last couple of years, has been better in the motos here at Charlotte Motor Speedway than he has been in the mains. In both back-to-back years, ended on the box, but not with the checkered flag in hand. Could he back up the long drought that he had all the way till the night fight last season, with his first Stars event at 26 with a main event win? Right now, he looks to be in conservation mode a little bit with the gap that he's had, trying to maintain back to Renedin. And Adrian slowed up a little bit last lap. He might be thinking the same. There's still a lot of life left in this moto, but if they're trying to save up for Moto 2, knowing that Morgado now is going to have a tire advantage and still get to start on the front row, that might be on their mind.
And being on the fence lines over the last 2 shifter races or shifter weekends that we've had over at the United States Pro Kart Series and over at the SCUSA Pro Tour, watching these guys go at it, here's a close-up look down with Mateus Morgado. Just don't really see much nothing with a pipe.
It
The
would have been
carb
through
was
the
obviously
front side of
loose,
the
so-
motor there.
Yeah.
And again, they had to drag it off the racetrack. But yeah, off to the
Engine
side of the
failure
circuit.
for sure.
Mateus Morgado will get credit with a 13th place DNF in Moto 1 for Pro Stars. Meanwhile, Jay Irwin continues to hunt Adrian Renadin. Both of them tracking a little bit closer to AJ Myers. For 25 laps last Sunday, Jay Irwin threw everything he had at Adrian Renadin, and he just couldn't make the move stick. Now, start of a new weekend, and he's in the exact same position, trying to find a way past the Frenchman who put on a masterclass of defense for the last weekend's win. And again, a great look here from the sidelines. The reigning champ watching the first race session of the new year with a helmet on, but going 0 miles an hour. 2.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. The fight for second is almost here. The leader is still well within sights as well if they can make some more progress. Last lap, the advantage went back to AJ. This lap, back to Renadin. By 2 full tenths, he closes up.
Yeah, if you do the math, 13 laps into this moto, 25 laps last weekend, 38 laps, the count for Jay Irwin, where he's just out of view behind Adrian Renadin in that Sodi machine. Just, again, not able to work his way by. The state of North Carolina for Jay Irwin hasn't been all too nice in the last 2 weekends. He's going to look to go by. But, again, going back to the point on tires in conservation mode with Adrian Renadin and AJ Myers, kind of over the last 2 shifter race weekends that we've had, watching those 2 guys, specifically Adrian Renadin and AJ Myers, they've been, I would say, 2 of the best in the shifter field so far this year at tire conservation throughout the early stages of a race weekend. I saw it out in Tucson, Arizona. I saw it last weekend out of Adrian Renadin, and they're really good about saving up a good bit of equipment, which is why you're seeing kind of this gap. I would say yo-yo a little bit, maybe close in a little bit more between Myers and Renadin, where they know. I mean, they're very, very seasoned, very experienced in gearbox racing action, and they're thinking about the big picture here, right? Learning lap after lap, session after session, how can you improve it, and learning about these tires as well on a surface that hasn't been easy and hasn't been kind to these drivers specifically, I'd say here, Xander.
Well, and Jay Irwin, it wasn't until really that main event last week that he got a chance to see how his car was going to handle in traffic, similar in pace. Now he's getting a much earlier in the weekend read on that, being right in the tire tracks of Adrian. And both of them are continuing to close the gap up to AJ. I don't know if this was perfectly to plan for Myers, because you can now fit all 3 of them in frame here when you're zoomed out a little bit. The gap less than 7/10 of a second. They will get back to the line before this timer hits 0, which means this will be 3 laps to go. So this moto, while they strung out early and Myers pulled away, he's going to need to find a little more speed to build the gap back up, because that was another couple hundredths in the direction of second place. From point just shy of 7/10 down to 6.5. And you can see it, I think, in the times as well. AJ is trying to dig a little bit more now. Renadin continuing to close, but look how smooth his hands are with the white gloves. You can really see how busy or not busy Adrian is behind the wheel. And while he is lap time wise closing in, he's doing everything he can to keep the front end of that go-kart from having the tires pointed any direction but straight. To the line now, 2 to go, still a comfy gap if you've got the pace evened out, but that was another 10.5 blow for Myers.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's going to be close as this one comes to an end. Adrian's really got to continue to find something. He closes in here into the chicane, turn number 6, out of turn number 7 now.
He let it go to the runoff. He's pushing a little bit now. He might have been conserving in the middle, but I don't think he's letting off just yet. If there's a chance to score points here, it's a 5-point swing from first to second. From there on, it gets down to 2 and 3-point margins pretty quickly. But 45 versus 50 points when the reigning champ is going to get a really low score for Moto 1, it could be worth it. But that lap went back the way of AJ. Back up to nearly a full 6/10 of a second here in the final lap for Pro Stars. Myers' lead to Renadin. Still healthy to the backstretch for the final time.
Yeah, this is good. This latter half of the race has been perfect for AJ Myers. Renadin push, but just not enough in this one. And you see him start to just let off a little bit. AJ, he's been good. so far in Moto 1. Has to do it again, though, in Moto 2 if you want to start on the pole tomorrow out of the last 2 corners.
That'll do it. AJ Myers wins out in Moto 1 for Pro Stars. Renan in second, Irwin third, Vincenzo Saraceno fourth, and Cooper Becklin will score a fifth here in the first session of the weekend with them all together. CJ Bowman sixth, Ashton Hankel, Dominic Karai, Sebastian Rist, and Paulie Hart ninth and 10th. Still, though, a lot to unpack, and back-to-back races in completely different fashions, Caleb. The number 1 plate will ride the recovery vehicle to the scale line. In this case, it's off the back of a last-place result and an engine failure for Matheus Morgado and Velocity Racing Sodi. Not ideal by any means.
No, not at all. And again, for Matheus Morgado coming into the day, we saw him this morning down in the hotel lobby. Just didn't look like himself, didn't feel like himself out in the warm-up session.
And then you have something like that happen to
Yeah,
you.
just can't catch a break for the number 1 plate here this weekend. But AJ Myers finally catching one, right? We talked about the struggle start of the year this year and finally getting a pole position and getting a win here. Has to stay on top of it, though. But a lot of storylines to close off Moto number 1 before we head into lunch break. And a lot to figure out for that Sani power plant and Velocity Racing Sodi before they go racing later on today for Moto number 2. We'll see. We shall see what Matheus, and I'm sure with his points finish with the points average, I think it leaves us for an exciting main event tomorrow.
We'll get another look at them all here before the day comes to a close here at America's Home for Racing. We're back with on-track action in the infield of turn number 3 at the top of the hour, 12:58 p.m. Eastern time, with K Masters to go back to the top of the lineup for heat number 2. The pro divisions will have their second round of motos. Then there'll be a batch of A pre-finals for the undercard classes to close out the day with KA Stars. For now, though, the lunch break's on tap, and in terms of Pro Stars and the breakdown from it, it was exactly an extra 11 laps they all had to run. 19 laps in total was the distance on that opening moto. Morgado only able to get 8, 14, 15 fractions, 14 corners. He made it all the way there before spinning right before the finish line. So truly almost 9 laps there, but half the distance. And if the tire dag, the heat is as much as we anticipate it to be in the afternoon, it might help catapult the 1 plate to at least make up some points in the championship. But again, 50 points given up right there to AJ Myers. He'll still get a handful, of course, for the 13th place result. Let's go down to here, though, from his teammate Adrian Renan. Close but no cigar, P2 in Moto 1. Cameron?
Adrian, really solid drive there. It looked like you were maybe missing a little bit in the beginning, but had a strong drive back towards the end of that race. Was that intentional?
Yeah, the pace was way better than the yesterday that we practiced. Still managed to find a bit to catch AJ, but I think we will arrive to make it from tomorrow.
So feeling good going into this next moto today, or you think you still need a little bit more?
Yeah, feeling good, but no, with this slippery track, the tire will get used. So it's a bit, you don't know what happened in the heat too, but we will make our best to stay in front for the final and to win the final.
And how is the track out there? We've heard a little bit of mixed results, like it might be getting a little grippy, but also a little greasy at the same time. How does your kart feel?
Yeah, for us it's sliding a lot, but now in the heat begin to have some patch of rubber, but you're still sliding, arriving on it, so you slide and then up you have grip. So we have to manage this now, but it's for everybody the same.
Well, congratulations, great drive, and good luck in Moto 2 today.
Thank you.
So post-session tech underway, and yeah, for the cooler temps of the morning, we've heated the surface up, got the air temps rising, Caleb, but everyone still feels like they are slipping and sliding out there.
All the best drivers kind of give the same answer to close it off, right? It's the same for everybody, and you see those drivers and those benchmarks come about this weekend when, you know, somebody in that group figures it out, when they're able to kind of manage, like he said, right, just a little slippy at the beginning, then you kind of grip up, It's something to see. Look, Jay told me he was struggling a lot with that. AJ seems like he's been good. It's just a lot, but look, Sodi's definitely been there. They've been, I think, the benchmark so far in 2026. AJ's getting himself up there, but for a guy like Adrian Reneden, looks confident, looks poised, and I think I got that out of the interview, right? Seems confident going into Moto 2, conserving a little bit, maybe not showing everything yet.
We'll have to see what he's got left in store for us in Moto 2 when they take to the circuit later. For us, short break in the action, folks. We're back at 12:58 with KA Masters for Heat 2.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now, this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
Welcome back. Just under 30 minutes removed from the lunch break, and we're right back into it. Heat race number 2 from America's home for racing at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. The Stars Championship Series Queen City Gambit getting ready to kick off. Second round of heat races with Anthony Stifler getting ready to start on the inside with Heat 1 race winner John Bonanno on the outside. Into the tram lines they go for the second time today in racing action. Green flag is out, and 2 for 2 for John Bonanno, who takes the lead.
All good on the opening lap once again for KA Masters. They survive the first sector. They'll get into single file formation as they go to the backstretch for the first time. Under pressure is Byron Daly for second, but overall single file through the whole field.
Yeah, everybody bumper to bumper, nose to tail as this one goes on. Caligaro looking for a move. Looked like he was able to get it as they're still side by side for the back. Montopoli just right behind that pass that was made there out of Caligaro and a couple of others. But that's it. A couple laps already in the books. Moran kind of thought about it inside of turn number 1. Wasn't going to happen. And he's still back in 5th. The driver who we saw claw his way back up into the top 4. Just on the edge of it down in 4th. But this start, I mean, you talk about John Bonanno and the success he's had at the Stars Championship Series, kind of picking up again. Outside move to the lead of the race on Anthony Stifler. 2 for 2, right? Just able to put himself up where he's most comfortable, and that's in the lead of a race.
He led almost the entire way of heat number 1. He was in full command of that first heat race, albeit with a 4-car pack kind of bearing down on him. For the most part, though, in heat number 2, he looks to be setting up for much of the same. Overall, John Bonanno has a 2 or 3 car length cushion. Looks very similar to, again, how things were earlier here in the day.
Here's a look for the back top. Shambo and Elefante, they're side by side as we go into turn number 8. Elefante able to hold on around the outside. Here goes Stifler looking on the inside. Not going to happen. Daly holds on for the second spot.
And now, working their way back around to the front stretch again. A couple of drivers up or down 1 or 2 spots apiece. For the most part, though, nothing too noteworthy here from this second heat race for the KA Masters. Just a bigger pack up front here. We've got 5 of them. Chris Horan has stepped things up. How about the start as well for Chuck Tate? Big improvement for his return to the seat here. Oh, we got one around back at turn number 1. Actually, a couple of them.
Stevens there on the Eyes Up Racing 237. Looked like Elefante was one of the ones collected there as well. So a big incident going on just there in turn number 1. Had to put a lot of them out of contention to get this one kicked off. But up front, Stifler, lap after lap, looking for a way around the best kart. The prodigy machine of Byron Daly hasn't found it yet. And he's still working at it, still looking. Tate further back and forth, and a Horan. The top 5, Montopoli to Galonia as well. We haven't talked too much about David Galonia. Up 6 spots to get this one started. And again, just had to ask myself, Galonia just catching us by surprise to start off heat race number 2. As Stifler now looking for a move on Byron Daly. They're still side by side up the hill into turn number 10. And Stifler finally able to make it stick. Tate looking to go by as well. Side by side with Daly. And Tate holds on. There goes Horan. And Daly losing 4 spots in the, or 3 spots I should say. He was in second. Stifler went by, then Tate went by, then Horan went by. And then Daly, when it was all said and done, back to 5th for the best kart.
So now, Byron Daly, farthest he has been on the leaderboard since qualifying, before qualifying yesterday. What do you do at this spot in the race here? There's not a lot of time left. There's gaps up front. You've got to gap out back here. You can try to coast a little bit, ride things out, wait till the pre-final. Because if there's anything that we've learned over the years here, the KA Masters drivers, the veterans, they know the length of these weekends, how long they have to sort out their go-karts, learn from each other, and more importantly, be able to be patient because they still have another race session today on this exact set of tires, another chance to be able to make adjustments and try to find a little bit more speed out of their machines or get a better read on the karts around them. I mean, this is probably the best case scenario, as wild as it sounds for Byron Daly. This to happen in heat number 2. Now he gets a perfect look at the likes of Chris Horan, at the like of Chuck Tate. See where they may be better or worse. Take note of that, see if there's any improvements he can make on his game before they go back out for the pre-final later.
And we'll see, it's all a matter of time, right? We talked about how lengthy these sessions are. Again, they seem short in theory, right? With only 7 minutes, as one has gone way off in the background. 2, I should say. That's the 2:12 of Estes. Gran Estes, that is, on the Eyes Up Racing machine. He's off the racetrack. Looked like there was another one. I think another one of the best karts as well was off. See if we can ID, I think that was Heinig actually in the 2:27. Yeah, indeed, it was Heinig, who's now down in 20th, and I think he's dropping maybe even further than that. Saw him just in the background of one of our shots there around turn number 7, just driving across the dirt, and it was just right around where Estes was. But up front, it's kind of complete 180 to what we're seeing back there. Been quite tame in between these gentlemen. They've made moves, yes, but elbows, you could say they've been down so far to start this one off. Daly's gonna get his up a little bit in turn 1. Looking to go by for 4th, he's got it. Looking to recover a little bit after the spots lost just a couple of laps ago. And here's a look on the left-hand side of your screen, a couple of movers. Drivers moving up and down the board. Bonanno's up 1, Stifler's down 1. And a couple more like Galonia, like I mentioned. Had a double check on him. We've seen his speed as well throughout the Midwest, based out of Newcastle, Indiana, and Newcastle Motorsports Park, and joining us here this weekend. That's a good drive so far up the field for the 291 and the Barrel Art.
And so now, with the timer getting to 0, they've got 3 to go. 3 more laps here around. Chuck Tate, a little wave there as they went across the line. They can all see the timer was almost to the end, but not quite. So now, 3 full laps remain here from Charlotte Motor Speedway. A couple more chances to try and improve, or in the case of Brant Estes, try to make up for lost time. He's in the middle of that latter group. Now in heat number 1, the delta was all the way back about 40 seconds, and beyond that even, to the back of the field. They're tracking at 44-second lap times. That means the drivers at the very end of the pack are just now getting through turn 1. You can see one of them there. So again, the storyline continues that the pre-final may see a bit of lap traffic have to get sent to the scales before the checkered flag waves. 2 laps to go now. Chuck Tate still going to have to deal with Daly to the end, but it looks like Anthony Stifler might be clear and just enough away to not have to worry about it.
And the fastest lap of the race now coming for Anthony Stifler, 44.377. That'll be a good sign for him, but just has to be better, I think, off the line. That's really where Bonanno's been able to kind of pull away. Early stage of this race, Bonanno's out in front, and it's almost like time runs out for the 204 of Anthony Stifler. Is now Daly, another one on Tate. He's through. So Byron Daly now up to 3rd, with Chuck Tate falling back to 4th. And that's again a reminder for those of you at home of the opening couple of laps for Daly, where he just lost time, lost spots as well, where he was down to 5th, and now got Horan a couple laps ago, was able to get Chuck Tate a lap ago to recover back to 3rd. But unfortunately for him, not going to be enough. Going to run out of time here. The same for Stifler, who was just finding pace. Was able to put in a 44.3, but just the pace needs to be there earlier. That's been where Bonanno's been better, as the yellow lights blinking through turn number 10. Bonanno, 2 for 2 on the day. And something about the number 1, that comp kart here at Charlotte Motor Speedway just meshes perfectly. Bonanno, 2 for 2 on Saturday.
Stifler, Daly, Tate, Horan, the top 5, Paul Montopoli. Galonia with a huge improvement from heat number 1. He'll still need more based on the times there at the very end to be able to contend on Sunday for the win. But it is a step in the right direction for sure for David Galonia. Todd Shambo Adamar Caligaro in the 2-plate, just at the back end of the top 10. Pretty under the radar weekend, not necessarily bad by any means, but he will need more if you compare what the reigning champ is already putting on here out in front for John Bonanno. 1 second and clear. Let's go down to Cameron Reed. There's a number of partners that make the Stars Championship Series happen. Cameron.
We are with TJ from OG Racing. TJ, tell us a little bit about OG Racing to get started here.
Yep.
You got it?
Sure, Cameron. So, OG Racing has been around for 36 years this year. We sell everything that drivers need, from karting to automotive, and it's all about the safety, right? From head to toe, helmets, suits, shoes, anything and everything a racer needs to wear to go racing, whether cars or karts, we have it covered. We have e-commerce, or you can come into our showroom in Sterling, Virginia, so really whatever.
Well, that's fantastic. A major partner, obviously, safety gears is the most important thing that keeps everybody going sometimes when we do get into those little incidents. But the real thing that you're here for is this scavenger hunt that you've been doing around the pit this weekend. Tell me a little bit about that, and then we'll release our next location here live.
So for the last several years, we've been doing scavenger hunts via Discord. So throughout the paddock, every half hour to hour, we will run around and we'll stick an OG sticker on something, and then we'll hit where the location is, and it's a little picture hint for the kids to try and come find it. So it usually takes 30, 45 seconds, and you see them come out of the woodworks. And the prizes can be anything, from OG hats to bags, gloves, a little bit of anything and everything. It just depends on the time of the day and where we're at.
So, if you don't mind, what is the prize for this next location?
So we're going to do two. We'll do one for the first person here, and we'll do a runner-up. First person's going to be a set of Alpine Star gloves, and the second person's going to get an OG Racing helmet bag.
That's fantastic. So you guys have approximately 30 to 45 seconds if you want to win, and let's go ahead and show our next location.
Let's do it.
So this is at the Kart Chaser merchandise tent. TJ is taking the picture here and posting it into the Discord. We'll have two winners, like he mentioned. So the first two people, you can already see some kids starting to run down and get here as fast as they can to get those Alpine Stars gloves and that helmet bag. So our first driver has already arrived. Sorry.
This is pretty cool here, Xander. I think you think it counts if we run out of the production booth here real quick?
It's going to be me elbowing you at this point. There's already one gone. I could use some more gloves. Here, hold on. Everybody, actually, give us a second. No, I'm kidding. OG Racing, super cool. Thank you to TJ, of course, for being here and supporting the Stars Championship Series. Without all of the partners here, these events would not happen. So make sure to support it. Stay up to date on the Stars Discord for not just race information, but, of course, every other bit of intel that you need. And sometimes it pays off to be on there getting the intel because you're going to get some free stuff. Micro slip next up, though. Engines are fired. They're headed onto the racetrack and just about ready. Here to go racing once again.
Well, here we go. The Micros. Again, we talked a lot about them, and that first heat race was all about Jack Katowski putting himself out in front and able to get the win when the checkered flag flew. But we talked about a couple of new faces up at the front. Liam Compatiello, one of those. And a track that a lot of drivers are familiar with. The Compatiello, he's one of the ones that we have an eye on. Able to go faster than everybody else in the qualifying session. The same for Bo Wyatt, who had a pretty good first heat race, as well as a couple more. The name's extensive here in a micro. And we talked about the new year and a new start. Heat race number 2. We'll see if anybody else can go better than the 92.
A tall order for sure here as the field works its way to the final turn. Nice and sorted. Liam Compatiello had something amiss there off the start at the very first session of the weekend. Hopefully he's able to get this second one on the day a little bit cleaner because he got away good off the line and then the kart just seemed like it almost faltered out on him. And now we got another. That's Jackson Reinholz.
Reinholz is off. And they're going to get this one started without him. Unfortunate there for the 24, not going to get going. But here we go. Green flag flies. That's a good start. Much better start for Capatiello out in front.
Yeah, this time he makes it out of not just turn 1 with the lead, but turn 2 as well. Slotting in line right behind him was the third place starter there in Bo Wyatt. Good jump for the Benek machine to get up to second. And off the bat, Capatiello is defending here down the back straightaway. He doesn't want to give up that lead whatsoever.
And Wyatt's all over him as well as we work our way up the hill. Behind him, Tristan Francisco. Here goes Wyatt, turn 10, clear. Francisco follows him by. Capatiello back to third, and then you go to Katowski, but not for long. Here comes the 37 of Schiavo, looking to make a move. He got it for a second, for a corner maybe, and Katowski able to get him right back.
So that puts the first lap in the books here for Heat 2 for the Micros. Bo Wyatt over Tristan Francisco, Liam Capatiello, Katowski, Schiavo, Dusty Strayer, Roman Machine, Grayson Waite, Spencer Height, who had a phenomenal charge in the opening heat race. And the pack really goes back to Trey Sanders, although this might split it a bit. To the inside for Dusty Strayer to get to 5th on Schiavo. He does.
There you go for Dusty. Good move out of him to get clear as now Machine looking. And he's able to go the 77 up a spot there to go up to 6th. And himself and Schiavo expect them to go back and forth. Here Schiavo's right behind him, and then behind them you go to Spencer Height and a Wyatt and Trey Sanders as well, who's marched his way up this field. Good number of spots gained there for Sanders. He's already up to 9th. Last week's winner at Trackhouse Motorplex at 33, putting himself inside of the top 10 for the first time this weekend.
Biggest mover on that first lap was first couple laps was Bryson Barnett. You can see he's up 8 positions as Katowski picks up another one. A nice move there for Jack at the end of the backstretch, but that does give a little bit of breathing room here for the top 2. Bo Wyatt, Tristan Francisco to try and push away and make it a 2-horse race here. They've got time, even though it's a short race, to be able to try and split this group up because there's still a good chunk of them, much closer than that opening heat race. Probably, of course, due to the fact they all made it through turns 1 and 2 cleanly. And we'll go another one down. Bo Wyatt, fastest lap of the race to boot as well there on that last time by, 46.104.
Yeah, good lap there out of Bo. Just over 4 minutes to go. Francisco down in second. Taking a look back as well for last weekend for the driver of the number 20 Nitro Kart. Spoke to his coach, Dalton Haynes, in length last weekend at Trackhouse and said the pace for Tristan, it's there week in, week out, but just keeping him level-headed in high-pressure situations like the main event last weekend. Said Tristan just made a mistake, right? Drove off the racetrack and, again, letting him recover, letting him kind of settle down after the race is important, right? When you're working with kiddos as young as them, and you're seeing it, right? Bouncing back after what was maybe a rough weekend, not the best of end for Tristan, but coming back this weekend and being ready to kind of look for that redemption. I think he's doing so here in heat race number 2, putting himself in the top 3, just going that little bit better than he was in heat race number 1. And again, staying level-headed in situations like this where Katowski just has a little bit of upper hand in speed. He's going to make the move into turn number 8, and just staying settled, staying level-headed is important here.
Yeah, I mean, this is only halfway in on just the minute counter plus the 2 laps. Liam Capatiello, of course, I'm sure he's still wary about that opening heat race because the way that start unfolded, once he did finally kind of fire off and begin to go, he still was a good ways back from the leaders, was still swallowed up a number of spots, and by the time he was able to make up for a bit of lost ground, it just ended up being too little too late, unfortunately. So now he's doing everything he can to try and stay somewhat close. Unfortunately, you can see the gap has opened enough back to Dusty Strayer that there is a difference in the draft there. He's outside the window, and equally from Dusty back to Rowan Machine. And look at this, 3 wide. Spencer Height in the blue and yellow on the outside. The Paralympic machine of Grayson Wade on the inside, and they were splitting around Franco Schiavo. He's able to evade it. And up front, Bo Wyatt continues to lead over Katowski and Tristan Francisco. Dusty Strayer just outside of shouting distance.
Yeah, he's just back there in 4th, looking to gain a little bit more. Here goes Height, looking for a move on Schiavo. And he's got it. So that's Height up to 9th, Schiavo back to 10th, and Wyatt not too far back there in the 11th spot. As we look back up front with Bo Wyatt, Katowski, Tristan Francisco, single file for about a lap and a half with just over a minute and a half to go. And again, these boys playing patient with each other. And you talked about the light system here, Xander. That's a great tool to have if you're these young drivers, right? That'll do a lot to planning out a race, to planning out the heat races, when to make moves, when to wait. And they're going to see that time just continuing to dwindle down, and that'll tell them, right, how long they need to wait until making a move. You obviously don't want to wait too long. You know Tristan Francisco is going to want to get himself back up to second to be potentially in one of the best seats in the house to try and go for the lead comfortably. He's going to sit patient in third for now. Again, up the hill to turn number 10.
And through turn 10 we go. Jack Katowski inside. Francisco is able to open up the corner the most of the three of them as now they roll to the last turn. 50 seconds plus 2 laps to go. That'll make this just about 3 laps to go. I think by 2 seconds they'll end up running out the clock on this lap. Further back, Dusty Strayer is getting reeled in inch by inch by the second group there with Trey Sanders in tow. Along with Compatiello, the pole sitter, Rowan Machine there on the 77. They've got plenty of room back to Darmani in the TW Racing CRG, but Dusty Strayer goes from almost catching up to the leaders, and they got away just too early to then be in a no man's land to now coming under fire. The leaders are battling, albeit a little late in the session for Dusty's sake, but Tristan Francisco finally makes the first move him second. Katowski right back for the second move back to P2.
And that was one of the points that I was kind of touching upon about a lap ago, of just being in second, right? You're obviously going to be the first one to get up there and look to make a move for the lead and to get the maximum points finish at the end of the heat races. But it's just kind of, you got to decide, right? Who's going to be in second? Who's going to be the first one to try and go on Bo Wyatt? We look to the top there. Schiavo, fastest lap of the race for the 37, who's down in 9th for TW Racing on the CRG. But the top 3, a little bit of work to do for him to close in a Bo Wyatt. Luckily, it seems like it's been a little bit easier in the cadet categories to close down those gaps. And we're about to find out, though. Katowski, you can see him up on the wheel, closing in, visibly looking closer than what it was maybe at the start of the lap. 2 car lengths now. And Katowski is going to be right there as the 2 laps to go are officially underway.
So 2 laps remaining. Dusty Strayer under fire. Trey Sanders all over him. Bo Wyatt leading the most laps here today in Micro Swift. Heat number 2, Jack Katowski dominated the way in heat number 1. Down the backstretch with a lap and a half to go. There's no pressure yet for the leader, and to the credit of Trey Sanders, he's not putting the heat on yet on Dusty Strayer. We'll see if that changes here in the run down to turn number 10, but no, Trey is going to push him along and try to see if the 2 can't reconnect with the top 3, because they know at some point they're going to fight. That point is now. Jack Katowski with a send down the inside. The 92 to the front, coming to the white flag. Francisco wants second as well. He can't get there. 3 of them going at it, and that alone was a 4/10 swing in the gap. So here comes the second pack. Sanders and Strayer, though, they're battling it out now. Door to door for 4th, and back goes Dusty.
Yeah, this one's going to be close as we get to the end. Strayer there, they started a fight. We'll see if they have enough time to get back up there as Katowski puts himself to the bottom of turn number 8. Wyatt a little higher into the corner, but up the hill into turn number 10. Katowski to the bottom. He's going to cover low. Francisco looking to follow, looking for second. He's got it.
Fight for the lead up top. Battle for 4th down at the bottom of your screen as they roll to the last couple of turns. There goes your leader down the inside. And behind them, it'll be Dusty Strayer. It'll be a drag race to the line for second. And hanging on is Bo Wyatt there with a nice run.
Yeah, there you go. Bo to finish second. Francisco in third. Strayer holds off the pack. That was the battle for 4th. As Trey Sanders in the 33 up into the top 5 for Trey.
Fun one there at the end for the Micro Swifts, but they're still behaving themselves pretty well. A nice improvement for Liam Compatiello in the start of it. He still ends up right in frame. 2 seconds covering the whole top 7 for heat number 2. Back to Rowan Machine. Caden Darmani in 8. Franco Schiavo 9. Spencer Height rounds out your top 10 from heat number 2. That'll, of course, grid them then back up for the pre-final later on today. One more race still to go for them, and only 2 races in to our second rotation of heat races here on this Saturday. KZ Masters and KZ Super Masters getting set to go green here in a matter of moments for 9 minutes plus 2 laps for them. K Junior, Swift Stars, K Stars, then of course back through the pro divisions. And then to back cleanup on today, the A pre-finals, or just pre-final for the majority of classes. It'll be the A pre-final for the K Stars. Some of those drivers, of course, will have an early end of today. Go into the B pre-final, hopefully, to keep themselves or have an early end to the weekend with the top 10 spots moving on to the main. Moving into KZ Masters and KZ Super Masters, Jordan Musser had them covered. Over 7 seconds to the next best in heat number 1. We'll see if he can improve that margin, or as the field off the lunch break close the gap to the reigning champ. We'll be right back here with another heat race from Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Heat number 2 for the Pro Masters and the Pro Super Masters getting ready to kick off here. All about Jordan Musser up to this point this weekend, qualified about half a second quicker than the rest of the field. John Crow was the winner at the end of that first heat in the Super Masters division, and was able to put himself to start alongside Musser on row number 1. The start wasn't easy for him though. A little bit of pushing and shoving. Machiko was able to get himself clear. LaCroix looking for a better second heat race after a DNF for that Barrichello machine at the end of the first one. And a lot of other drivers looking for pace, maybe looking for a little bit of better luck and looking for a little bit of a better jump off the line. But something about shifter karts here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway is exciting. Seeing them jump off the line, looking for the whole shot into turn 1. It's exciting to see, and after speaking in length with Jordan Musser earlier this morning, I think it's not easy. Not an easy piece to tame, if you will. Racing a 6-speed gearbox machine around this circuit here, Xander.
We touched on it earlier. They're always on the wheel, up or down shifts, but really never able to even just let those hands loosen up on the steering wheel at any point over the 15-turn lap that it is around this 6.5 of a mile course. As they look to Alec Coates, the race director, he'll point to the Track Systems North America lights. And for the second time today, KZ Masters and KZ Super Masters is green from Charlotte. And it's a good getaway. Jordan Musser, once again, a no-question hole shot in the gearbox division. Off the line from the inside of the racetrack, and John Crow with a much better launch here to heat number 2, Caleb, than in heat number 1. He's comfortably second this time around on the VTM RS kart, but he's got the 3-plate chasing him down already. Matt Machiko on the hunt.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit earlier about how important these starts are, right? Getting off the line. And you're seeing it there for John Crow, right? Much better second start to it all. Just putting himself right where he really should be. And in comparison to everybody else, Machiko's just going to keep the pressure on him. The number 3, a former champion in this division as well, must be said when you look to 2 years ago. It was, again, a great finish at the final round where I believe he was able to win at the night fight, and Musser was able to win last year and win time and time again, really, to sweep the year last year. But again, new situation. I talked about the pace out of Musser, and again, another one of those champions that didn't come to the first round, but with 3 wins to close things off, put himself with the number 1 here this year in 2026. For those of you that are joining us and watching for the first time, and watching them, you see them on the limit, and you see just the marks on the asphalt there. It's really from these shifters on these MG yellows, just going wide there on the exit of turn 15. You see them just laying down the rubber on that very short front stretch, if you will.
And you can see how tame this start was across the board. Everybody was pretty much holding station as there's a first pass in a minute just beyond the leaders here. The 632 machine of Hernando Sanchez able to make a pass on his teammate in Juan Unagaro for 4th on the road and 3rd in the Masters alone.
Movers further back, there goes Osley Cheek on the inside of the 577 factory kart machine. He's able to go by on Frank Runco. We saw the 99, a mechanical at the end of it. That left rear tire, really wheel, came off. You saw it go flying all the way down to turn number 8. He was just on the exit, or just on the run, I should say, into turn number 5 where that DNF happened, unfortunately, there for Runco. But again, able to finish, able to cross the line just after the fact. Definitely didn't help him. And again, really not the best of starts for the 99 either to start off heat race number 1. This one is running down on 11th after that pass from Cheek in the 77. You look back up front, a couple of the RS machines kind of going back and forth. There's Sanchez, Onegaro going back and forth, and then LaCroix right behind them on the Barrichello.
I would say this session would be our first good read at if there's going to be any advantage to having a failure in heat number 1 and not running all the laps for Kevin LaCroix. But of course, he did make most of that session. It caught us off guard. We were starting to take advantage of the spread out nature of heat number 1 to go back and find others on the racetrack, and then we check back forward and we see that Barrichello blue, white, and red machine headed to the scale lines, but it doesn't look like he's got any bit better pace here in heat number 2 than he did in heat number 1. If anything, he's a little worse for wear right now, finding himself behind these 2 VTM entries, although he is certainly putting the pressure on. That's a good exit. It looked like they're heading onto the backstretch as he closes down on Unagaro. And beyond him, look at this. His teammate Nicholas Bedard making a move stick on Tim Hannon. That is back for 8th on the road. A couple of the Super Masters and regular Masters action between the 2 divisions. Remind you again, folks, the 600 digits along with the single-digit drivers are in the regular Masters class. The 500 digits are in Super Masters, and that's important to note because if you're watching this race just from the fence line, you'll see John Crow in 2nd, getting reeled in by Matt Machiko still, but that is not for the position, at least of the class that he's leading. It would be the overall rankings for sure, which is important when it comes to lining up for that pre-final later on today. And the gap is down to even closer there between the 2 of them than it was for that pack we were checking in further back. Check it out. The 3-plate is down to a car length away from Crow. Or he was. He did not get a good run out of the S's, so I'll eat my words there. It looks like 3rd and 4th are once again, or 4th and 5th are once again on the road, closer than 2nd and 3rd. But they're all relatively close here. All more importantly, relatively speaking, tracking for another 7-second BTA level performance by Jordan Musser.
I mean, the number 1 is just, again, when I look back to really last year, he's been the benchmark, right? We talk about how technical he is and all the innovations that he's had with the partnership he has with PSO Karting, just always kind of, I would say, a scientist of the sport here in karting, Jordan Musser, and you see it out there coming to a new track. And speaking of this morning, going back to that conversation, it's surprising to see a driver at a new place, what he looks for, how do you adapt, how do you adjust, and it's the same thing for everybody else in the field, but it's just having that little bit more of adapting that little bit faster, of changing, and we talked about the track conditions as well, which I think has put a clean slate to this entire field, right, where you maybe saw drivers fast last year or the year before, and you're not seeing that maybe so much this year because of how different it is, because of how much rubber is being laid down. And after even speaking with some of the Sodi boys, Adrian Reneden and Mateus Morgado through the lunch break, they said that this track has really just been a confusing one to kind of stay on top of. And when you talk about pressures, when you talk about setup, when you talk about being planted throughout some of these corners, that's a big factor, right, of looking to go out there and put in good laps session after session. But these heat races, as long as they are, I mean, when you look at it, they're putting in 10 laps, realistically 11 laps, if you will. That's a lot of time for them to learn, to one, take into the pre-final and then into the main event. What can you learn? How can you improve? What sections do you need to improve on? What do you need more of? What do you need less of? Are all factors that kind of play and put everything together for tomorrow, because that's really the big picture, right? You can pick up these points. Yes, they do matter on the championship. Most points come tomorrow, but we have seen championships decided maybe on Saturdays.
And with now 3 laps to go, 50 points await Jordan Musser as he went purple just 2 laps prior. 40.95. You talk about sealing the champ. Oh, we got an issue. The 673. One of the VTM entries, Juan Unigaro. He was hunting in the top 5 most of this race, and there is something seriously wrong with that RS card as he slowly makes his way through sectors 1 and 2 here on the racetrack. Meanwhile, the leaders are already well and away to the final sector. There's a look at John Crow, leader in Supermasters. I think we're in for an even bigger delta than the first heat race. It was well over 6 seconds by the end of this lap. 2 laps still remain. 6.6 seconds to be exact for Musser back to John Crow. There he is. Look at him all the way onto the backstretch already with a lap and a half to go. Last year, Jordan Musser won the KZ Masters Championship, missing round 1, only running rounds 2, 3, and 4. I'm sure he enjoyed the racing under the lights at Trackhouse Motorplex in the night fight. But if 2026 is set to look like anything similar to what we're seeing right here for Jordan Musser, he won't have to go. This is a picture-perfect Saturday afternoon in the works as he takes the white flag. 1 lap left here in Heat 2. And you can see top of the screen further back. This is John Crow there on the RS cart behind him, trying to track him down, albeit not in the same class. Fernando Sanchez in the 632. Matt Machiko's made it all the way to the 4th spot, but the leader on the bottom, 2nd and 3rd, top of the screen, as Musser heads for home there out of the bend. Crow is just now getting to the end of the backstretch here, Caleb.
Yeah, just getting to the backstretch and now up the hill. You look at how good the number 1 has been this weekend. It's going to be hard to beat. Still a pre-final to go, but it's been all about Jordan Musser so far on Saturday.
And again, counted about 8 seconds or so, and then you'll see John Crow get to the line. Sanchez 3rd in the division, or the overall division. 3rd of the Masters drivers in it. Crow punching above his weight class, literally and figuratively here with the limited seat time he's at in 26, and of course being a Super Masters driver, beating 4 of the Masters over Sanchez, Matt Machiko, Kevin LaCroix. Warren Van Talken, Super Masters ends 2nd in division, 6th on the road. Nicholas Bedard 7th, Tim Hannon 8th, Owsley Cheek in 9th, and Hannon ends up 3rd in Super Masters, Cheek 4th. Frank Runco, he made it to the checkers once again. We'll see hopefully if that tire stays on through the cool down lap, but at the same point, K.A. Jr. is ready for action here in a few moments as we take a last look at how they cross the line in KZ Masters and KZ Super Masters 2nd heat. The 1 plate reigning supreme, 100 points and counting for Jordan Musser in PSL karting in the Masters and Super Masters gearbox divisions. The 1 plate here in K Jr. is held by that young man, Travis Pettit, in his Rollison Performance Group colors. There's his dad, Adam, as well, getting ready to go green here for their 2nd heat race of the day alongside Nico Katowski, who was able to double up in both junior races in the morning. They both have 3 races, this being the first of the 3 in the afternoon rotation. 1 more in the OKNJ class, 2 more in KA Junior. This will be the last one, unless they end up top of the heap in the heat points, that they'll start alongside each other in this formation. Well, you talk about perfect. I mean, the Red Army here. Jordan Musser doubles up in the heats. Katowski, the older brother Nico, doubles up in his only 2 junior heats so far today. Can he make it 3 in a row, Caleb? It would be an incredible feat for the coordination between PSL Karting and Trinity Karting Group. Have the Beryl Arts be at the top when they are one of the smaller chassis manufacturers by the numbers on the grid.
Yeah, it's, again, that brand, if you will, that Beryl Art brand has always been one of the ones up at the forefront here in North America. And then with the addition of the Trinity Karting Group, it's been something to see over the last year and a half, if you will, as we get to that half of the year. And even, I think, more surprising this weekend, Nico Katowski, Jack Katowski, as fast as they are, with Dusty Strayer, who's up there as well. As the Bailiff boys back home at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, the home of Trinity Karting Group. John Bailiff out there with them as well, finally getting able to go home for a little bit. But Nico leading the charge for the operation here this weekend with the entries that they have. For Travis Pettit, he just has to find a way by the 892, the reigning champ. Again, been fast, been up at the front, but hasn't been able to deny Nico Katowski in this, again, the start of the year that he's had has been impressive. The qualifying session for Katowski was the pole, and then heat race number 1 was just right there, right on par to where he's been to start off the Stars Championship Series. We'll look at it here. Heat race number 2 getting set to go green, and as well, maybe other drivers looking to put themselves in the mix. We saw some promise out of Valentino Santien on the Hooks driver development machine.
Yeah, an awkward moment at the end of heat number 1 with Pettit climbing over the back bumper and Nico Katowski. As now for heat number 2, we get ready. We hope everyone's ready for some more racing action here, live from America's home for racing on one of the biggest jumbotrons karting has ever seen. To our knowledge, at least, it's a record that we were able to set here in coordination with Stars last year, and we've continued it. The drivers have mentioned they're able to see themselves on the big screen while making laps and use that to their advantage around the racetrack. Now, right now, the view is good for us. It may not really give them much intel. It's a perfectly gridded group of 34 KA juniors. Katowski on the right in the red. Pettit on the left in the blue, pink, and purple. Here we go. Green flag for KA Junior. Problems in the back. 2 of them stuck together, and another one spun in turn 1. There's more contact as well. 2 more stuck in turns 1 and 2. 5 of them gone out of the original 34 right off the rip.
And that's how quickly this race can change for drivers further back in the field. But up front, so far, so good over the first couple of corners. Santien feeling the pressure from Benja Fernandez. So the drivers in 3rd and 4th just looking to cooperate here a little bit. And again, after watching that first heat race, you don't want to let Katowski and Pettit get away from you. You've seen the pace out of them all year long. How do you compete? How do you contend? Berghofer looks like he has some pace on that Brandon Jarscrack racing machine. Inside, clear, up to 3rd, and further back, Dryby looking for a move on Tristan Murphy, the SLA machine, working his way through this field.
And now, with a lap underway, we watch them head down the back straightaway. Katowski, Pettit, little gap to Berghofer, and then no gaps from Fernandez and crew. Valentino Santien, even with the hiccup as he got to the leaders late, was charging towards him, but now he's going straight backwards. 3 spots, 4, 5 spots lost in 1 turn there, and there's more on the way if he can't get down low. That's another one gone. Is looking to go past him, but you'd have to track it back. I think that might have been Moskalenko. It is hard to see, just a hornet's nest here. Santien into the back of one of them there.
That was Paludo. Paludo just all out of shape, washing out wide on the exit of turn 14. Held on to it, but again, just all sideways, looking to recover now into turn 1. Gus Wonderley going all the way to the high side and wide into the marbles. You see the difference, just chaos from 5th on back, really, and up front, it shows you why those drivers are up there, right? They're patient, pushing, working together, and you don't have that back here, which is why you're seeing these splits, which is why you're seeing this separation. Well, I stand corrected as Pettit just went for a move on Katowski and got it. The lead has changed.
In Travis Pettit's case, he took the lead early, then lost it late, then couldn't get back to it with just an awkward moment down at the bottom of the hill into turn number 10. But he did lead the most laps in heat number 1, so he's going to try and probably do that again here in heat number 2. But Oliver Paludo, his wild moment heading through turn 14, I think he got some help there.
I think he got a lot of it, maybe throughout that corner in turn 14.
So now, through the final turn, Travis Pettit, Nico Katowski with that one change in position, although they had probably an opportunity to get away from Callan Berghofer and Benja Fernandez. That's now gone. Fernandez closing up to Berghofer with a little gap back to Lucas Dreibel on the SLA kart racing machine. Much better start to heat number 2 for Lucas. He rebounded to 9th in that, rebounded into a better spot than where lap 1 put him in heat number 1, but he was hardly a factor when we were talking about the fight for the lead and the win. Got back up to 10th. I stand corrected there when the official standings were dropped. And on the flip side here, Tristan Murphy, entrenched in that midfield scrum, last year's winner, is now only still in the 8th spot. He needs to try and get clear of them all, but they're stacked up both in front of him and behind him. So the leaders calming down for the moment. 3.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go in Cade Junior heat number 2.
Yeah, this one's going good for the front 2, and Katowski and Pettit. They've been, I think, more than happy to work together. Berghofer as well. Good string of results over the last week and a half. When you look back to Trackhouse Motorplex and this weekend, that driver with the Brandon Jartzcrack Racing for the 826. Very, very impressive start to 2026 in the first really 2 times, I think, that we've gotten a good look at him. Last weekend and this weekend. Done a lot of work with Paulie Massimino over at Trackhouse Motorplex as well, and you see him just coming into his own finally in this junior division, and you're seeing the pace, right? Putting himself to 3rd, made moves early, got away from the chaos, and putting himself right here in contention. He looks really fast here. He's matching the pace of the leaders, and I think he might even be faster than both of them this time around. We'll keep an eye on it, but the lap's just right on par with the front 2. The same for Fernandez, who's just right there with him.
Yeah, Benja Fernandez in heat number 1, I mean, the best lap for the whole top 8 was all pretty even, was nobody, I would say, sticking out as an outlier or much faster, but Benja didn't have a good opening couple laps. The pack was gone by the time he seemed to get rolling and get his good opening lap in. Obviously, he's got some teammates that are looking really strong here this weekend, most notably Max Christia, who was exceptional there in that opening OKN Stars Moto. John Antonino looks strong in that race as well. And Benja has hovered the top 10 already a week ago at the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Now here at the Stars Championship Series, he sits 4th here in the overall standings for Cade Junior's 2nd heat race. Back from him is a good near 2-second cushion, and it might get larger because Lucas Dreibel, along with Dominic Moskalenko, are battling it out with Santi Orioli in front of the runner-up from heat number 1, Valentino Santillan, and Tristan Murphy. That 5 group, that changed all those positions there just 1 lap ago. It could change again, and it will basically seal their fate to be no better than 5th if they do so. Let's see into 14. Here's one move from Santillan. He'll get the better of Orioli, and that'll bring Murphy alongside for a minute. He had to bail out of it there. Look how busy his hands were.
Yeah, he just got on the brakes there, looking to avoid making contact with Santi Orioli. Got to talk a little bit about the 871 here of Lucas Dreibel. You look back to last weekend, Xander. There was one driver that went up and over in the main event in Cade Junior over at Trackhouse Motorplex, and that was the SLA machine, the 871 of Dreibel. And to, get back in the seat this weekend and to maybe go even better than what you were last week, that says a lot about the guts of that driver to get back in the car, to get back and to drive fearlessly out here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, one of the tracks where you need to make moves and make them stick and have guts to do so. I think says a lot about that kid and what he's done so far this weekend. So had to touch on that because very impressive to see him out here after a scary incident last week, to bounce back this week and to have a weekend like this is definitely, I think, a huge 180.
Yeah, I mean, talk about getting right back on the horse. Less than 6 days removed from being upside down with a near 200-pound machine landing on you at who knows what level of force. And now he is trying to force and hang on to the 5th spot, albeit that time worked. He'll still be needing to fend him off here for the next lap and a half because they only are just now getting to the 2-lap signal, and I think the leaders might have beat the clock to the line here in the fight for 5th as it rages on. Moskalenko now up. Santillan and Murphy, they've got new players now joining in. How about the LN card there? Max Maitev on the Mike Doty Racing entry. Dominic Gaddis there. Orioli now all the way back to 11th. Santillan even having a look further back for the 6th spot as we check back in with our top 4. No movement yet, but Callan Berghofer is on the way. This second group, just non-stop edge of your seat action right here for 5th onwards in KA Junior. Here's another move. Maitev to the inside of Murphy and nearly into him. And Murphy's got a problem. Broken right rear bumper bowl.
Yeah, broken right rear bumper there for Tristan Murphy. Definitely not a way he would have wanted to end this one. And again, we'll see if that one's caught. But up front, we're fighting. And Berghofer just needs one pass out of these two. And you see it. They're all bumper to bumper, nose to tail on the last lap of this race. And Pettit is in the lead to Katowski, to Berghofer, to Fernandez. You know, those two going to be looking for a way by the drivers who have been up at the front of this field all weekend long as Pettit puts it at the bottom, up the hill, up to turn number 10. Pettit just has to defend. Couple more corners to go. Berghofer to the bottom. Katowski follows Pettit. Benja Fernandez looking to rip the high side. He gets Berghofer.
He couldn't quite get it there. He'll cover low in the last turn. No, he'll send it on Katowski for a minute with how slow Pettit backed them up. Nico's going to have a run, but it will go the way of Hurricane Trav in heat number 2 for KA Junior. Katowski, Fernandez, Berghofer, Dreibel, the top 5. And battle packs all the way down the field at a minimum of 3, at a maximum of who knows where you want to slice it. And yet, the majority of the grid looks about up or down only 2 or 3. You got to go way back to find yourself the biggest mover. Once again, it's Paxton Romero. This time he's able to climb up almost to this first page of the top 15, 34th to 17th in heat number 2 for Paxton, having to go from the tail end of the field after a penalty after qualifying from Tech. So Travis Pettit and Nico Katowski, those two splitting up the heat races here in KA Junior. Of course, that would bring the tiebreaker down to qualifying as to who gets the pole for the pre-final later today. That one will be an easy one to calculate. It's straight on where you finish that, where you start the main event.
Well, there you go. That's the second one out of the way for the KA Juniors heat race number 2 wrapped up. And again, some new faces getting themselves up at the front of that field. We talked about Berghofer. We talked about Benja Fernandez. But this right here, Xander, has been one of my favorite classes to watch. Every single time these mini Swift drivers hit the racetrack, it is action-packed. The Swift Stars coming up next after the break.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser Driver Fitness episode with me, Chris G. Today, I'm going to show you how to protect those ribs in the seat. We're doing core. Exercise number 1 is the bench leg raise. Controlled all the way down, full range of motion. Make sure you pick up that tailbone off the pad. Coming down, controlling. Great for the lower abdomen area and obliques. Floor slider mountain climbers, exercise number 2. Exercise number 3, the plate-loaded decline bench sit-up. I'll see you guys on the next episode of Chris G Coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Welcome back to America's home for racing as we get ready to go racing for the Swift Stars. Always, my name is Caleb Vieska. Alongside me in the booth, been boots on the ground all weekend up to this point, Cameron Reed. Cameron, what a weekend we've had up to this point. We're going straight into this one. The Swift Stars have kept us on our toes so far this weekend, and I should say so far in 2026.
Yeah, no doubt about it. They always keep us on our toes everywhere we've gone, no matter what motor package, no matter what track. So always a fun one to watch, and we've got a bunch of good talent here that we see coming up the ranks, and with the likes of Dutch Westbrook, Brody Stoffel, and obviously your front row there. As we get started, head to green flag, hands up in the air for Dutch Westbrook, but we are still good. Green flag in the air.
Oh, and a lot of them looked like they were sideways to get that one kicked off. But up front, so far, so good for Jake Manalio, kicking this one off perfectly. Dutch Westbrook slots in a second, Yusufati to third. Stoffel back in fourth, and a couple of more, and Manalio going to take him to the low side to get this one kicked off. Hadi looking, Go looking as well. And a lot of that. Expect to see it throughout this race as we're side by side up front. Manalio to the bottom. Dutch Westbrook rips the high side. Or in turn number 10. A lot of that out of Westbrook in heat race number 1, Cameron. And we're seeing it in heat race number 2. Westbrook just better than everybody else. Gets himself planted in that Bennick to the point.
Yeah, as he heads back into turn 1. Brody Stoffel goes down the inside of Yusufati. Tries to, but unable to make that work, as now you start to see Westbrook and Manalio getting a little bit of a gap here as we head through turn 7 and onto that back straightaway.
And we've seen a lot of that, right? How much time is lost when passes are attempted, when passes are made. And look at this. It's a massive pack looking to make moves. Francisco looking to go by. He goes through, and they're 2-3 wide almost as they work their way up to turn number 10. Flores looking for a move on a fellow Paralympian. There goes Hudson Howard and more. Just side by side. Look at this. It's a parking lot on the exit of turn number 10. Multiple drivers, multiple different chassis. It looks like Liam Astalis is one of the ones that's off on the Kiddix Driver Development USA machine there. Up the hill out of turn number 8. Man, what a way to get this one started. And it's a complete different story up here for these front four that probably have no idea what has occurred behind them here, Cameron.
As we head down the back straightaway, we see Brody Stoffel trying again, this time able to make it stick. Into turn 8, down, heading back down through 9 into 10. Now we'll see if Yusufati is willing to work with Brody Stoffel to hopefully get back up to Jake Manalio and Dutch Westbrook.
Cameron, you've had a lot of experience talking with young drivers, coaching young drivers, that next generation with all you're doing over in New Orleans with your operation down there. Look, these drivers, look, a lot of pressure is what they put on themselves. We see that week in, week out, and again, after making a mistake or running up in front, what's something that you tell these young drivers to cope with this? Is there's one that's off, that's one of the Paralympians right on the apex, and everybody just gonna have to avoid that. Scary scenes right now, as look like he might have lost the tire. Aiden Go there. Yellow flags will be waving, and he's doing his part to try and warn drivers on that. They're all going to make it through luckily here, but a very, very scary moment here for, I'm sure, Aiden Go on what's transpired. That driver's been good. And we talked about the pressure they put on themselves. At this stage of the race, what do you tell them? How do you plan to get yourself and maybe close down the gap to a driver like Dutch Westbrook here as this one is about halfway through?
Yeah, look, these drivers are so young. They're going to make mistakes. They're learning. Every single lap, they're still trying something new and still perfecting their craft. And so for each of my drivers, it's a little bit different depending on their personality and what kind of sticks with them. But for majority of them, I tell them, look, if you're not in the top 5, we're not pushing. We're going until we get into that top 5. And then once you're in this position of the drivers on your screen here, as we take another look at Aiden Go, oh, as that driver barely misses a tire going across in the back straightaway. Scary moment there. And that's a very good heads-up driving as well by a lot of other drivers, right? It's the same thing coaching a young driver. Always pay attention. Always look a corner ahead. And you should be driving out there, you know, almost with tunnel vision, but also looking ahead at what's in front of you, what you're about to get to. That's very good heads-up driving by everybody in this field to keep everybody safe. And it looks like, just left that rear left a little bit loose. Unfortunate there for the Paralympian team. Unfortunate for Aiden Go. But Jake Manalio looking on Dutch Westbrook.
Westbrook not going to be able to rip the high side. Looking over under him, though, on the exit into turn number 9 and up to turn 10. Westbrook just not going to be denied. Here goes Stoffel looking on the inside. He's going to get second as Manalio tries it again, loses 2 spots in the process, maybe another one, as there goes Liam Francisco on the inside, and Adi going to trade for second. They're side by side on the front stretch.
And Brody Stoffel able to hold that as we see Francisco try to go again. And they are still side by side as they head up towards turn 4 and 5. Still side by side as they go through 6 and kind of sorted themselves out now as they head onto the back straightaway.
Look at Manalio, though, buried in this pack now in the second group. Dominic Nagel's right there, and another one of the RPM machines in Francisco. How much time is lost here? We've seen that, right? And how much grip is really laid down for these young drivers to rip the high side. Nagel, unfortunately, pushed a little too wide. Going to get into the marbles, and he's going to wash out wide. That being said, more drivers on the move. There goes Hudson Howard. The list goes on and on with the talent in this field. But up front, Westbrook, Stoffel, Adi have been able to kind of put themselves one step above the rest, able to get ahead of the mess, if you will, as Mason Brody putting down the fastest lap of the race. He's up to 9th, a driver who we've seen run up at the front time and time again this year.
Yeah, that's exactly who I was about to point out, as he's not only purple, but up 13 positions, breaking his way into the top 10, as we see him start to catch this backpack. Here on your screen is still Yusuf Adi and Brody Stoffel, looking like they are working together a little bit, trying to catch the likes of Dutch Westbrook.
Well, that's critical, right? You only have just about a minute to go, give or take. By the time they get to the line, it's going to be 3 laps to go, or I should say 4 laps to go this time by. They should just beat the time depending on how much they fight. And again, it just shows you, right? You need to go out there, you need to pick them off one by one, and Mason Brody's done just that. And speaking with his coach, Frankie Mossman, a little bit throughout this weekend, he's talked a lot about Mason and working his way through and how much they've had him driving, and it's being in the seat every day, seat time, repeating, right? You're seeing it, right? It's paying off for Brody. Again, qualifying maybe wasn't the best result, but having to work your way race after race, heat after heat, to put yourself in the conversation says a lot about the hard work he's been doing. And here's a group further back with Samuel Chavarri, with Dominic Nagel, and as well with what looks to be Marcelo Flores in that second group. Their single file liner, Colton Bruck, that is, on the parallel, my apologies, who's down in the 11th spot. They're still single file, but 3 laps ago, called it there. And this weather, this temperature continuing to rise on and off the racetrack, if you will, here, Cameron.
Absolutely, and I believe that's Nagel on your screen here leading this pack. Looks like they've fallen a little bit off of the likes of Mason Brody here. Probably not the ideal track positioning for them, but they are working together. A little bit of side by side and a crossover, big knock of the curb there, and they're still side by side as Nagel falls back a few more positions. Another one, big jump off the curb.
I think that was one of the Maclear racing machines here that are here this weekend. The team over and up from OVRP. You see the racing just going on in that second group there, and how out of shape these guys can get. Look, we saw the track temperature on our screens there, 143 degrees and climbing. That is hotter than anything that we saw down in the desert a couple of weeks ago when we were in Tucson, Arizona for the start of the SCUSA Pro Tour. It shows you how hot it is here, how much this race is done. And how about one of the MGMs? We're used to seeing them over at Cup Karts North America, but their young driver starting to make some moves, and that's just buried in the field there for that MGM machine, just looking to claw his way through the field, through the pack against some of the really European manufacturers. But again, we can't look away for the leaders all too long, because the last lap is officially underway for Westbrook and more as Brody looks to pick off Hudson Howard. And we look with the top 3. Adi still in 3rd, Stoffel and Dutch Westbrook are the drivers up at the front in the lead of this race, and we've seen how good Westbrook has been on the defense. He's just got to hold Stoffel off for one more lap, but Stoffel looking to cross him up as they climb up the hill into turn number 10. Does he have the inside? He doesn't. Maybe looking a little defensive there, looking to keep Adi at bay. And Dutch Westbrook, he was perfect in heat race number 1, heat race number 2. It's the same as Stoffel, a little defensive there in the final corner. He's gonna get swallowed up, and Westbrook gonna take the win in heat race number 2 until the line It's Liam Francisco who takes second, the 114. I believe a scary incident for Francisco yesterday, going up and over in one of the sessions, and a recover up to second. 9 spots gained. What a drive out of Liam there.
Yeah, what a crazy race there. I was in awe for majority of that session, with just so many side-by-side battles back and forth. I obviously want to remind you guys how young these drivers are, and the fact that they're able to have so much confidence to go side-by-side racing like that, it's truly impressive. So P3 for Yusuf Adi, P4 for Jake Nalio, and Brody Stoffel unfortunately rounds out your top 5 after being in second there, coming to the last final corners.
Yeah, went defensive in turn 14, and we've seen a lot of that. I mean, you've had a lot of experience racing at this place on what I would say is probably a softer compound than anything we have here this weekend, that being the Vega Red, whenever we come here for Cup Karts North America. But how many times do we see that, right? Going defensive in a turn 14, and drivers just maybe going a lane higher than that line, just able to cross them up and going through.
Yeah, there's no doubt. With the speed that this track has and just the lack of hard binding down corners, everything's super flowy, and you want to keep your momentum up. And I think that's just ultimately what hurt Brody Stoffel in the end there, was just a little bit too defensive, choked it up a little bit too much, and you guys saw they were able to just swallow him up with how much grip is on the track, rolling that a little bit of extra speed.
Anderson Hemphill, that was a driver on the MGM that we followed there, the 134, get himself into the top 15 to close this one off, and there's another look at the top 10. That being said, some pickup for Aiden Go, who unfortunately wasn't able to close this one off, but there's more on its way, and that was an action-packed Swift Stars race that kept us on the edge of our seats for the entirety of it. A spin for Aiden Go, and that tire just coming undone. Luckily, everybody was able to miss him. But coming up next, OKJ Stars takes the track.
The wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental kart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
Karts back underway here from America's home for racing, Charlotte Motor Speedway. KA back out onto the circuit here with Swift Stars completed. Time for Heat 2, Group A to get after it. Isaac Malcutt was phenomenal in the opening heat race. Untouchable from green to checkered. And now he'll get to lead the field around again here for heat number 2. And the pressure's on because Hayden Jones was able to repeat the same feat in the second group. So will it be more of the same with Little Sizzle driving away, or has the field been able to find a little bit more speed to bring the fight to him? Not only that, everyone beyond 15th place from the final results in Heat 1, they are going to need to really get on the gas here in Heat 2, because if not, they're going to the B pre-final tomorrow morning, and their day-to-day will end. Here we go for OKJ Stars Group A, Heat 2. A relatively clean run in the opening couple of sectors. Malkut able to get away with the lead. Good start for Ryan Mort. He got up to second there off the jump once again. Jared Clark, a good start, but not as good as heat number 1. He's back to third. Then it's McKeithen, then Brickley. And lots of shuffling further on. That's Sam Tutwiler there in the Prolium competition, GFC. And right to work goes the two-plate, fighting for second. This will get tight here, boys. Mort goes through the dirt there in the S's. Ryan Mort trying to hang tough as the field rounds that final turn. McKeithen up to third. Clark back to fourth. But instantly, with the dirt on the tires, Mort has the field wanting to get past him, and one of them will get through.
Yeah, you see how much he struggled to get out of those double rights just after going off the racetrack there. Clark now looking to close in on him, but again, looking back at that start, Ian Quinn up and over the curb there on the exit of turn number 4. You saw how violent it was, just threw him off to the wayside, lost a lot of time, and so many drivers just able to get back by and ahead of him. As you look back in here with Jared Clark, who's now able to get ahead of Ryan Mort, and then Brickley looking for a move, Resende looking to go by, Juan Jose Paramo looking to go by as well. So many already, and we said it earlier, right? That first heat race was a little bit too quiet, and now we're seeing it to get that little bit louder here for heat race number 2 in Group A as Brickley takes it to the bottom. Paramo stuck on the outside. He's going to get washed out.
He'll lose a couple, but he'll be able to have the inside into 3. That puts him back ahead of Anthony Rivera's BJR machine. And all the while, just in that lap and a half, really 2-lap exchange, Isaac Malkut's outside the draft window now. Long gone. Set up for him on a silver platter to go back-to-back here in the heat races for KA Stars and sweep the opening section of the weekend from the pole. Christopher McKeithen looked like he was, of the rest, probably the best, and now he's got a chance to try and open up a bit of a margin over his teammate Jared Clark, while Ryan Mort here is falling into this group. Goes back to the likes of Oliver Nyberg and company. They're not terribly far away. Ian Quinn, another rough go of the opening few laps there for the 979. He had a great start off the rip in Heat 1 and then slipped backwards. Heat 2 has not been nearly as kind to him.
Yeah, just looking back at that moment, right? Just up and over the curb, watched him out wide, and everybody else was able to go by on him. And even then, Quinn was very fast at the start of that race. And as it progressed, the long run pace just didn't really seem to be there for Quinn. That being said, more moves. Paramo, elbows out, able to go through on Ryan Mort, who, again, just doesn't quite look like it's all there maybe for the MPG machine to start this one off. As now Avrutski looking for one in a turn number 1. Sam Avrutski is going to get clear on the EOS Aiken Racing machine.
And so now that has split them up from 7th upwards, or 6th upwards, with Juan Jose Paramo getting a little bit of breathing room up the road. Avrutski 7th, Mort 8th, Rivera, then Landon Boer. New ride for him, along with Tutwiler here with the Prolium boys based out of Kentucky and spent a lot of their time at Music City Kartplex and Newcastle Motorsports Park. There was a nice pass for Landon, put him back up one spot. Tutwiler, his teammate now, sandwiching Anthony Rivera right at the edge of the top 10. In terms of further back on the field, there's not a ton to write home about. There is a little. A few drivers that are up 3 or 4 spots apiece. 5 spots up for Ryan Stanton on the Mike Doty Racing entry, and there goes his teammate going purple again. Isaac Malkut, 43.26. Now here's the interesting note about that lap time, Caleb, is that at around this time in the first heat race, they were nearly 4/10 faster. So can you only imagine what the fall off will be by the time they get out on track for the pre-final for the top 30 drivers this afternoon with the added distance, and what that will look like, and if that could be anything to change up who seems to have the edge, because right now Malkut still does. You saw Clark there have a mistake in 14. He had just caught up to Christopher McKeithen and then faded backwards.
Yeah, it's just kind of back and forth as far as lap times go, but this fall off, it's going to continue, right? You talked about it in the what we're going to expect to see in the pre-final. Staying on top of it's going to be important, but again, with the time, because we're based off of time here, it's not laps. They're putting down a lot of laps, right? And it's a lot for these tires to kind of take, and when you talk about it, they are heavily worn. Even walking by, given it was the MG Yellows that I was looking at, but the shifter tires are very worn. some of the reds as well, looking under some of the tents that I was walking throughout the lunch break. You can just see it, especially on the rears with corners like this, turn number 1, with corners like this, turn 2, then a turn 3. I've said it already this weekend, but it's a lot of lateral load, which is why you're seeing so much rubber kind of being laid down throughout a variety of different corners here. But I think the rear tires, when you talk about maybe tomorrow, they're really the ones that you really have to try and nurse, keep the kart from sliding here.
And again, with the high load corners, right, carrying more speed, that aero wash that the drivers love to talk about and we've brought up quite a bit is going to be a huge factor for a class that isn't really used to it in KA Stars. We only find ourselves really mentioning or bringing that up in the 125cc classes with a little bit higher horsepower and therefore a little bit faster overall lap time. Also, they're usually on the stickier of the two tire compounds, but here, I mean, it is so dark inside the groove. There is so much mid-corner speed just on the layout itself that in KA Stars even, it's something to note because you lose a little bit of front grip, the rear end starts to spit out on you when you're falling behind someone, just like what happened there with Jared Clark. You kind of saw and had it not been for all of the development that's happened over the last couple of days to the asphalt, combined with record temperatures here for the springtime in Concord, North Carolina, baking this surface, roasting the drivers as well, we wouldn't be talking about it. But here we are, heading into the pre-final for KA Stars, talking about potentially a little tire management, or at least trying not to overcook your tires too early in that lengthened session. Because this one is coming to a close this time live, but they'll have an added distance of a few more minutes and therefore about another 4 to 5 laps since we've got Ian Quinn off on the inside of the back straightaway.
And we talked about it, right? Rough end to heat race number 1, just getting shuffled down the order. Rough start to heat race number 2. I guess you could call it an end as well. That just came a little bit too soon for Ian Quinn. A return to single speed. We've seen him a little bit. I've seen him personally over at the Route 66 series throughout the years, and just, man, not the luck that he would have hoped to have here this weekend. Further back, though, a couple of drivers making moves. Brickley hasn't moved from 4th. Rosende hasn't moved either. He's still in 5th. To Paramo, Avrutsky, Moore, Boer, Tutwiler, your top 10. And this is really one of the closer ones that we have on the racetrack. And I tell you what, Xander, I almost forgot Isaac Malcutt was in this race with how checked out he's been since the start, since that green light went out in this one. Isaac Malcutt hasn't looked back, and he really hasn't even been in frame since the start of it all.
Yeah, he's proving me wrong right now. Went to a 42.97 the lap before. That's almost as fast as heat number 1. He's turned up the wick late in the session, maybe trying to get more aggressive with lowering the air pressure, anticipating that pre-final. And we heard from him in the post-heat 1 interview. He said, yeah, I know the field's going to get close at some point. I don't really know where we are, but I feel like we're still pretty hooked up. We're just going to leave the kart. And you brought it up, Caleb. It's tough to be in that spot. It's not that everybody on the racetrack doesn't want to be dominating and winning a race here like Malcutt is headed for, but you're flying a little blind and guessing against yourself to try and not go backwards but not get caught out by the track evolution. Malcutt will score the win here in KA Stars Heat 2 Group A. McKeithen second, Clark third, Brickley, Rosende the top 5. Avrutsky hangs on over Mort, along with Boer for the 7th spot. And so most notably, ball in Hayden Jones's court now to at least match Isaac Malcutt to join him on the front row. But with that win and the pole in qualifying, he's been perfect in all 3 sessions that we've covered here on the weekend. It will punch him no matter what happens in Heat 2 for Group B to the pole in the pre-final when the top 30 all meet. For some of them, the very first time this weekend, having been split apart randomly all the way through qualifying and then split down the line, evens and odds off of the quali results. But the progress continues here for this Briggs 206 graduate, Christopher McKeithen, second in the KA Stars second heat race for Group A. We go down to Cameron.
Christopher, great result there, P2, in this second heat race. You were here just a month ago for CK&A. What's the difference in the driving style? Kind of give these viewers an idea at home of just how different it really is going from the 206 to the KA.
I mean, it's completely different. I feel like this track is much different than anything else, too. It's a little bit like Daytona, though, where it's better to go a little bit slower. like being smoother is definitely going to be a lot faster. Don't want to overheat the tires, but the big difference between the 206 and the K is just the speed and the acceleration, and we're definitely braking a lot more than we do in the 206.
Yeah, you mentioned the tires there. You have to run this same set throughout the whole entire weekend, 3 heats and a final. Is that something that's going through your head as you go through these heats?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, Isaac was really far ahead just from the start. Jared got a little choked up in turn 1 and 2, and the kid that started third got into second for a minute. And then I looked back once I got into second, and just thought it was just me and Jared with a pretty big gap. You know, we're teammates, so I figured I could back it off a little bit, just kind of save for the next race because Isaac was really far ahead.
There you guys have it. McKeithen super quick, but saving a little bit left for the final.
So as he heads into the scale line, half of the K Stars field roughly know where they stand. Isaac Malkut, of course, knows exactly where he stands. Top of the leaderboard no matter what happens here in this next group coming our way. Heat 2 for Group B. Lining up now as Hayden Jones gets to watch that and sees, okay, well, I've got to replicate my feet again just to stay roughly where he wants to be on the front row, or maybe he's okay slipping back 1 or 2 spots. But in terms of the gauge of lap times and rolling pace, you're still going to need to be able to lock in at a 43 flat, probably average over the course of the 7-minute plus 2-lap session if you're trying to rate yourself against Malkut. And when he had the gap, and you heard even second place there, Christopher McKeithen realizing he could back things off, I only imagine that Ike was doing the same at points throughout that race, Caleb. His last lap especially dropping down to a 43.4. So you don't really know where everyone really stacks up until they all line up and stack up against you physically, which will be the final session on the day all the way at the very end, pushing 5 o'clock. We still got 2.5 hours left. It's been a long day of racing thus far. It's almost set and almost done for some in KA Stars with Heat 2 Group B on tap. And then, of course, coming shortly after will be the likes of the Mazda Motorsports presenting pro show classes here at the Stars Championship Series presented by Mazda with OKNJ currently on deck, OKN Stars and Pro Stars. They'll be the first ones fully done for the day when they conclude their session. Just shy of 3:45 p.m. Eastern Time. 10 races left. KA Stars, the first of the 10. Heat 2, Group B from Charlotte Motor Speedway. Hayden Jones had him covered in Heat 1, just like Ike did in both heats for Group A, but things were a little bit closer and still a little bit hairy here in this class's first go at it, or this group's first go at it in Heat 1. B group, of course, being second, fourth on back from qualifying. Puts Alan Isambard alongside Hayden Jones again. He looked decent, but not spectacular. Colin Lloyd, we spoke to after that opening heat race. He lines up third again. Edgar Rodriguez fourth. Henry Wheeler fifth. Cash Perkins moved forward a little bit. Starts sixth, or finished up in sixth, from heat number 1. Jordan Klein and Chris Harrower had to come from back in the field off the start to work their way forward, and we got an issue further back.
One of them stalled there in the middle of the racetrack and just not going. I think this one's going to get started without him. And indeed, lights out. We're underway in KA Stars.
A couple having to go way up the banking out in the outskirts of turns 1 and 2, and then they're going to have to try and find a place in line on the run to the short chute and the chicanes. Great start for Lloyd, up to second. Perkins followed him through to third. Isambard is all the way back to fourth, the former winner of this event. Harrower fifth with a good run as well.
And again, a good start throughout of Colin Lloyd. He's going to get pressured, though, by Cash Perkins, who's looking on the inside. And I was going to say, if I'm Colin Lloyd here, the first chance I get to go on Hayden Jones, I got to go. I got to try something different than what transpired at the end of heat race number 1. On the other side to that, again, Perkins was right there. He was the first one to pounce inside of the top 3 to get a move, and he did that to get himself up to second. Look, Perkins, I must say, out of those first couple corners does look good, and you can see it visibly closing here to Hayden Jones as we start lap number 2.
Yeah, Cash Perkins, big run down the backstretch. Look how much he closed in and pulled away at the same point there, back to Lloyd. Already getting even a bigger gap here, and that'll allow Alan Isambard to take advantage and go through to third. So with the Rocket Racing Company driver back up the board 1. He's fighting for with Jared Clark right now for the inside of the second row in the pre-final later this afternoon. Lloyd under heavy fire now. Rodriguez, power all over him as the Velocity Sodi driver tries to reset himself with 5 minutes plus a couple of seconds and 2 laps here to go. Early going in Heat 2, Group B, Hayden Jones to Cash Perkins. And Hayden looked really good in that first sector there, Caleb. It looked like Cash was really closing in as we check back in. Henry Wheeler dropping a tire. Further back as well, Mauricio Hernandez was under fire. That was Jordan Klein getting the move done. But the second half of the lap, that one seems to be in the hands of Perkins. And take another look at the start here. Good start for the inside. Isambard losing ground. And then contact kind of starts right around the mid-teens.
Yeah, not exactly sure. It looked like maybe row 5 and back, where it all kind of went by. It was behind.
Oh, someone's in the air. Look at that, one of the PJR machines. It was, I think Klein, Jordan Klein got popped up on the side of someone going down into turn number 1. Check the top right corner or top left corner of the screen right as we get into the corner. Look at Klein there. Has Rodriguez right there. Has one of the MPG machines, or no, back
somebody
from
else
Klein.
further back, yeah.
Yeah, further back, another PJR machine. Maybe Levi Getz. And he obviously continues. That's why the whole field fanned up the bacon. Great catch.
So many of those PJR LN carts here this weekend. Hard to tell. But again, one of them getting popped up in the air. That being said, everything rolling fine as now moves being made. Lucas Thack gonna get passed by Henry Wheeler in turn number 1. That's a change there, and Thack was actually right around that incident there at the start of the race. I kind of saw a lot of drivers wash out wide. But look back up front, Alan Isambard up to 3rd, and Cash Perkins again looking a little bit closer to Hayden Jones than what he's been the last couple of laps. First chance, maybe, not a real opportunity there in the turn number 10 for Perkins. He's gonna have to wait a little bit longer, and this is where we kind of talked about that, right? That dirty air maybe playing a little bit of an effect, maybe being a factor here for some of these drivers. And you're seeing it out of Perkins, struggling a little bit here, but just able to kind of keep Hayden Jones at an arm's length away, just within reaching distance, at a car length, no more than that. That's critical. It's important for Perkins to be that close, and it opens up even more. So back and forth, back and forth. We've talked about this gap. We've talked about maybe the dirty air. You gain some, you lose some. Maybe lose a little bit more than you gain, but that being said, Perkins is going to have to be perfect here if he wants to go on Hayden Jones.
Yeah, a game of hundreds here, nearly thousands going back and forth each way for the top 2. And it's impressive Hayden Jones has maintained the pace that he has, knowing and seeing there how close the rest of the field has been, how many drivers have up and down the board been off track and then back on, or at least offline and then back on, because it's still really tightly packed. I mean, only 4 seconds or so back to Andrew Hamill in 14th. First time in a while the whole pack's kind of stabilized from what has been a very shuffled up leaderboard lap after lap in the first 2/3 of this heat race. Right now here in the heat of the day, the heat of the afternoon, the sun just continuing to bake the surface, and Hayden Jones withstanding it all in his first race back in a long time. I believe we go all the way back to the Stars night fight.
Last year maybe in Wisconsin?
Might have been. No, it would have been all the way to the season finale for the U.S. Pro Kart Series, but yeah, it's been a while. Moral of the story, he's been busy. There's a look. Look at that. That is a bigger track temp delta than what we had even in the desert. The heightened humidity doesn't make things feel any lighter either. It's still in the mid-80s as Alan Isambard goes purple, but 142 degrees and climbing for the surface temperature. Isambard now with ascended for second. Colin Lloyd pulling alongside as well with 1:10 to go. Not quite there for 3rd.
Yeah, luckily for Isambard, though, found a little bit more just on the back end of this race, and that's important to note when you look at the pre-final that's coming up and potentially for the main event, when that's always going to be a game of long run. Who's better? How low can you go on tire pressure? And just being better on the back half of that of those races really is critical to know. And you know, going back on the topic of track temperature, that's probably the highest I think I've seen personally all year long this year. in the time that I've been trackside. That being said, moves for third. Rodriguez looking to go on Perkins. He's got it. Lloyd looked a couple of corners ago. He got it as well. So third and fourth looking a little bit different this lap. It's now Lloyd in third, Rodriguez in fourth, back to Perkins in fifth. Then Henry Wheeler down in sixth, looking to close in, but he's just been kind of stuck, plateaued really for Wheeler on the 969.
Yeah, he hasn't really been able to crack higher than fifth on the road, and like you said, he's just fast, but not quite fast enough on the rolling average. Even then, whether it was the couple of degrees higher on the track temp or straight up, Isaac Malcott's got everyone covered. Hayden Jones's pace is good. It is not the best. Obviously, Isambard has the fast lap of the race, but everybody on track here is at a minimum of a tenth of a second off the average of what Isaac Malcott was able to do just the session before in Heat 2 for Group A. But ultimately here, 2 laps to go, trying to see if there's any other changes that'll happen on the leaderboard, because Malcott and Jones on track to sweep the heat races in their respective groups. The tiebreaker, of course, in those heat points would go the way of Ike. And so the question becomes the conversation, or the question becomes the second and third rows right now, which has the likes of Alan Isambard, Jared Clark, Christopher McKeithen, and Colin Lloyd all in the mix of it. Now coming to the white flag here, it looks like the positions are probably gonna hold. If anything, Rodriguez and Perkins might trade spots there, but they're both coming back from a not so great opening heat race in comparison to the leaders. I mean, we're back to almost lockstep of how we were in our first heat race of the day.
Exactly the same, and again, just waiting. They're all gonna meet later on today for the first time. We'll see Hayden Jones and Isaac Malcott, the 2 drivers who have really been the class of their groups in Group A and B. Malcott swept both of them. Hayden Jones a couple of corners away from sweeping Heat 1 and Heat 2 in Group B. Out of turn number 14, Jones, just a corner to go.
He'll take it all the way to the line. It's another flag-to-flag performance for Hayden Jones, doubling up in his 2 heat races. Isambard, Lloyd, Rodriguez, Cash, Perkins, your top 5. And that'll sign, seal, and deliver the grid order provisionally for that pre-final as well. But a solid performance to answer the call from Isaac Malcott, and now he will be joined by Hayden Jones off his own perfect score in his flight of 2 heat races come the pre-final later on today. Final look at the running order though as they cross the line. Jones on top, Isambard, Lloyd, Rodriguez, Perkins, Wheeler, Chris Harrower, Lucas Theck with a rebound here in heat number 2. Jordan Klein another top 10, Mauricio Hernandez the same, Hamill, Levi Getz, Nick Mercer, Drew James, Connor Corsi. Onward from there, Miles Goodman, the biggest mover, just off the page in 16th. Let's go down to pit lane.
We are down in the scales with Alan Isambard. Really solid drive there. You had a lot of late run pace. Kind of talk me through that session.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we missed a little bit to Jones and to Malcott. We came in at the end, but we just missed something in the beginning. I mean, we just lacked the pace in the beginning, and I don't know. We've went both ways with the setup, and nothing's really helped for it, so we got to keep trying.
Kind of talk us through, maybe give us a little bit more insight of what exactly you're feeling out there with the track, with the temperature being so hot. Is it greasy? Is it grippy? Kind of talk me through what you're struggling with.
I mean, the first sector is really greasy, and then I mean all the high-speed stuff at the end, the long left and the long left at the end of the back straight and double left is it feels quite good. It's just really greasy in the beginning of the sector.
Well, hopefully it's a little bit better for you in the pre-final.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So that concludes it here for KA Stars. Got to look at, of course, how they've stacked up now for that A pre-final with the provisional results. There still is, of course, racing to go between now and then, and the officials will still be busy as well. But that's why we've got a short break in the action here. 2:51 p.m. local time, Eastern time here, 11:51 a.m. Pacific. OKN Junior for Moto number 2 kicks off the final rotation of sessions. There'll be a short gap after the second Moto for the Pro Stars boys and girls. And then we've got a batch of pre-finals to close out our afternoon for a full day. 3 rotations of races here. A couple of calm ones and a couple that have delivered, and OKNJ certainly had some wildness to it. OKN Stars definitely did in their opening motos. And then, of course, we'll keep our eyes on Mateus Morgado and Pro Stars as well. But that's all coming your way, folks. About another 10 minutes, and we'll go green here once again from Charlotte Motor Speedway.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of
Well,
course.
dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm gonna give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now, this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser Driver Fitness episode with me, Chris G. Today, I'm going to show you how to protect those ribs in the seat. We're doing core. Exercise number 1 is the bench leg raise. Controlled all the way down, full range of motion. Make sure you pick up that tailbone off the pad. Coming down, controlling. Great for the lower abdomen area and obliques. Floor slider mountain climbers, exercise number 2. Exercise number 3, the plate-loaded decline bench sit-up. I'll see you guys on the next episode of Chris G Coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental kart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently. with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of
Yeah.
course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayKara.com. At ShopPayKara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayKara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Here we go, time for the Pro Show. OKNJ, first one on the list. Nico Katowski's on the inside, Tristan Murphy's on the outside, and we're underway in OKNJ. Contact further back, William Veeder into the back of, I think might have been Sapirko there. And indeed, those two together, just on the exit of turn one. Marco Samet with issues as well. Hectic one to get this one kicked off. I don't even think he got going. Marco Samet didn't even start this race here, Xander.
No, this has been a rough start here in OKN Junior for Moto number 2 for Marco Samet. And now, as the field rounds its way towards turn 14 to put one lap in the books, here we go for the second moto, 11 minutes plus 2 laps. Nico Katowski remains out in front to Tristan Murphy, to Travis Pettit. Back to third. It's a better start here for Murphy, but yes, Marco Samet struggling to fire off the grid. One lap behind the field, or way back from the field at a minimum. Here's Pettit looking to the inside for P2. He'll get the job done. And that kind of tracks what we saw in that opening heat race. Pettit seemed to be geared a little more for the top end of the straightaway, less for get up and go out of the corners. And it was where ultimately in the hairpin here, it was tough for him to fend off the likes of Maxwell Macho, who makes a move there on his teammate, and Liam Nachawati. That moves him to 5th. Parker Ives as well, the other notable, in at 4th, just up the road from a much better start for the 148. Parker was the second fastest go-kart, more laps than not in Moto number 1. He looks to be still very free, a little bit out of shape even through the first couple turns, but it's early, long race ahead. Nico Katowski to Pettit, and look how much Pettit closes in here. You can see visually when the leader gets on the limiter and when Pettit still has more juice to burn as he almost pulls the trigger there in turn 10, but thought better of it.
Yeah, Pettit looking a lot better here in the second moto. The second of the two of the day here. And again, Pettit already closing in. Nico Katowski, turn number 1. Is it here? It is. Travis Pettit, turn number 1. Not for long. Katowski able to cross him up. And here comes the rest of the pack. Murphy right there in third. Parker Ives is Pettit looking to go back into the chicane. He's through. Ives thought about it in a turn 6. Not going to happen. But Travis Pettit, 2 corners, setting it up. He gets it as they're fighting further back. Macha on Ives. Murphy on Katowski. Katowski, or I should say Murphy, gets it. I don't think Macha did. No, he didn't. He's still behind Parker Ives in 5th.
It's just such a different way to attack the race here in OKN Junior. Even the last turn, right? This is a standard pass in some classes, but you run the risk of getting crossed up. That's not the case in OKN Junior, especially if you're Maxwell Macha. His launch out of turn 14 is incredible. And now he's got clear racetrack to start hunting forward as the early race leader is back to 3rd. Nico Katowski now running in the tire tracks at Tristan Murphy as Travis Pettit leads the way here in the afternoon.
Here are a couple of other drivers further back. Grayson Walcott with a Hodes driver development this weekend. He's up 2 spots. The same for Johnson. Perriman as well, up to 9th. This race looking a lot better for young Lawrence Perriman to get himself up there. Veeder to Sapirko. We saw the incident between Veeder and the 108 at the start of it. They're able to keep going, but now for second, Katowski right back on Murphy, wasting no time. Nico able to get through and back by the Ryan Perry Motorsports Tony Kart there.
In the first race of the day for the OKN Juniors, it was their first time going as many laps around this racetrack as they did. The Pro Stars got 19 laps in. We're talking basically double every other session to that point in the weekend. Now we've got that first one done and having plenty of time to comb back over everything. You're seeing in play here in OKNJ what we'll probably see, honestly, in OKN Stars and Pro Stars, and that is the field adapting very quickly to learn what they can from how Moto 1 played out and adjust for Moto number 2. Their main event will still be significantly longer, but now as Macha charges up to 3rd, the leaders are still well within reach. He's got the fastest car on the circuit, and it is not even close, Caleb. He ripped a 41.27 last time by. The leader, 0.3 slower than that. Drivers around him are even as fast as the leader, but that Parolin is a rocket ship, and now you can see how quickly he's already rolling up towards the back of Katowski.
Yeah, impressive run out of the rookie right now in the 174 for Maxwell Macha, just able to make moves, make him look easy, and getting himself up there, just managing that pace really well up to this point. And again, that's the biggest topic, right? Going back to how long these motos are in the pro show, it's just something to manage, right? You really have to set up, and you're learning on the fly as well. Only 3 practice sessions. We talked about it on the Friday. And in comparison, there's no test weekends out here. There's no, Thursday practice. None of that. You're out here on Friday. You roll off 3 practices and straight into qualifying. And speaking to a lot of drivers like Diego Ramos, like Paulie Massimino, and like a couple of others that we're getting set to see later on in the OKN division, you're out here learning on the fly, session after session. And your biggest learning experience is in Moto 1. And you can tell Katowski maybe learned a thing or two there. He was in the lead, granted, and he takes it back from Travis Pettit, who also learned where he could improve, and it was gearing for him. Macha improving on the pace that was promising in Moto 1 and just continuing to build on that, right? Having a good level playing field, and then building even more so as Pettit looking to rip the high side. Wow, Travis Pettit makes that one stick to the lead.
He's not the first to go there. He surely won't be the last, as everybody is able to see that move on display on the big screen. And now Macha goes for second on Katowski to go as the next one. Murphy pulls alongside. They're evenly matched on the run to turn number 1, but Katowski's going to lose another. Parker Ives with a heads-up move there to get to 4th. And Liam Nachawani now latches on back in the 6th spot. A 6-car train here in OKN Junior, the division that stole the show, arguably the most entertaining main event out of the entire Queen City Gambit last year. 6 of them all lined up here in Moto 2 as we cross the bridge at the halfway mark. Travis Pettit now has the fastest car on the racetrack, bearing down on him for the race lead and the potential Moto win, hanging in the balance right here. But he got a great exit there through the S's, so that put him safe through 14. Another good launch, huge launch there as they rocket up the power band out of that last turn. You can really see who's got the carburation perfectly dialed and who hasn't, along with, again, a potential swing in the gearing. With an open builders class here like OKNJ and like OKN Stars, you'll see a lot more variance in strengths and weaknesses across the field, and that'll be, of course, really exaggerated with the non-linear power curve of these engines. Parker Ives under pressure now, though. After getting by Katowski earlier, he wasn't able to make anything out of it. Nico takes that spot back. If you're not going to go forward, I will try, and that's going to now have Ives having to be the one to deal with Nachawati. And look at the exit for Nico. Are you kidding me? What in the world just happened to Tristan Murphy?
Yeah, Murphy just could not get out of turn 14 there. You saw him on the brakes, and you saw Katowski just able to go around him, able to get a better exit. And again, this is some great racing, right? I look back to when the OKNJ class was introduced here at the Stars Championship Series. It was up and down. There was big differences in the classes. You had one driver maybe pulling away from the field, but kind of 3 or I should say 2 and 1 event years removed from that. This class is racing, I think, as good as ever in really year 3 since joining the lineup here at the Stars Championship Series. And this is great to see, right? The names, the teams, the engine builders coming into it, and the new faces in this class as well as a breath of fresh air with drivers like Maxwell Macho, right, a rookie, taking this class and being fast in second, closing in on Travis Pettit. This is definitely a sight to see here. If you're on the fence lines, if you're at home, this class is racing really good here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway, and I think we're about to have a race for the lead on our hands here, Xander. Macha looking a lot closer than maybe he has so far in this race. He's closing in, maybe even just breathing down on Travis Pettit here a little bit. Half a car length away, but a mistake out of them there. Looked a little loose as he was going into turn 14. That gap's going to open up just a little bit more.
And now, with 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go, Maxwell Macha takes over the lead. Pettit trying to answer right back. It is all going undone for Travis. Katowski gets through for second. And Maxwell Macha, the Mini Swift Supernats champ, who has had certainly an uphill battle, being one of the smallest kids in the junior ranks, now leads for the very first time. Parker Ives through to the inside. Another sophomore to the inside of Travis Pettit. And the reigning K junior champ, looking for an OKN junior title in a matter of half a lap, is now going to be more than a second away from the lead, from the top spot originally. Back and forth, and Tristan Murphy is right there hot on his heels. He's looking for that spot in turn 1. Murphy gets through as well.
And that's just how quick things can change out here, right? One move, one pass, one corner can really hinder your momentum in this race. And you saw that out of Travis Pettit, right? He was caught by surprise. I think I was caught by surprise by Maxwell Macho. Wasn't expecting that little bobble going into turn 14. Able to get the exit, able to get the run in turn number 1. And that just kind of rattled maybe Travis Pettit a little bit, where it was one after another going by, finding a lane, finding a way to get through on Travis Pettit. And that's how quickly things can change in this race. Pettit, again, a lot of work to do to get back up to where he was a lap ago. 1 lap, 4 spots lost. And Nachawati's as well, just right behind him. Maybe looking to go here as this one continues to draw to a close. 3 laps to go, 20 seconds left on the time, and then +2 as Macha is going to try with everything that he's got to hold off Nico Katowski, who up to this point, he qualified pole in qualifying, 1 Moto 1. And now, for the first time, he's in second, chasing down the rookie in the class.
This is a huge boost of confidence if it will hold to the end for Maxwell Macha. If nothing else here, a statement made to the rest of the field. If he's able to score this moto win, it would put him on the outside of row 1 for the main event. And can you imagine being a driver entering your second year, a limited amount of times in this class, in a facility like this, with the national anthem playing, standing, waiting to get your main event underway with no karts in front of you. That is what is in store if things hold as they are for Nico Katowski here, because this second would still be enough by 1 point to point him to the pole, and Macha to join him on the front row. Murphy to third, and Travis Pettit's backward slide to 5th has now pushed him back to 4th, and only hanging on by a tiebreaker. If Parker Ives ends up staying where he's at, and Pettit slides one more back. No, he just did there, back to 6th. That could hurt as well. Final lap underway though. Liam Nachawati, late race charge in the works here for the other Paralyn in the lead group, closing in on Tristan Murphy.
And a last-minute drive this weekend for Liam as well. Got here overnight on Friday just to make it out on track after a busy schedule overseas, and now chasing down Tristan Murphy. But up front, his teammate Maxwell Macha. You talk about the rookies this weekend in the OK classes, both in OKN Senior and in OKJ. How about this young man here up at the front, caught him by surprise, takes away Moto number 2.
Maxwell Macha over Nico Katowski. Parker Ives third. Nachawati ahead of Tristan Murphy in the fight for fourth at the line. Travis Pettit, a race that saw him lead laps and at one point seemed to be well in control. Back to sixth, Cameron Johnson. A late race push gets the Nash Motorsports driver seventh and knocking on the door of your leaders at the end. William Vitor eighth, Grayson Walcott ninth, Lawrence Perriman, Achilles Saperco, and a heartbreaker for Marco Samet and the BJR crew. A no-show essentially here in OKN Junior Moto number 2 to close out the afternoon. But again, can't say it enough. What a performance there for Maxwell Macha. We knew how fast he was. We saw the glimpse of it in him carving up the field in the second half of Moto 1, and he capitalizes here in Moto number 2 in a big way with a big-time win. And a lot of momentum now to take him into the main event, because that's it. They'll just have a warm-up session in the morning tomorrow, but other than that, the OKN Juniors are done with on-track activity before the podium-paying, trophy-paying main event gets underway tomorrow afternoon. And the same goes, of course, for the class on deck, OKN Stars. They have been waiting here for the call to green for their division as well. A beautiful afternoon here from Charlotte Motor Speedway, and couldn't have been a more beautiful sight there for the Paralyn crew to see Maxwell Macha break through with that Moto win here with a look at, of course, the sessions coming your way. OKN Stars Moto 2 next up on the board. Pro Stars will follow. KA Masters then after a short break in the activity, the final break for us on the day of just shy of 10 minutes. When Pro Stars wraps up, for Micro Swift, KZ Masters, KZ Super Masters, K Junior Swift Stars in the final session on the day, KA Stars. So 8 races remain here from Charlotte Motor Speedway. OKN Stars, a couple of big names with some work to do after the rookies stunned them all with a 1-2-4 performance in Moto 1. It all began, of course, with the chaos down at turn 1 for Paulie Massimino and Diego Ramos. They'll line up alongside each other again. Two drivers that have raced well over the years, Caleb. They talk very highly of each other, so it was a very out-of-character moment to see them collide the way they did, racing for position into the first corner.
Yeah, and again, we can sit here and kind of point fingers all we want. It seemed very incidental in between the two, and I'm curious to hear, right, after it's all said and done, checkered flags fly at the end of the day, to hear from both of them with everything that went on. But one kid, the 174, what a way to turn things around in about a 6-day span after last weekend. Bad luck in KA Junior this weekend. Takes the win in Moto 2 in OKNJ. He's standing by with Cameron Reed.
Maxwell Macha, what an absolute drive. It's our first time talking to you this weekend. Kind of catch us up to speed with how your weekend's been so far.
It's been up and downs, you know, like a roller coaster. Last heat I got a DQ and I came back from it. You know, I'm really happy from that. And hopefully I could come back to tomorrow and get first, you know.
Well, we saw there the steering shaft moving a lot. It looks like the little plastic piece that keeps the steering shaft bolted into the frame must have come unbolted and moved down. How was it driving with the steering wheel moving all around?
You know, like, I felt it and I was like, what the heck? And then I just pushed down on the steering wheel and drove like that, you know?
Well, you made it work super quick. Congratulations and good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Wow.
Well, correct that there for myself on getting our provisional points together from Moto number 1 for OKNJ. With that correction, of course, that changes things a little bit. Still, smile on Maxwell Macha's face, and understandably so. Great performance here, and look at that. Whoa, the steering wheel, that is unreal. Your race winner across the line. That's not a typical celebration, and probably something you'll never see again.
Yeah, and you heard from Cameron Reed there, the plastic bit that just kind of holds it together, just coming off. Kind of reminds you of the DAS system Mercedes implemented a while ago on their F1 car, but that doesn't work in karting, sadly. That's That's something to deal with here for a young driver like Maximo Macha to win outright pace. That's crazy to say the least.
Well, talk about zero to hero, right? Gets a last place in Moto 1, first place in Moto 2. Now it would put him 6. Nico Kwiatkowski will have Tristan Murphy provisionally on the outside of him if the results from Moto 2 hold. Parker Ives and Travis Bennett will be on row number 2. Liam Nachawati and Maxwell Macha back on row 3. As for OKN Stars, they've got also a lot to dive into from Moto number 1 with the front row having a terrible start in their case. The OKNJ, of course, here's a look at how they stack up while the OKN Stars get ready to go. Nico Kwiatkowski, Tristan Murphy, Parker Ives. That's how close the heat points were. And again, mind you, of course, provisional points. The decimal is the qualifying tiebreaker. That's what puts Pettit on the outside of row 2 ahead of Liam Nachawati. Then Macha, Johnson, Walcott, Vitor, Marco, Samet. OKN Stars will have the same for you when they get done, but they've got 19 laps ahead of them. And ready to go, Paulie Massimino, a former winner at the event, former champ. Ramos, the 3-plate, on the outside. Green flag for Moto 2.
Much better up at the front for Paulie Massimino and Diego Ramos. And this is really going to probably be one of the first times we get a good look at Paulie as Chase Gasquet. Leo on the outside drops a tire on the exit there of turn number 4. We're running into the chicane into turn 5 and 6. But up front, a new look up front that we didn't get to see in that first moto for Paulie and Diego. And then Max Garcia, Moto 1 winner, puts himself in third. Roberts back and forth to Eric Doan. And this is really, again, Xander, the first real look we get up front is Ramos chasing down on Paulie into turn number 1. Change for the lead, maybe. Ramos has got it.
So Diego Ramos now at the front of the 4-pack here. Paulie Massimino, Max Cristea, Davin Roberts. He was the complete innocent bystander of the field in Moto number 1, going wide off the start here. And now Max Cristea, the Moto 1 winner, gets by on Massimino. Let's see if Roberts tries to go in the very next corner as they go down into turn number 10, that time by. Paulie Massimino back to third, back still as Roberts hangs on for P4.
Davin Roberts in the fourth spot there. Much better second moto for him as well. Able to recover here a little bit. Antonino's back in the 5th spot. Another one of the rookies that we were keeping an eye on, along with Eric Doan. And then Blake Nash, reigning champion, down in 7th only at the start of this one. And again, just looking for a little bit more here.
Look at the huge run for Cristea. Or I thought he had one. Sorry, Caleb, I thought he had a huge run. Ramos even parking the bus a little in the middle of the apex. As Cristea rolled right up to him, he might have been able to make the move there, but he didn't. But indeed, Blake Nash spinning in 1. Now 7th here in Moto 2. Trying to close in. Eric Doan also got handed a penalty in Moto number 1. While he crossed the line in 2nd, it bumped him down to the 4th spot. As Massimino goes through, back to 2nd.
Yeah, and looking to work his way back up to Diego Ramos, who again, speaking a lot to Diego as well throughout this weekend. He's talked about just trying different things with the chassis, looking to find a little bit more speed. Everybody's been happy with the power plants, right? You would think, I mean, it is really year 3 of these power plants, almost year 4, I would say, of these power plants, and just figuring them out. Everybody's been happy with that, but just kind of getting that kart setup down this weekend has been something everybody's been struggling with. It's one of the Maranellos, one of the Carblos machines, out of this race early. That looks to be just in the infield there, Xander.
Yeah, and we're down 2 of them. I don't know if that is Aston Driggers or Theo Corelli, one of the pair. Both of them went out in the last lap. As Davin Roberts goes back and forth here with Eric Doan. New driver, another spot forward in the top 5, but into the top 4 for the first time today on track. How about Buddy Antonino? John Antonino, the rookie, now closes in on his teammate in Max Cristea. Move him to 4th, Roberts 5th, Doan in 6th still, and then Nash now closing back in. He was half a second away at the start of this lap. He's on the heels of Doner, now fighting for the final few spots there in the lead train. But Ramos is picking the pace up, and that is spreading them all out. You can see a couple of car lengths between everybody. The number 1 plate is buried in the middle of it, ahead of Kremers and Aiden Lorenko, who is hanging on strong there, as is Austin Olds. I mean, the whole field's closer in some ways. In others, having the top qualifiers out front has spread everybody out, as Cristea makes a mistake there, dropping a tire. That'll put him out of shape here in the run out of the backstretch. And it'll bring Antonino closer. Look at this for 4th and 5th. Doan, Roberts, Nash going at it. Doan's gotten another one.
Yeah, good move there out of Eric Doan. Making up a spot, getting himself up to 5th. There goes Nash looking on the inside. Turn 14, he's got it. And putting himself up to 6th. Kremer's looking for one as well on Davin Roberts, who's holding on to it around the outside, turning it on the inside into turn 1. But Kremer's going in on turn 2. Marion to get a spot made there up to 7th for Kremer's. And you see him just a little bit of a shifter line up and over almost every single curve there, taking them perfectly. We talked about how violent they were with some of the other classes, not affecting them too much, hitting them perfectly to just cut the corners a little bit short and get good enough exits out of them.
And for Marian Kremers, this is the development continuing for the Carbolos Racing engines, powering himself, powering Paulie Massimino and the Maranello contingent also. And they're powering Massimino further forward. He has really chopped the gap back down to Ramos, or at least visually, that's how much he's pulled away from Max Cristea. I thought that he was closing in, but last time by, Ramos set his personal best and beat Paulie by about half a tenth. Cristea lost about a full tenth to the leader, half a tenth to Paulie, lost a little bit to Antonino, and the fastest go-kart is not even the race leader, but it's his teammate in Eric Doan. 40.561, full tenth and a half faster than everybody else on the circuit. Tracking quickly towards your leading quartet up front is the California native, ahead of a fellow Californian in Blake Nash back there in 6th, Kremer's 7th, Roberts all the way down to the 8th spot as he continues to slide. Next up will be Austin Olds and Aiden Lorenko, then Chase Gassiet Lee trying to close in there on the Bennick.
And it's just a little bit of a recovery here for Gassiet Lee off the track, like I mentioned, on the exit of turn 4 at the start, just looking to make up spots lost at the start of it all. But again, Paulie, when you looked at 3 laps ago, he was 2 tenths better than Diego. And then ever since, he's been a tenth down to the Burrell Art and the number 3 car. So Paulie just needing about a tenth here to Diego to really close in and you know, put on a challenge for the lead. Luckily for him, a lot of time still left on the board. We talked about how long these motos are. Already 9 laps in with 4.5 minutes to go, and then another 2 laps. So still some time, but they're just right there, you know, trading laps. A 40.478 for Diego and
a 4.8 for Paulie. 1/100th the difference there. Cristea again off the road out of turn number 7 that time onto the back straightaway. This time he doesn't have as big of a gap to bleed to Antonino. He'll be vulnerable here for the next half a lap, and he knows it. Only a car length back to his teammate. Eric Doan continues to charge towards both of them on that PSL Birol Art. And for Paulie Massimino, what happens back here will equally play a factor of what happens for him up in the grid for the main as Antonino goes by. John Antonino up to 3rd. That pass right there brings him that much closer to potentially go into the front row, because as they run right now, Diego Ramos would lead the field to green tomorrow, even after the chaos of Moto number 1. Max Cristea is still hanging on by a thread for the outside of the front row. And Antonino just got himself a little further away from Paulie Massimino in the heat points for 3rd. And that's all, again, just to line up for that lengthy main event, which, as we're seeing here play out even in this second moto, there's a lot of time to go back forward if you don't start well, like this. Eric Doan, another one down for the 43.
Yeah, just looking to get his Burrell Hart up into, or further up, I should say, to teammate Diego Ramos. Closing in, that's a good move there out of Doan on Cristea, and then John Antonino next on the chopping block. We've seen the pace out of Doan, right? Early on, he had the speed. He was arguably, well, he was the fastest. Had the purple lap for a little bit there, but this lap looking a lot better than what it did a lap ago. A 40.9 a lap ago for Doan. Maybe it wasn't the pace he would have wanted, but it also looks like Antonino's lacking a bit here. You see him struggling to get out of the corner there in turn 14, Xander, and Doan just closing into a car length.
Look how far back away, though, the leaders haven't run clean laps for the last bit of this race. They have pulled. At one point, the whole top 10 was covered by about 2.5 seconds. Now it's nearly 8 back to Austin Olds and Levi Sangera's Nash machine. This is one of the only close battles on the racetrack. It's the looming fight for 3rd. Eric Doan trying to overcome the penalty off of his P2 run initially in Moto 1 that bumped him back to the 5th spot. Now if he gets by on John Antonino. It would leapfrog him from the 3rd row to the 2nd row. More importantly, it would make up for some lost championship points. Get him that much closer to being able to fight for the win tomorrow in the final. And he's close, right there, teeing up for what could be a back straightaway run. Look at how different he has to attack the chicane, running that close to Antonino to still have a good exit, because again, he's right in that dirty air window. Right here as well. See if the back end steps out a little. It did a touch, but not all too much here. The last turn will be the easiest probably to get up to the back of the 93, but he botched the entry. And Antonino pulls back away.
Yeah, Doan going up and over the curb there. Didn't look like it helped him out all too much. You see the gap open up, another car length there. Turn number 1 really seems like one of the prime spots to make a move here, Xander. And again, that's all due to the exit out of turn 14 and 15, having a good run up to turn 1 and making a move down the inside. We've seen a lot of that, right? That's been, I would say, a good chunk of the moves that we've seen in this OKN class. And that's just it, right? Doan learning or having to learn from, I'd say, a lap ago. What do you do differently this time approaching turn number 10 to try and set up for a move into turn number 1?
I don't know. I mean, you try to get through these S's better, but again, you can see just the front end not keeping the go-kart behind it. The lower speed corner, though, was much easier for him to get out of. Antonino knows it. Doan's going to try it anyway. Eric Doan to the inside decisively for 3rd. And the PSL karting driver picks up another one. In this impressive drive through the field, nearly every spot he's earned here has been fully on merit, and he was buried back at the end of the opening lap here. Just a methodical, smooth drive here from Eric Doan from 6th by the end of lap number 2. Now slowly, quietly up and into 3rd as the timer ticks to 0. And this will do it. 2 laps to go. They'll go 1 lap less than Moto number 1. Ramos takes us under lap 17 now. Actually, no. I think we did get in under the timer. So they might go the full 19. We'll have to wait till the next time by to see what the signal is. Per official timing and scoring, it is showing 3 laps remaining. So they will go the exact same distance there. They were on the limit of whether or not they'd get it. They did. And Paulie Massimino, the last couple of laps, has maintained at a 40.4, where Ramos has started to falter a little. That's what's brought that gap from just over 7/10 to 6.5. And with 2 laps to go, does Paulie make one last heave here? Again, they're on the MG Yellows. They'll go to a sticker set in tomorrow's main event. No, it'll stay the same for the top 2. In fact, the whole top 5, top 6 seem pretty stationary. 7th, 8th, and 9th equally closer, but not all too much. And so now we can get a pretty good provisional read of who your top 3 in the heat points look to be. Working 2 laps to go. The white flag coming this time by for Diego Ramos. A 2nd place after the dust was finally settled in Moto 1. Crossing the line in 3rd, getting moved up after his teammate had a penalty. There was a little bit of official intervention, of course. There was some chaos at the start that he was a part of. He had to drive back through the pack then. He has not had to do nearly that level of battling in Moto 2, Caleb, but as he enters his final lap, this will be the lap that punches his ticket to the pole tomorrow.
And it's a statement made as well for the PSL Karting Barrel Arts here on the Saturday, showing the long run paces there, showing it's not just Ramos, showing it's Eric Doan as well. But again, also seeing how important it is to perfect this corner right here, turn number 10. If you want to set up a move for the lead, it's going to be in turn number 1 probably, maybe a preview for tomorrow. We'll see. But Ramos, 2 corners to go, and it's a much better 2nd moto on the day.
He'll close it out with a comfortable gap. Diego Ramos wins Moto 2 over Massimino and Doan. Antonino, Cristea, your top 5 to the 1 plate of Blake Nash. Lauren Kremers, Chase Cassie at lead. Davin Roberts slides down the board very late in the going on that final lap. That battle between those 3 ended up sending the young gun in the 5 plate all the way to 9th. Levi Sangera, on the other hand, able to get the better of Aiden Lorenko. Puts him back in the top 10 when the checkered flag fell here in Moto 2 for OKN Stars. So Diego Ramos, top of the heap here with 1 more moto to go for Pro Stars on deck. But Ramos, your winner in Moto number 2 for OKN Stars. And top of the heat points as well. There's a look at how they cross the line, folks. Back to Roberts and Sangera. Paulie Massimino close and pretty even with Diego. The middle of the race was where the number 3 was able to really stretch things out on the final session on these tires here. 2 lengthy sessions at that, really building a whole lot of heat here at the hottest part of the day. Track temps probably pushing 150 degrees, if not more. It is unreal the conditions the drivers are battling here at Charlotte. And then, of course, in terms of the heat points as well, Diego Ramos, top of the board there also. Cameron, let's go down to you.
Eric, we didn't get to catch up after that first moto, but still a great drive. Ultimately ended up with the penalty that pushed you a little bit further back. So let's kind of talk through both of those motos today. Let's start with Moto 1. Kind of talk me through that one.
Moto 1 was really good, I think. We just got a good start. Unfortunately, a few other people crashed, including my teammate Diego, so that sucks for them, but I got a good start. I got through it, and we were able to just keep going off consistent laps, not chew through the tires too much, and come away with a P2. Unfortunately, before the green flag, I ended up with a pushback. I got into the back of Davin a little bit, and it pushed in, so that was unfortunate. Fortunately, dropped us down to P5, but we came back strong in this one and came away with P3.
Yeah, good recovery. How did the kart feel for that long run, obviously with the heat?
It was phenomenal, man. Like, this barrel art works absolutely amazing in this heat and on this track. Huge thank you to everyone at PSL, my mechanic Anthony Freeze, and my dad for that. Yeah, I mean, nothing else to say. It's incredible.
Well, tomorrow it's going to be significantly colder. How are you feeling going into that, dropping from 90 degrees down to 50?
I like it. I like the cold, especially not in this heat. This is ridiculous. But, yeah, it'll be better for drivers, especially for that longer race, which is probably going to be about 25 laps. It's going to be better for us. I think better for the go-kart. So we'll see what we can do. I think we got a piece that can definitely contend for the win tomorrow.
There you guys have it. Back to you in the booth.
Thank you, Cameron. Eric Doan, a lot of speed shown here in OKN Stars now with 2 motos in the books and the main event left to play for. We've got a look at the provisional lineup, of course, as we mentioned. His teammate Diego Ramos, a second after Doan's penalty pushed him back down the leaderboard in Moto number 1, puts the Brazilian with a 2 and a 0 here in Moto 2. Max Cristea just joining him on the outside of row 1 in his OKN Stars debut. Rookies 2nd, 3rd, 4th on the standings here, Caleb.
Again, the weekend of the rookies, right? New year, new place for them to race and getting themselves up in the front, right in the mix as we head into the main event tomorrow. This is, again, could be a new face, maybe, standing on the top step of the podium here at the Stars Championship Series in the OKN class. But 2 biggest surprises, right? 2024 champion, Paulie Massimino, 5th. 2025 champion, Blake Nash, 6th. And again, for Diego Ramos, you talk about the last 2 years, going into contention for a championship at the final round of the season, not coming into fruition. What could that mean for the number 3 to start off the year with a bang? Starting on the front row, starting on the inside, and finally, how many times have we talked about this? That first championship in 125cc for Diego Ramos. We've waited for a long time. Could this be the year, and could you start off perfectly here?
Well, I think it would just be a matter of getting through that main event cleanly. Remember last year, he crossed the line first. It should have been the win. You get the penalty for the contact with Chase Cassie at lead. Those valuable points cost him in the end, and I'm sure he's learned from that. Equally, still a bit of a chaotic start in Moto 1. Had to pay the price, but he ends up getting away with it here with the way the heat points have rinsed out. Now in Pro Stars, his former teammate, now sporting the black and orange, Mateus Morgado's got a lot of work to do. He had an engine let go, albeit wasn't in the lead, although he got the lead into turn number 1 off their first start with some aggressive driving down into that first corner, drag racing with AJ Myers. He had a nose out front, but he was pointed straight as if AJ didn't exist there. A little contact, AJ cut him a break as Mateus had the edge on him, but it didn't take long. Myers ripped the high side, just as we saw Pettit do in the OKNJ class, and just like we've seen already multiple times today at the end of the backstretch, got the lead, never looked back. For the final time on Saturday, we get a Pro Stars start. Heat number 2 in the books. Moto 2 in the books for everyone except for this class. Moto 2 for Pro Stars. To the lights, and we're away. And it is a near no-doubter for A.J. Myers with a whole shot off the jump there into turn number 1. But Mateus Morgado is still bringing the fight to him down the backstretch. Here he goes! The Brazilian goes out front halfway through lap 1.
Yeah, as quickly as that, Mateus Morgado again looking to set the tone of this race early. Talked to him in the lunch break, said that start was just perfectly and perfectly planned as well. Wanted to put Myers under pressure. Renneden's doing the same here into turn number 14, into the side of Myers, and they're going to drag race up to turn number 1. Here comes Irwin looking for third.
Jay Irwin wanted to get into the mix of it. He spent all of Moto 1, all of last Sunday as well, fighting from further back as the field works its way to the chicane. Lap 1 in the books, long way to go, and Myers was able to withstand all the pressure in that first moto, but it is nothing like what we're seeing unfold here on lap 2. Irwin versus Renneden now for third as they drag race through the bend. Jay's got the spot, and back goes the Frenchman.
And it's almost like Irwin had a tiptoe through turn number 8 to make that move stick. You saw how slow he was out of the corner. Renneden, that kind of, allowed him to get alongside Irwin, and just Jay was able to get up on the gears, able to get clear of Adrian Renneden to hold on to the third spot. But again, finally, we talked about how many laps Jay spent behind Adrian Renneden throughout the last 2 weeks, finally able to get ahead of him and chasing down A.J. Myers on what's been, I would say, almost a struggle weekend for Jay. Spoke to him a little bit today, and said they're just struggling with rear grip, can't get the rear planted, can't find the grip out of the corners, can't find the speed, and you still see it, maybe a little tiptoeing out of these corners, but it looks a lot better, I think, than what it has all weekend long. He's starting to close in on A.J. Myers here, Xander.
Yeah, he's getting there already. We saw it, like you said, in Moto 1, some promise, and now, here in the heat of the day, he's putting the pressure on. Morgado will add another couple of tenths to the margin here, up to 1.8 seconds. He's rocketing away. He's got a few laps less on the tires than everybody. He's trying to take full advantage of it early, and Myers protecting in a section where he and Irwin have made passes on each other before, but no one's done it yet this week. Through turn 6, and now deep on the brakes, contact! Jay Irwin is off! Myers continues, but further back, Irwin is destroyed. The right front tire and left front tire pointed in complete opposite directions, and the contact has paved the way, just as the seas parted in Quaker City for Adrian Renneden and Velocity Sodi go to the top 2 spots of the pylon. Ciracino third, CJ Bowman fourth, Myers is fifth. Jay Irwin sent it and committed, and now his reward is a seat on the tire wall with 7.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
Heartbreak for Jay Irwin. They're looking for the move. Didn't happen, but Adrian Renneden picking up the leftovers, the number 3, and we talked about the Sodis, right? How good they've been in 2026. And there's just another look right at the result, but going into turn number 8, deep on the brakes, AJ looking to rip the high side.
And AJ had committed to the corner, to be fair. Really, I wouldn't say he committed early, but he was certainly committed to getting as close as he could to the curb, or as close as halfway he could. Force Irwin to get up onto the inside curbing if he was going to try and make a move to hurt his momentum on the run down to 10. Hopefully AJ would have that inside through the bend at 9 to hold position, but once again, contact. Fighting up front here at Pro Stars. And PSL Karting's leading man here, Jay Irwin, is the one that's sitting on the sideline. Let's see if Myers is hurt at all by the contact. Obviously, he went way wide in the marbles, so you wouldn't really get to see if his pace is going to pick back up until about now. And he's in 5th, comfortably back from his teammate in Bowman, comfortably ahead of Cooper Becklin there on the PSL Beer Allard, now the highest of the middle group, knocking on the door of a top 5. How about Vincenzo Saracino as well? I mean, in that opening moto, Vincenzo didn't look like he was really as good as the top 4, but he was certainly a league above the rest, and he was starting to close in towards the end a little. And now, the 210, keeping his nose clean in both races, is tracking phenomenally well to start his championship bid. Looking at a potential 3rd place results here in Moto 2 as Myers begins to close the gap to his teammate in Bowman.
Yeah, they're starting to close in here between AJ Myers and CJ Bowman, but again, I can't help to think, right, how many times have we seen that the Pearl Arts, the Magic Card machine, doesn't matter who's in the seat, but just finding each other on the racetrack time and time again. I do got to give credit though to Vincenzo Saraceno, right? You talk about almost the last couple years. I would even go back to 2023 for Vincenzo. It's really been 3 years almost of bad luck where we know Vincenzo's been fast, where he was one of the staples, one of the faces at the Stars Championship Series that we were so used to seeing at the front in the first couple years of Stars, and now finally making the move over to Burrell. And you see it, right? Coming to life this weekend, coming to life in 2026, right back to where we were used to seeing him. It almost feels like a long time ago, but you know, we're not surprised to see Vincenzo up here and fighting in the top 3 and chasing down Adrian Rennerden as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's holding his own right now, stride for stride, if not being even a little bit better than one of the best in the world that has called the U.S. home for the better half of the last 16 months in Adrian Rennerden. He's pulling away from CJ Bowman, and now he's looking for second, but Rennerden closes the door. But for Vincenzo, up the road here from this group, he's now got plenty of space back to Bowman. And like you said, it's probably a humbling moment here. The Stars Championship Series, the competition took a massive uptick into 2024 and then more so even into 2025. And so when Vincenzo won it in the early years, the level wasn't nearly as high. And at that same time, he was driving more. He was still a college student at the time, now with a full-time job, not getting to drive as much. Seems to have found a good new home because he was good in Arizona, and now he's knocking on the door of one of the fastest karts from his first event of the year, trying to get to second. Myers will get by Bowman for fourth as Bowman gets tripped up there, getting on the power coming out of 14. So AJ's back to P4. An important pass for AJ because now if Saraceno gets the better of Adrian Rennerden, it would certainly put any doubt out of it of who would get the pole. Right now, Rennerden and Myers are tied, but this pass here could put Vincenzo Saraceno with the way the cards could then finally get dealt out at the end of this race on the front row. He needs 3 points in the difference. Rennerden holds the outside front row spot currently, and he's holding second with all his might right now. We saw him do it for 25 laps last Sunday, Caleb. He's putting it on display again.
Yeah, Rennerden's just very good on the brakes, able to keep his competitors at bay. But again, there's another one about to join the party. AJ Myers starting to close in here. That gap is closing. Myers gaining a good bit of time on the two of them. He was 0.3 better than Rennerden and Vincenzo Saraceno respectively. And here goes Saraceno, turn number 8, looking on the inside. He's got it. Rennerden's back to third, and AJ Myers looking to take advantage here inside. Turn number 10. Myers, does he have a run down low? He's got it. Myers is clear for third.
And keeping Rennerden on the marbles. You saw the graphic on the side there. That was a 2-point swing. And not only that here for Vincenzo, but with AJ getting by, he'll drop down to a 6-point. And Rennerden off that change will also start to even out. Then it will go to a tiebreaker, which Rennerden would have the edge on. It will secure AJ the pole. But if CJ Bowman can get up to the back of Adrian Rennerden and make some noise here, which he's already there, Vincenzo Saraceno off his alone podium last year at Quaker City. CJ Bowman, the hero from Quaker City, makes the move stick on Rennerden. And here comes Saraceno's teammate looking for some. Cooper Becklin, his first time in a long time with PSL Kart. He hadn't been with them, I believe, since the single speed days, and that one was a little bit too much there. Almost all coming unglued for Adrian Rennerden, but he fends off the last one in a frenzy.
Yeah, and I think it just looks like Rennerden's out of tire here. He's slipping and sliding all over the place, walking through it and kind of taking a good look. He used up a lot of those rears, just looking to keep Jay Irwin at bay the entirety of Moto 1, and you saw how hard they were pushing. Jay was on the limit, pushing to him, and he's going to let Cooper Becklin by here. There's nothing there for the 3 at the moment here, Xander. He's slipping and sliding all over the place.
Well, and that's a smart move, right? He knew by fighting hard to hold off Saraceno, for one, that was a bigger swing in the championship points haul, but more importantly, it allowed Becklin and Bowman and Myers to all get close to him. Now, it's a matter of just trying to play the gaps at hand, and there's a big gap back from Cooper Becklin to the likes of his teammate Ashton Henkel, 3 seconds, and with only 40 seconds plus 2 laps on the clock, Rennerden can bleed that down and probably still hang on for a solid 6th. However, Vincenzo Saraceno does need to worry about both the Magics. He doesn't need to worry if AJ gets the better of him here. Myers is already tracking for the pole, but Saraceno has 2 points to the good. 1 point he can give up here, and it's going to happen right now. Turn 14. Myers is through. The Magic Man is back to second, which in all of the chaos that has happened here in this moto, Caleb, AJ Myers is probably about as good as he still could have ended up on paper, because we knew Morgado was going to have a tire advantage. Boy, has he let them all know. And with a fresh power plant to boot, 10 seconds and counting for the number 1 plate. But for AJ to end up second, I think that's probably what he was hoping for coming into this moto. And now he's back there, but with the contact that sent Irwin into the weeds. Jay Irwin's way down the board in the heat standings, hurting as well in the championship points. Renneden's tires are gone. He's faded to 6th. Insane that the way this race is played out, it's actually probably gone the best way it could have for the Magic Man. Now as we hit the line again, 3 to go.
Yeah, and again, talking a little bit to Mateus in between the break, the engine let go for him, and that was all due to an airbox issue. The airbox, there was a component in it that goes into the engine, that snapped in half, let just kind of unfiltered air right into the engine, and which caused the C's coming onto the front straightaway. So that was the big issue for Mateus. And again, I talked to him, he's like, look, I got more tire than everybody else. I need to go out there and I need to learn how to get better, because I was here last year, track is different.
Go-kart's different.
Yeah. So there's a lot of things to kind of manage for Mateus, and he said, I just got to go out there and learn in Moto 2. How do I go better than AJ? Because he was obviously fast in that first Moto.
Well, AJ Myers now on cruise control in second. Vincenzo Saracino, if he can hang on to third here on this last lap, he'll be in good shape. Jay Irwin off on the side of the road, staring at a P14 result. And Mateus Morgado was in his shoes in Moto 1. It's been the case almost every year at the Queen City Gambit. One of the major players has a bad opening moto and turns the wick back up in the next one. Morgado gets redemption with a win in Moto 2, and by a long shot. AJ Myers just now headed to the start-finish line, more than 11 seconds back from the number 1 plate. Vincenzo Saracino hangs on for third.
And I think this might just be the final lap here, Xander. Just a half a lap to go, it looks like, for these drivers. And indeed, last lap now for Mateus. So not over yet, but again, you could have called it a lap ago and it would have been fine, because there's just...
He's basically on a cool-down lap now. I'll take credit for that one. Here it is, the true final lap. Mateus Morgado out of the last turn. We'll seal it, and that'll be huge. It might be 12 seconds. Redemption for Mateus Morgado and the reigning champ to score a max points haul in Moto 2. AJ Myers second. Vincenzo Saracino by inches hangs on for third, and more importantly, hangs on to the front row spot for the main event. And Adrian Reneden came in on that lap.
Wow.
Reneden went into the pit lane, or no, he had something way off. He just crossed. I wondered, did we go an extra lap on that one? I don't know. I called that one wrong. I could have sworn we...
I'm not sure.
If Adrian Reneden thought it was the last lap, that makes me feel a little better, because maybe I'm not the only one that's messing up here in the heat and going delirious. But it looks like there was something just a miss altogether. That last lap was 3 seconds off. We saw he was struggling for speed, but whatever it was, if it was something that was way off, the laps just really fell off the face of a cliff.
Maybe it wasn't even tires. Maybe it was something else for Adrian Reneden.
Yeah, no, you're right. It was just me that messed up on that. Look at these lap times for Adrian Reneden. Nearly 3 seconds off in the final few stages. Cameron, I'm sure, will be able to keep us updated on all of that here with a lot of aftermath to break down in Pro Stars. Mateus Morgado, though, back on top. Number 1 plate, position number 1, 11 plus seconds. The dominant performance here in Moto number 2.
Yeah, and just getting reports here, could have been a flat tire there for Adrian Reneden there, who fell back to 9th. But Cameron Reed standing by with AJ Myers.
AJ, pretty crazy moto there. I think you know already the first question we're going to ask. Obviously, a little bit of contact with Jay there. Kind of what happened from your side of things?
Honestly, that's happened so long ago now, I don't remember. Yeah, I think I blocked a little bit. He went down the inside still. He just kind of didn't fully commit to it, and I didn't fully let it open, and it was unfortunate. I don't think he meant to it. I didn't mean for it to happen, and it was kind of a racing incident, so no hard feelings there.
Yeah, well, I mean, it choked you up there for a little bit, but still able to come through the field and get a solid P2 finish. Kind of talk me through those last couple laps.
Yeah, I mean, last night when I saw Mateus getting close, Andrew had a great idea. We asked ChatGPT. We sent him a picture of my data and asked him what to do, and it showed me great tips. I was over slow in corners. My gearing shifting was erratic. So thanks to Andrew, I fixed that all up today, and we did good.
Well, clearly it worked out for you. Good job, AJ.
Thanks.
AJ Myers, all smiles. Probably the happiest we've seen him in a minute there, and definitely the happiest I think I've ever seen AJ off an 11-second deficit. But of course, that's because he is slated to start on the pole tomorrow. Consistent runs in both motos for the Magic Man. A 2.01 score for AJ Myers here in Moto number 2, or at the end of Moto number 2 in Pro Stars. Vincenzo Saracino hangs on at the end, and with Adrian Reneden finally coming in and retiring at the very end, well, we'll get to that in our heat points here for the Pro Stars, but he obviously slides down a little bit in what the main event provisional grid should look like. Great to see AJ in good spirits, though. Feels like it's been a minute since we've gotten to see a smile on his face.
Well, they're asking ChatGPT for setup advice. Maybe in a couple years, AIs are going to be the ones driving the shifter carts here. But Cameron Reed is standing by a little bit more after that one. Cameron?
Yeah, Jay, really unfortunate Moto 2 there. Kind of talk me through what happened.
Yeah, you know, I went for the pass, and I guess I wasn't in there enough. He also tried to hang around the outside, but yeah, I don't know. We're going to have to go back and see the video to see if it was my mistake or not, but yeah.
How did the kart feel before then? Were you feeling pretty solid through that moto?
Yeah, I mean, he flipped his tires and it didn't work for him. He was quite slow. And no, I was feeling good. I felt like I could have kept pushing on with that. So yeah, we'll just have to see tomorrow.
Well, unfortunate ending for you, but hopefully some better luck tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
There's a look at the damage there. The mangled PSL Bureau art of Jay Irwin getting a P14 hurts him for sure in the final standings for Moto 2 for Pro Stars. Mateus Morgado redeems himself with a dominant run. It puts him back up the board in row 3 for tomorrow provisionally. Reneden will join him after retiring on the final lap of Moto 2. Cooper Becklin will get a career-high starting spot in Stars Championship Series competition on his return to PSL outside of row 2. And how about CJ Bowman, career-high starting position, trying to replicate that phenomenal performance with the main event result from Quaker City, and now he's going to get a chance to even go better than that from the inside of row 2. And Vincenzo Saracino, it's been a long time since we've gotten to say his name on the front row. He'll be there here in a matter of moments when the main event rolls around for Pro Stars off a consistent run today. Great stuff for Vincenzo and his performance thus far.
Yeah, and you know he's going to make the most out of the opportunity, right? Long time since he's been up there. Good to see Vincenzo back in form up on the front row. CJ Bowman, impressive. Cooper Becklin as well. Reneden needing more. Mateus Morgado, we talked about how good both of the Velocity Racing Sodies have been. They're going to need to do a little bit of shake and bake at America's Home for Racing to get up to AJ Myers, who, again, we've talked a lot about him and his pace out here. Long run pace was all anybody was talking about in 2025, and I think he proved a lot of people wrong at Trackhouse Motorplex. And tomorrow looks to get himself back into victory lane in a city, a place that he now calls home in North Carolina.
He won the last time we were here in North Carolina to close out the season. He will lead them into the boxes for tomorrow's main. There's a short break in the action here, folks. We go back green at 3:54 p.m. here with the pre-finals for our undercard divisions. KM Masters, we come back.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now, this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Welcome back to the opening round of the Stars Championship Series in 2026. The Queen City Gambit live from America's home for racing here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. It's been a pleasure to bring you guys all the live action here on Kart Chaser on what's been an action-packed day of racing. And again, we're getting set to go here for the last little bit left on the day. The pre-finals are getting set to go green in a couple of minutes, 4 minutes to be exact, and those races going to be 9 minutes plus 2 laps, and it all gets kicked off with our KA Masters, then our Micro Swifts, to the Pro Masters, KA Junior, Swift Stars, and KA Stars. But Cameron Reed is standing by with a little preview before we get into racing. Cameron?
Standing down here in turn 1 just to show you guys exactly how grippy it really is. All of those MG reds and MG yellows have been laying down a ton of grip, and as you can see, it is dark here on the racing line, and our shoes are stuck to the track as we try to walk with approximately 145-degree temperature of the track at the moment. So there is a ton of grip, and this track is super hot as we go into our pre-finals, kicking it off with KA Masters.
Well, thank you very much, sir, Cameron. That's a very good point, right? This is going to be the longest that we have seen the semi-pro classes, if you will, go out there in these pre-finals. KA Masters, again, they haven't gone 9 minutes yet. It's only been 7 minutes and those extra 2 laps. So this is going to be something new, a new beast for everybody at the peak, I should say, of the day, with the heat getting up to an all-time high. And again, we talk about the track temp, the highest that we've seen so far in 2026. And this is all coming your way in a couple of moments, 3:55 p.m. Eastern for the KA Masters, then to the Micro Swifts, the KZ Masters, to Junior, Swift Stars, in closing off the day with the KA Stars. The first time that the KA Stars will meet. Those two groups will mesh together with that new grouping. That's all coming your way here in a couple of moments.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here we'll get ready to go one more time after our final break of the day. 6 back-to-back sessions here to close things off. KA Masters, the first of them. Here set for 9 minutes plus 2 laps. Taking you through how they've stacked up, of course, over the heat races. John Bonanno gets to lead the field of green alongside Anthony Stifler, sporting the new Stifler Motorsports livery on the 204. Byron Daly and Chris Horan on row number 2. Chuck Tate, Adamar Caligaro back on row number 3. And row number 4, Todd Shambo and crew. Then going on back to drivers with work to do here in the field as we take a look at the second half. There's 3 pages nearly full of the field here for KA Masters. We're getting ready to go as they round that final turn. 9 minutes plus 2 laps. Bonanno, the reigning champ, isn't perfect all day today. Here he goes on the inside of Anthony Stifler, looking for green. We've got it. Oh, 3 or 4 of them around. Boamato, Todd Shambo collected. 1 or 2 had to take evasive action and lose a lot of time. There's another one spun. That looks like that could be Horan. A magic cart backwards at turn 3. Bonanno, the early leader, to Stifler, Daly, Chuck Tate to 4th. Huge shake up here right as we get going. And it looks like it's David Galonia that's gotten the best out of it in the front runners. He's up to 5th from 9th on the grid.
Yeah, and what a recovery out of Galonia to get himself a couple of spots. There you see the barrel arch is right behind the best cart of Chuck Tate. But up front, John Bonanno. Again, it doesn't matter if it's the inside or if it's the outside. He gets the jump one way or another. He's to the lead of it all. And a couple of moves further back. Brent Estes, it looked like, looking to try one there on Prestel for 7th. And he did get it, indeed. So that moves Estes on the Eyes Up Racing Machine up to 7th. But up front, not a runaway here, Xander, for John Bonanno. Stifler looks a lot closer, looks a lot closer than he's been for the entirety of this weekend. Has been chasing down Bonanno, but Daly looking to play spoiler on the inside, turn 10. And again, they were making good progress here. If Daly could just be patient with Stifler, I really think they have a chance to get up there for the lead.
Well, I mean, to Byron Daly and both Anthony Stifler's credit, you touched on it in the earlier heat races, Caleb, that John Bonanno hasn't necessarily had an outright speed edge. He's had outright speed in the opening couple of laps over the field. So that's where it's been phenomenal for him. However, this pre-final looks to be a little bit more in the hands of everybody else compared to the one plate as he rolls down the backstretch.
They work their way through here and only a car length. All that separates the comp cart up front and Stifler's machine. Here go into turn number 10. Nothing yet, but he's right there and about to be within reaching distance of the number 1. Everybody else coming through, though. This field has definitely found some pace. Daly's not far back. Chuck Tate also has a good amount of pace in 4th. And the same for David Galonia, who's back in 5th. The one on the outside looking in is Heinig, who's the one in the 227. He's looking to close in, but again, at the fastest lap of the race, that'll definitely help here, Xander, for the driver in 6th.
Allows him to make up for lost time. Mind you, again, it was him colliding with a fellow best cart, Mr. Best Cart, Paul Montopoli, in the opening heat race of the day. Montopoli's had an uphill battle since then, and in fact, of course, that's put him in the teens to roll. Now, up front, Daly to the inside, but not there for 2nd. And Stifler continues to hold. He doesn't seem to get the best of runs, Caleb, off the back straightaway, but 2 times now he has happily moved a half car width up, had Daly pop the curb and maintain 2nd, and still maintain a close distance here to John Bonanno. This is the tightest the front of the field have been.
Yeah, and we kind of talked about it as well, right? That turn number 8, while it is maybe one of the longest quote-unquote straightaways, if you will, that is one of the places where it's really hard to follow and really hard to stay on the rear bumper of your competitors. We talked about it, right? Drivers have been complaining about whether it's dirty air or just trying to stay close, and maybe you see a little bit of that with Stifler. That time, though, got a much better exit, but he's patient with him in a turn number 10. He waits there. Bonanno gets a better exit out of 10, and that's really where I think Stifler's maybe missing a little bit, right? The exit of turn 10 and 11, going down to the S's and into the double rights, that is turn 14 and 15, where you see the separation start to happen. But Stifler, throughout this first sector right here, turn number 1, 2, the first couple of chicanes, he's really good and really gets into the back of John Bonanno. It's just a matter of putting together that last half of the lap, that last really the third sector is where Stifler needs to find a little bit of more pace.
Now with a move to the inside, David Galonia, we touched on him a little bit, felt like I only mentioned his name in heat number 2. Now he's well within view and at the pointy end of the field, working his way up to 4th with that pass on Chuck Tate. And steady progress up the grid here for the Midwestern-based driver, David Galonia. Beyond them, Brant Estes runs 7th. Tyler Prestle's modest performance so far here in Charlotte has him by himself there in the 8th spot. Paul Montopoli has cracked the top 10, and he just went purple as well. A full 10th better than the race leader, John Bonanno.
Yeah, that's exactly, again, good to see for Paul Montopoli, right? Just looking to recover after what was an unfortunate end to heat race number 1. Looking to claw his way back up the field where we're so used to seeing him as one's around. Elefante, turn number 1, facing the wrong way here.
Yeah, it's not the first time, unfortunately, today Paul Elefante has been staring backwards at the front stretch. Turn 1 has been a trouble spot for the Rocket Racing team driver. As he drops down the leaderboard now, we get an update at everyone else that's moved up. Brant Estes up a ton, 10 spots for him. Montopoli we covered up 10. Chris McGinley on the move as well in the comp cart. He's gone his way forward, up 8 spots alone. And now looking here in the fight for second, Anthony Stifler stuck in this bubble just too far away from John Bonanno to be able to unsettle him, to try and make a pass for the lead and take things over from the go-kart that has led every single lap of competition today. I mean, you could show this pack to anyone, Caleb, and I don't know if a lot of them would believe you saying that the bright yellow and blue machine has led every single lap no other driver has, and yet that has been the case, and it still is at the moment with only 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
And it's just a matter of time, right? We've seen it out of Stifler, lap after lap, able to close in, able to kind of claw back, and then it opens up, and then it closes back down. And it's just consistency, right? We're seeing it here. John Bonanno, you know, it's no surprise why he's had the number 1 plate on his kart. He only won 1 race last year. If you look back to it, it was only here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. That was the only win he had on the year, and he won this championship not because he was the fastest every weekend, not because he was out there winning left and right. It was because he was consistent over this 4-round championship. He won in round 3. That it was a DQ at the end of it after post-race tech, but consistency throughout the year, throughout the heat races is what gave him the championship. And now with new faces like Byron Daly, you know, you need to be consistent if you want to deny Bonanno from keeping the number 1 for another year, headed into, you know, crazy to say it now, but 2027. That being said, though, Bonanno swept here last year. At round number 2, he finished 2nd. And then again, when you got to round 4, it was almost done and dusted for everybody else. Caligaro was the closest. But in the main event, he finished down in 24th, where Bonanno finished 9th. That was good enough for the championship. But there's other drivers who have been kind of knocking on the door. David Galonia, one of those. You see him work his way up to 3rd ahead of Stifler. And headed into the weekend, when you look after qualifying, Stifler, we thought, right, he was the first one to deny Bonanno from a pole position here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway in a couple of years. And again, it just hasn't played out that way in the heat races and even in this pre-final, right? He's been fast early in this pre-final, but that hasn't been the case here as we're getting close to the end with just over a minute to go.
On the run down the backstretch, we check in with the progress here of that Eyes Up Racing Tony Kart of Brant Estes, who we've talked about today. Marching his way up the board after a not-so-fantastic end to Heat 2. He's now on the cusp of getting 11 spots forward here in the pre-final on the bumper of Eric Heinig. And both drivers, again, are continuously tracking faster than the leaders, even Heinig himself. But Estes is there. He wants the spot from Eric. He'll take it in turn number 1 with 30 seconds plus 2 laps. That means this was 3 to go, and that is another one for the 212. Mark him up to 6th. Paul Montopoli just ripped the fast time honors from him. At the same time, he was able to punch in, or at least that's what the provisional timing shows, a 44.402 to an 04 for Estes. But they both are well quicker than the front-running quartet here. And it's not necessarily much of that anymore in terms of how you want to group it, because Bonanno here at the very latter stages, off the back of the pass and change for 2nd, has got the biggest lead of the session. Coming to the line. at the moment, and we're on the bubble. It looks like they did give them the 2-to-go signal, looking at official timing and scoring. But that might have been right on the limit. I mean, there was just 1 or 2 seconds left right when they got to the timing loop there. So this could either be 2 or 3 remaining here. Bonanno to Daly, to Galonia, to Stifler, and to Chuck Tate, who's tracked him down.
Yeah, this group still very close. And again, not exactly a runaway for John Bonanno, which is pretty good to see, right? That everybody else found a little bit in comparison to the first 2 heat races where they were really missing a good chunk to the number 1, who's been so comfortable here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. But he's taking a look over the shoulder, knows it's still not over. 2 laps to go. Or sorry, I should say last lap of the race here. So Bonanno just has to hold them up. 1 more lap here at the Speedway, and it would be a pole position and a sweep of the racing action on the Saturday for the number 1.
Daly sent it deep into turn 6 that time. He got a good run down the backstretch. So did Chuck Tate. Changed for 4th there, sending it on Stifler. They're going to keep battling for that spot down to the end. Galonia's got to run towards Byron Daly as well here on this final lap. Byron's going to get all the way up to Bonanno here. Does he try something in the last turn? I think he's going to restrain himself from it. A little bit out of shape out of 14 to the line. This should do it. Bonanno gets the win in K Masters' pre-final to Daly and Galonia. Chuck Tate up to 4th. Hangs on there and makes the move stick on Anthony Stifler. And a group that forms there further back, another 5-car packed together as they cross the line.
That was all led there by Evan Kozak in the 223 for SLA Racing, then back to Prestel, to Caligaro, McKinley, and then Anna Kozak back in the 234, finishing 15th. But John Bonanno, are we surprised? Not really. Bonanno and the Charlotte Motor Speedway have been a match made in heaven in years past. And he's going to start on the pole position tomorrow in the main event.
Picture perfect day and a max points all for the reigning series champ. He begins his title defense with what could be the best Charlotte Motor Speedway weekend he's had yet, and that is against some tough company. Further back, though, here we saw a bit of this group coming to the line. Chris McGinley had a lot of forward progress. He faded back to 14th. Todd Shambo spun backwards at one point. Charges only to 19th. Chris Horan was also facing the wrong direction on lap 1. 18th, a heartbreaker for both, who hovered to the top 10 most of the day today. And then, surprisingly enough, here in the KA Masters field, we thought that we were going to get to the lap traffic. I think we might have had 2 that got shuffled off. Alexander Shishkov and Chris Stevens back there in 24th and 25th. And we saw on the opening lap what happened to Bo Amato. He was unable to continue. Paulo Elefante, the other DNF. Otherwise, KA Masters is done for Saturday activities. Micro Swift getting set to roll next here with another 9 minutes plus 2 laps for them. Much different story. I don't think we'll have a class all the way until we get back around to the KA Stars at the bottom of the lineup here, top of the hour at 5 p.m., where we can really say that a driver has been the class of the field like John Bonanno has here in KA Masters, because the rest of the, well, I stand corrected. KZ Masters, Jordan Musser clears by a lot, and he's cleared by a lot every single heat race. That one, pre-final, would be a surprise to see him anywhere close to the rest of the field. But Micro Swift, K Junior, Swift Stars, a number of different players that have shown themselves at the front, and the asterisk by the dominance in KA Stars is only half the field has been together at one time, and it has been split 50-50 down the line. We'll get to see Hayden Jones versus Isaac Malcutt in that one. And Micro Swift, they've been racing against each other all day. They have been having phenomenal races all day. Jack Katowski has leapfrogged himself one spot higher than qualifying, and he's ready to go here from the inside of row number 1 for the Trinity Karting Group Birol Art Crew. The Red Army's got a driver on the pole in KZ Masters, and they've got one here in the class before in Micro Swift. How about Dusty Straya there in the number 22? Heat number 2, he was almost there, but the bus left without him, Caleb, and he was stuck in 4th and had to fend off the field as a 3-car breakaway formed. And this weekend here for Liam Competiello, qualifying on the pole, and he'll still start in the first 2 rows for the pre-final. Very impressive performance here at Nitro Kart's home state race, if you will, with being based just up the road in Mooresville, North Carolina.
Yeah, not at all surprising to see so many of these nitro karts fast out here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. When you look at the Swift Stars category specifically, you look back to 2024 in that class where Parker Ives was able to win. Then in 2025, Jaden Francisco won here. So, again, no surprise that these nitro karts are as fast as they are here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. And again, they're just looking to have that same success, transition over to the micro. So with some of the youngest stars, Tristan Francisco making his full start stateside here this year in 2026. We saw a little bit of him last year in 25. This year, he's looking to fight for some championships. The proven, actually, Canadian champion last year is looking to have some luck here and become an American champion here this year. 3 tries at it, 3 different series, and this weekend the start of a new one. Looking to start off on the right foot. That being said, we're getting ready to go green. It's going to be hard to deny the 92. We've talked about how good Jack Katowski has been this year, and he's starting on the pole. Best seat in the house for him.
No better place to fight from than the inside with nobody in front of you to 2 back-to-back inside lane favored corners, turns 1 and 2. Franco Schiavo and Spencer Height make up row 3. Rowan Machine and Trey Sanders back on row 4. Bo Wyatt and Caden Darmani back on row number 5 here at the Micro Swift Field, and the lineup continues. Jackson Reinholz, what a disappointing end to early end to the first session for the micros in the afternoon. Rolling from 11th, Grayson Waite in 12th, Kip Knaus, Brody Allegretta, Dylan Merchandini, Bryson Barnett, Jose Torres, Hayden Sampson, Luca Valadez, TJ Akers, Oliver Smith. 21 deep for Micro Swift as they go to the tram lines. Katowski on the right, and they are out of shape, but we are going to get the green, and we're underway.
And so many of them bogging down just at the back half of the group. Looked like Kip Knaus was one of those who just bogged down and wasn't able to get going, but up front, Schiavo through for second on Dusty Strayer, able to get clear of the outside line, didn't get a good run, but up front, Katowski does, up and into the lead, and Francisco looking to claw back some spots. He's up in a 3rd now. Compatiello follows him through. He's up to 4th.
As they roll down into the first time by the grid corner here, turns 10 and 11, all pretty spaced apart from the opening half a lap. Now we'll put 1 full lap in the books here, and Tristan Francisco tries to lock in. What a start, though, for Franco Schiavo in the number 37, hot off a podium last weekend. Looking for another step forward in the results. He's got a huge run towards the back of Jack Katowski already. Hot on his heels here as they go to turn number 6 and line up for the back straightaway. They'll have a big run up to him. Let's see what he wants to do with it. He's going to stick in line as behind him they go side by side. Compatiello up to 3rd. Side by side, Spencer Height to the inside of Dusty Strayer.
And Trey Sanders is right there in line as well. He's just ahead of Machine, who's in the 77. Then Darmani's behind him. Bo Wyatt, he's had to make a couple of recovery. He's going to have to make a recovery run here in this one. Starting further back in this field is now Sanders looking to go on Dusty Strayer, who continues to get shuffled to the wayside and shuffled further back. Sanders inside of Machine, clear. Wyatt inside of Strayer, clear as well. Maybe looking to get another one. Machine and Wyatt side by side. Not going to happen. Might happen this time around. They've been side by side for almost 3 to 4 corners, and now Wyatt gets clear.
Great display of clean racing, but a horrific run for the gap to the lead. As now look how far back they are. They're still wheel to wheel. Strayer is off into the marbles and the gravel. He'll catch the asphalt and get back in line somewhere in the early teens. Schiavo's still way back as well. There's our nut scout with Darmandini there, but a terrible moment for Dusty Strayer in the last half a lap. 8th across the line last time by. How far back is he going to slide? Darmani is still in 9th. Dusty Strayer crosses the timing loop down in 14th.
Yeah, it just went from bad to worse for the 22. Just could not catch a break there a lap ago to really slot in a line to get this race going. And again, just went backwards there. Couldn't recover. His teammate up front, though, having a good run. Schiavo's right behind him. And a little bit about Franco Schiavo here. Over the past couple weeks, making a little bit of noise. We talked about his podium last weekend over at Trackhouse Motorplex. We spoke to him briefly there in the podium ceremonies. And again, to see this weekend up to second, his progression has really gone upwards here in the last half a year, and now contending for a pole position, a pre-final victory to close off the Saturday at the opening round of the Stars Championship Series here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. And keeping Katowski honest here, right? Not letting him get away. And as well, being patient. Doesn't look rushed. Very mature for such a young driver here to sit back in second and maybe see a little bit, learn a little bit. What's Katowski doing differently than I am? Where can I be better? Where's he better maybe than my car is? And that's all important. Different little things to take out of it. And as well, given your mechanics and your coaches and whoever is behind the scenes, giving them a little bit, how do you compare to the TKG Barrel Art?
Well, with a great view that he's had this entire race, Franco Schiavo certainly will have a lot of notes and probably a great onboard video to be able to compare all of that when they go back to work tonight. But the conditions tomorrow will be so much different. Take away the weather forecast. I mean, we are now past even the hottest part of the day. Still in the heat for sure here at 4:15 p.m., but they're going to be on the racetrack for their main early in the morning, mid-morning, around 10:45. So a 5-hour difference. That goes really more so back to the data they might have gotten, or read they might have gotten on the circuit back at Heat 1. And as we look back, some of the drivers up front from Heat 1, like Bo Wyatt back there with Trace Sanders, and then further back, your own machine from a top 5 starting spot, buried in the field. Wyatt on the Bennick there, Sanders on the RPM Nitro, Spencer Heights gotten free, and then this midfield from 8th of Brody Allegreda as of last time by, but he since surrendered his spot to Machine there in the Oriole Kart Performance livery with MPG Motorsports support. So move the 77 up to 8, the 17 Team Ferris entry down to the 9th spot. And we're just past halfway. Check out the gap though from 3rd up to 2nd. The last few laps, Jack Katowski and Franco Schiavo, 45/8 apiece, they have held station. But behind them, that time by, new personal best and closing in, albeit only by a couple thousandths, but on his own. Fast qualifier in these conditions on Friday, Liam Compatiello in the number 48 car. A 45.970 to a 977 for the two leaders who are working together. Liam just needs one more good lap like that, another half-tenth, and he should get in the draft window, but he's basically making up for losing 2/10 down the entire backstretch.
Yeah, it's a very, again, good run for Compatiello. And it also helps, right, especially when, for these young drivers, you know, talking to a lot of coaches and even talking to some of our crew that's done a fair share of coaching as well. It always helps when a young driver has something to chase, right? A little bit of an incentive, a reward, if you will, looking for something. And Compatiello has just that, right? He's seeing these two drivers up front, sees the lead of the race just ahead of him, and that's going to drive him a little bit more. That's going to get him to maybe brake a little bit later, to hit the gas a little bit earlier, corner after corner, and give him a little bit of hunger, a little bit of fire to get up to these top two. And I think you're seeing that, right? Seeing a change in mindset here out of the 48 to try and get up to these two. And all he really needs is a couple corners of passing in between Katowski and Schiavo for Compatiello to be really there and in the mix for a pre-final victory and a pole position tomorrow, right? We talked about the pole position for him earlier today, first career, right? You learn the heat races obviously didn't go your way. You know, the first couple corners, maybe it was nerves, maybe, you know, who knows? But after learning from that and having a chance to get back to the best seat in the house, starting on pole for the main event, that's the best incentive, I think, for the 48 right now. And he's looking at it, right, chasing it down here.
And last time around, they did pull another 10th on him. Again, he looks much better in the first sector of the racetrack especially, but it's just right here on. I mean, for the micros, they're not off the power at all in that turn right there. They're basically extending the backstretch to be the entire run all the way to turn number 10 from the exit of turn 7. So he's got a third of the entire lap that the front two are just hooked up. And again, it tells me that Liam Compatiello, that nitro card, is as fast as any other one out there. The fact he's hanging this close with as good of a job as Franco Schiavo's doing to push away with Jack Katowski. And there still is time left. There still is a chance for the 48 to get in and mix things up. He might not be able to get there on his own merit at this point, now a full second away, but we're not far away from when Franco Schiavo will be looking to try and score his first Stars checkered flag, at least in the lead-up prelim race competition with the pre-final coming to a close. In fact, now he's thinking it's time to go, and then he pulled back on it there, and he pulled out a line for a minute through the bend at 9. Further away, Bo Wyatt, Trey Sanders, they're still digging along, 5th and 6th. They're actually closing in on the driver that was originally with Liam Compatiello in the form of Tristan Francisco as the new leader. Happens now. Franco Schiavo takes over.
Very smart there out of Schiavo as well to wait in turn number 10, right? As much as anybody would have liked to see a move there, as a fan, that's really a place where drivers can maybe hold on to it around the outside, especially in this cadet class, and waiting, right? Just waiting 4 more corners to turn number 1, making a move clean. But again, Katowski's still right there with him, and this is exactly what Compatiello needs. We talked about it, side by side for a couple of corners, a couple of passes. That's what's going to benefit the 48 car here to close down to these top 2. And now Schiavo, you've been passed. Go back to the drawing board, wait a little bit longer maybe. You have 2 laps to go, and be ready to go back and fight for the win in this race.
Here it is this time, 2 to go. Katowski low, Schiavo unable to cross him up through turns 1 and 2. Jack parked the bus beautifully earlier in the day already, but now he went a little wide out of 4. Franco Schiavo with a heads-up move to the inside, and he'll lead him onto the backstretch. No momentum here for Jack Katowski. He'll rebound with the draft, but Franco's really only going to have to worry about 2 corners left on the lap. Turn 10 and turn 14. First run to 10, I think Jack is still too far away. Compatiello's also going to be there. That'll bring some pressure. Franco Schiavo looking to hang on. Here through to the white flag this time. He's almost good, but now Katowski pulls close again.
Great run there out of the final corner for Katowski, who's looking on the inside, looking into turn number 1. Katowski's got it. Schiavo to second, and Compatiello right there in third. A mistake out of Katowski right here a lap ago helped Schiavo out, and now as we head into the chicane, no mistake out of the 92 this time. It's going to be the run to turn number 8. Schiavo, what do? Do you go high? Do you go low? Compatiello to the outside. Schiavo opens up a lane higher, looking to set up the crossover. Look at the 48, lower than all of them on the exit up to turn number 10.
This is incredible. Liam Compatiello 3 wide, and he gets the lead away in turns 10 and 11. He had been waiting this entire race for the moment. Now 1 turn to go. Katowski with a big over-under. 3 wide again for Micro. They'll drag race to the kink. Katowski gets the win back at the line.
What a race, what a finish, and what a display out of those top 3. Schiavo had it, Compatiello had it, Katowski ended up with it. 3 wide, no contact, no wheel bang, and that's exactly what you want to see out of our youngest class.
I was about to say the same thing, Caleb. That was a textbook display of laying it out all on the line, but not an inch further. Race control probably grinning from ear to ear. The next generation showing up and showing out here as they end their Saturday. Jack Katowski, Liam Compatiello, Franco Schiavo. Boys, have a bow. That was fun to call and a blast to watch. Bo Wyatt ends up 4th. He and Trey Sanders tracked down Tristan Francisco late, and they were able to get one of them past him. Francisco hanging on to the 5th spot. And further on here, a couple of hard chargers as you close out the top 10 of Torres and Barnett, and equally up from 21st on the grid to 16th for Oliver Smith here with the dust settling in the Micro Swift pre-final. Handful of DNFs, a lot of them, actually only 1 DNF there at the end. It ended up being Caden Darmani all the way down to 20. We were able to bring him to the line to TJ Akers. Incredible race here to close things out for the Micro Swift pre-final for Jack Katowski and crew. We'll take a break, folks. More to go from Charlotte.
Another Kart Chaser Driver Fitness episode with me, Chris G. Today, I'm going to show you how to protect those ribs in the seat. We're doing core. Exercise number 1 is the bench leg raise. Controlled all the way down, full range of motion. Make sure you pick up that tailbone off the pad. Coming down, controlling. great for the lower abdomen area and obliques. Floor slider mountain climbers, exercise number 2. Exercise number 3, the plate-loaded decline bench sit-up. I'll see you guys on the next episode of Chris G Coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental kart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
KZ Masters, KZ Super Masters, ready to go green here for their pre-final. Jordan Musser has been lights out, just as he was all through the 2025 season, where he wasn't even here at round 1. And yet he's returned here to the series, and for the first time at round 1, after missing it a year ago, with a 1 plate. The best 3 out of 4 rounds in the championship. He didn't need the 4th one. He was picture perfect in the other 3. He's been picture perfect today, just as John Bonanno has been in K Masters by a whole lot more. Biggest margin of victory and equally in the points. That isn't to say that the field hasn't been trying to close the gap. John Crow made some serious gains from his first heat to his second. He's got the cleaner side of the racetrack, just slightly. So we go to the lights for KZ Masters and KZ Super Masters for the final standing start of the day. Their pre-final is green. And oh boy, was it close there. 3 and 4 abreast through turns 1 and 2. And how about Lorne Van Talk? If I'm correct here, he just launched his way up to 3rd, Caleb, after being hardly anywhere in the top 5 overall in the heats. He's on the move, as is Nicholas Bedard, giving the business there to Tim Hannon at the end of the backstretch.
Yeah, Bedard with a good move there out of turn number 8 to get a move done. And as well, you talk about Lorne Van Talk just quietly, right? Picking up those points, session after session, heat after heat, to get himself with a good starting spot here in this pre-final. 3rd to Sanchez for the back and forth, to Osley Cheek, Kevin LaCroix in 6th. They're all single file, just right behind, really behind Sanchez. LaCroix has a whole pack behind him, and I think he just got shuffled. This pack looks a lot different. Well, it looks different on our Tinker there. are going at it here. Super Masters against the Masters drivers here, catching me off guard to start this one off.
Yeah, Kevin LaCroix, of course, he's buried in the middle of drivers in his class and drivers outside of it. Jordan Musser leads the Masters field and the overall, so he's top of the pylon. Nicholas Bedard is second of the Masters, but the Super Masters is truly just a subcategory. They're able to steal podium spots away from the Masters, as was the case for us last weekend also. And now, rolling through the first few laps, the overall lead with Musser. The lead in Super Masters for John Crow, back to Morten Van Tok. And then Tim Hannon. And right now, the leaderboard showing off of lap times for us. But here, Kevin LaCroix trying to close the distance and make up for the bummer he won.
Look at all the flags here, Xander. They're moving a lot more than what they have been all weekend long. And you can just hear it through our cameras as well. Like, that wind is heavily blowing. And it's a crosswind coming from your camera left to right. And it'll be a headwind on the quote-unquote the only really straightaway that we have, and that's the run from turn 7 right here, the exit of the chicane, up to turn number 8. It kind of looks like a crosswind as well, but there's something different, right, than what we've seen so far this weekend. Just picking up, and that's probably due to the cold front that's coming in overnight tomorrow. So you can tell it's well on its way, and you can hear it through our cameras, and you can see it on the flags here trackside, of how much this wind's picking up, as the action on track picking up as well. LaCroix on Osley Cheek. That's the move for 5th overall. LaCroix is up into the top 5. Sanchez, the next one on the list for him. But the rest of the pack's right behind him. Bedard was able to get by on Cheek as well into turn number 1.
Osley Cheek had held a high spot in the Super Masters class for a chunk of the heat races, and then lost it late in the going. Now he had a spot early, much better than usual compared to the earlier sessions, but he's under pressure still early in the going. We're just shy of halfway. Jordan Musser continues to build on the margin, a little over 2 seconds back to John Crow. Much closer than the field has been able to keep him within their sights at this point, but there still is a ways to go, Caleb. Last time by, Jordan Musser, 41.539. You can see Juan Nagaro, lap time-wise, closed the distance a little bit. He got to within 0.3 of a second of him to be the second fastest kart on the racetrack. The problem is Unagaro is all the way down 10th in the line in the 673 VTM machine. And you can see here, Hernando Sanchez still pressuring LaCroix. And how much at the heat of the day, at what is a probably rocketing surface temp in KZ Masters and KZ Super Masters, the drivers are getting even more out of shape going over that bump in turn number 9. And now LaCroix, wow, that was full send in the inside of turn number 1 on Morten Van Tok. Nice move, and now Van Tok has his teammate on his heels. That was, I mean, he was way back out of 14.
I mean, you saw how planted he was, right? Just kind of really sent it on the exit of turn 15, able to kind of keep that Barrichello machine planted on the outside. Whenever you send it that deep and that hard into a corner, you know, we've watched a lot of racing. I was expecting to see that rear kind of kick out, and that wasn't at all what we saw out of LaCroix. Able to get planted, able to make it stick, and able to carry that run and carry that same speed into turn number 1 and make that move there as well. So very good move there for him, as a couple of more still going side by side. When Chico's buried in this pack, he's fighting with Osley Cheek there. And again, the number 3 just having to recover. He's able to get through back up to 8th overall, that is. That put him 5th. That would keep him 5th, I should say, in the Masters standings. But again, you're racing against the Super Masters right now that are ahead of you, and Tim Hannon in the 533. That's the next one up. Here's a look back down to Morten Van Tok and a couple of others as they work their way through. This is all just further back. This is 4th on back, really. With
most
Sanchez
notable
right
this far back to me, Caleb, is Matt Machiko, the 3-plate in the middle of this. Mind you, there he goes making a move as simultaneous passes are made there. The 632 is Sanchez able to get around Morten Van Tok, not in class, but in the overall. And Matt Machiko as well was able to get around the Marinello machine in front of him. Further back, way back, that was Tim Hannon on the Kartworks Marinello. Matt Machiko has had a rough day. by his standards, when you rinse it all out, and to be having to fight through the back half of the top 10 is not ideal for someone trying to go from a 3-plate to hopefully a 1-plate. But he's at least gotten one more knocked off the list here, and every spot now could potentially leapfrog him all the way up to the second row for the main event. 2.5 minutes plus 2 laps remaining.
Still a good bit of time here for a couple of more drivers, especially here on your screen right behind Matt Machiko to look to make up some moves. This is all 7th on back. The driver up to 6 is Bedard, but everybody else is right here, right behind Machiko. Tim Hannon's the first one, then you go back to Osley Cheek, and then you go back to Juan Unigaro. So a couple of them, just single file line. As one of them going out of line, that's Osley Cheek out of shape, and that's going to allow Unigaro looking to cross him up, and he does so. Just a little too deep there for Cheek. He's back to 10.
And now, in the run through the opening sector here, Tim Hannon, big run back on Matt Machiko, keeping the pressure on, keeping Matt Machiko honest to try and close forward as there's a misshift for Bedard. Under pressure, does he have a problem? Matt Machiko will get another one. Hannon around the outside almost. Now he's gonna have pressure as he had to get on the brakes from one of the VTM machines who's gonna give him the bumper into the turn 10-11 complex.
Yeah, Bedard was alarmingly slow out of turn number 8. You saw everybody. It almost looked like Tim Hannon was gonna look to have a go on the PSL karting Viral Art. And he was locked in a battle of his own with Unigaro, so couldn't get anything out of it. But Bedard losing time to Matt Machiko, and he had a significant gap there, Xander, ahead of Matt Machiko. That closed down.
There still is a good bit of life left in this race. Not much in the fight for the win, though. Jordan Musser long gone out front here over everyone, closing up on 6 seconds as the fighting continues in the midfield. Osley Cheek on Tim Hannon. Let's go down to pit lane here with Cameron as Callan Berghofer gears up for KA Junior.
Callan, you've had a really solid weekend up to this point, able to pick up a lot of pace. Kind of talk me through your weekend this far.
Yeah, we had an unfortunate race at USPS last week. Only able to snap a eighth, and then this weekend we came in the mindset to try to win it, and P4 is not even that bad, so pre-final hopefully we can push away with the leaders and get a solid start for the final.
How have you been feeling through Heat 1 and Heat 2? Is pace there and just a little bit more positioning, or what have you been needing?
I wish I would have done a little bit more in the heats to get me in a better position, but now we have the setup dialed, so we should be up there.
Well, if you could take a prediction on your final here in just a few minutes' time, what's your guess?
Well, I mean, I got to say P1, but yeah, I think top 3 would be solid.
Well, there you guys have it. Look out for Callan Berghofer in the top 3.
There you go, Callan Berghofer. A lot of confidence in the interview. You wouldn't be surprised to see that. He's had a great start here to his 2-week stint of North Carolina events, qualifying on pole a week and 1 day ago, qualifying up front here for the Stars Championship Series Queen City Gambit. Blue flags you can see flashing for the back of the field in KZ Masters and Super Masters because Jordan Musser is closing in on the back couple, Kevin Simonelik and Hugh Templeman most notably there. That'll get the blue flag for the driver in the KZ Masters and overall lead. It's not as massive as the gap was in the heat races comparatively, Caleb. Yeah, we'll end up probably right around 7 seconds, but with the added distance, the field has closed the margin a little. They just got a long ways to go to bring something here to the number 1 plate. He is on another level.
I'm curious to see, again, we've talked a lot about the tire sets, but again, those MG Yellows holding on strong for Jordan Musser. Last corner, sweep of the day on Saturday. Jordan Musser wins in Pro Masters and Pro Super Masters. Well, Pro Masters takes the overall win. And John Crow, how about that? Second overall, the first of the Super Masters to cross the line.
As the rest of the Masters finish out, the bar is high for the TKG Viral Art. The next of the Red Army trying to score another checkered flag and pole position for tomorrow. Nico Katowski lining up on the pole here for K Junior there in the bottom right corner of your screen. KZ Masters, KZ Super Masters to a close here. Jordan Musser on top, John Crow on top of the Super Masters division. with VTM Racing. Hernando Sanchez, third. Kevin LaCroix, fourth. Morn Van Talk, fifth on track. Second in Supermasters. Then beyond, Matt Machiko, Juan Nagaro, Owsley Cheek, Tim Hannon, Frank Runco. That's how they were on track in order, and you can see here on the leaderboard, split by the two divisions. Crow, top of Van Talk, Cheek, Hannon, and Vassallo. Jordan Musser, a league of his own here in KZ Masters and KZ Supermasters. With 200 points up for grabs, he took the Max Hall, and he'll have that headed into tomorrow with another 200 on tap in the main. The other one plate here, the next one at least on track. Travis Pettit, once again, has been at the forefront of both of his junior classes. He's the other half of that front row with Nico Katowski coming up for KA Junior. They have been fun to watch this class, of course. They have certainly set the standard for the KA Stars that have been much calmer here today. There's been still good racing in KA Junior. I don't want to downplay it at all, but there's been a lot more up and down movement, a lot more spectacle to talk about. And they're the first of the three races that remain on our afternoon for a full day. Non-stop action here from America's Home for Racing at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Kicked off the morning with warm-up sessions, then went straight to Heat 1, Moto 1 for the OKN, OKNJ, and Pro Stars classes. Then after the lunch break, another round of heat races for all these drivers. Another round of motos. And now the A pre-final for KA Stars, the regular pre-final for all other divisions to close out the afternoon, and all that'll be left will be main events and a lone B pre-final to set the final 10 spots for the KA Stars field in tomorrow's main event. How about Valentino Santian? This young kid here, he has certainly been on a new level here today when it comes to the raw speed. I think it's the best pace compared to the field that he has had yet in his junior career. He's had a lot of spots of brilliance. He's had some podiums, but this has been huge for him. Benjamin Fernandez behind him as well. Tracked really good in the afternoon. We'll see if the progress continues for him. And how about, of course, the Rocket Racing Company's newest driver punching towards the pointy end of the field there in Moskalenko. And the engines are fired now with some great shots of the front half of your KA Junior field.
Great shots of their helmets as well. The quite funny, right? An empowering message there for Valentino Santian, and then
shift the tone right there real quick.
Very, very two different sides to it all. But it's great to see. You know, it's almost like a template for them to show a little bit of personality, and you see a little bit of who these drivers are. Cool to see, right? It's how we tell them. It's what we use to kind of tell them apart when they hit the racetrack. And again, they'll look to be better than each other, getting ready to go to war, the pre-final. And you just got to remind yourself, especially in this junior class, the trophy comes tomorrow. You can win today. You can go into tomorrow with the best seat in the house. But again, tomorrow, that's the day that matters. Just put yourself in a position to be able to compete on Sunday. That's all you have to do here in this pre-final. And I feel like more often than not, we get carried away, or some of these drivers get carried away when they go out there. You obviously want to win. They're racing drivers at the end of the day. They want to go out there, they want to be first, they want to be better than everybody else. But you got to remind yourself, big picture here. A third is okay, a fourth is okay, a top 5 is okay. That's fine. Just got to remind yourself that sometimes.
Yeah, you have the added distance in tomorrow's main events to make it even longer. So even if you have to go back a few spots, take what the cart will give you, take what you're able to get out of it, but don't run the risk of trying to get 1 or 2 spots more than what you realistically should place on speed or how the race shakes out. Take what it will give from you or give you. And now we'll get to see if they make those decisions, or will this start be wild. KA Junior pre-final action is green from Charlotte. And it looks like it's been good enough up front to get away nicely here with all of them still running at full speed. No hiccups whatsoever in the opening sector. They'll rock it down the backstretch for the first time. Valentino Santian protected from Hernandez.
Yeah, Valentino to the bottom there. Berghofer doing exactly what he talked to Cameron about, just needing to get a good start, needing to get himself up into the top 3. And again, just going in a big picture, right? Happy with that at the moment, but Pettit wanted to go 1 spot better here. He's able to get clear on Nico Katowski, who has been impressive up to this point in the weekend. But Pettit getting himself to the lead, and that's a change that we've seen all too long. That move, though, is going to stack him up. Berghofer right behind Katowski, and that's allowed Benjo also to have a little bit of a draft once we get up to turn number 8. We've seen it. It's not one of the biggest talking points here, but this is going to help even more for Fernandez as Katowski, with the help of Berghofer, is going to pass for the lead. Pettit back to third, and now Fernandez is fully on the rear bumper of the Rawson Performance Group number 1.
A lap and a half in, Travis Pettit, Nico Katowski trading the lead already once. Valentino Santillan still going at it with Benja Fernandez. Fernandez crossing him up out of 14. He'll seal that spot down in the run to turn number 1, and that'll bring Lucas Dreibel closer. Look further back here, another FPG on the move. That is Dominic Gaddis with a nice pass there. Fast lap for Dreibel back in the 6th spot on the SLA machine. And Oliver Paludo moving forward here on the BJR entry. He's up 1 position from the start. A couple others are moving forward. Tristan Murphy having to start outside the top 10 after being a factor early on in the day. And a bit of calmness rolls over here, but the tension is still very high, at least from my eyes, Caleb. This is a lot of go-karts still very close at the front of the field, all being able to see the leader, feel like they can reach out and grab Nico Katowski.
Yeah, and again, very different than what we saw in heat race number 1 and 2, where Pettit and Katowski were really patient with each other the first couple of laps and were able to pull away. And you didn't see that from third on back, right? They were fighting lap after lap. They were making moves corner after corner. But with Berghofer starting there, he kind of let him up there. And then, different this time out than in comparison to heat 1 and 2, the leaders were fighting. Pettit wanted to lead, Katowski wanted to go right back, and that's brought everybody into contention, right? We don't know the way or the direction this one's gonna go because of how different the first 2 laps looked this time out, Tanner. And again, we're in for a different result than what I think we've seen. It's been all about Nico Katowski and Travis Pettit up to this point, but now new factors, right? We talk about Callan Berghofer. We talk about Benja Fernandez getting himself up there. Santillan. We have Moskalenko who's not too far back. Drivey, who's the fastest, who was the fastest on the racetrack for a lap there. So it's more names, more drivers, more factors getting themselves into the top 5 for the first time really this year. We've talked a lot about Ashton Woon, Travis Pettit, Nico Katowski, but now it's more new faces, and it's almost a breath of fresh air in the junior division.
And I think what you're seeing here of all these new faces up front is why the leaders have stayed content to ride for at least a little bit here. Travis Pettit had a look on Berghofer, but ultimately didn't have enough momentum to get there. And for just 2 laps now, running single file at the front, they have strung out from 5th back to 6th. It has started to split these packs in half. You have your front 5 here, and then Dominic Moskalenko at the front of the second group is just outside the drafting window, ever so slightly, 8/10 away from the back of Valentino Santillan. But Nico Katowski out in front, leading the way here in KA100 Junior. And when you check in on the likes of Tristan Murphy, he's only been able to make his way up and into 10th. Santiago Orioli, who was in the top 5 earlier today, went purple that time by. He's still back in 9th. Without any movement up front, they're not going to make a whole lot more headway. This will begin to do it, though. Travis Pettit decided now is the time to shake things up. And the 1 plate goes to 2nd here as the pylon updates. 6 laps complete. Pettit going purple on that pass lap as well.
And that was one of the next points that I was going to make here with Callan Berghofer being up to 2nd, and with Pettit, who has been up there and already has a heat race win to his name today on the Saturday. It's, you know, how long do you want to wait behind Nico Katowski? Because you know this class for many, many years, it's pass or be pass. That's been the name of the game. With, you know, drivers with new opportunities like Fernandez, he's going to take it right there in a turn 10. As Santillan looking to go by with them, you can't afford to wait all too long because you know they're going to want to pass. You know they're going to want to make moves and get themselves in the mix. And Pettit, it all started by making the move on Berghofer and then making the move on Katowski. So Berghofer maybe waited a lap too long, 2 laps too long, and you saw Pettit, all right, you're not going to pass, I'm going to go on you and I'm going to look to take control of this race. And that's also something to learn if you're the driver in the 826 car. What do you do differently the next time you get up there and you put yourself in 2nd? You know you're probably going to want to be in 1st, as uncomfortable as it might be to lead this field away or to have to defend or to be the one really with everybody else behind you and setting the pace. Something you got to do here, right? You got to be out there. You got to want to be in control of this and be in control of these situations like Pettit has done and like Katowski has done up to this point this weekend. Although a lot still left. 3 minutes plus 2 laps in this pre-final. and Travis Pettit in control. Katowski in second. New look further back in third with Benja Fernandez, Berghofer in fourth. And the top 5 being rounded up with Valentino Santillan. Here's Andrew.
And Valentino Santillan on the Hote TD Tony Kart has just kind of waited at the back of this pack. After Benja Fernandez got by him, he's just been the caboose riding in the train. I wouldn't say he's had a lot of opportunities to make his way up the board, but he hasn't been forcing the issue either. That's what's kept him in range of the leaders. And at this point in the race here, with 2.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go, you're just kind of waiting for time to run out for the front runners. Maybe now's the move, but again, that's a risk. That pass right there for fourth, albeit good on the pylon, just cost Berghofer and Santillan 4/10. Now they're 8/10 away from Benja Fernandez, and more importantly, over a second away from the lead.
Yeah, and they kind of left Benja hanging there as well, right? That train was doing a good job of kind of pushing up to each other, and yeah, they just kind of left Benja hanging there, making moves and changing the position for fourth there. So now it's, again, allowed Katowski and Pettit to try and inch away from the 867 MPG Motorsports machine here. So this is important, right? And all Benja really needs is one pass, one move, and we've seen Katowski and Pettit be adamant about changing the lead of this race. And it's all who's going to start on the inside. We've seen it time and time again. That inside line, more often than not here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway, always has a better start. And the outside, kind of getting left out to dry on the outside, maybe not having the best of starts. And it's risky, really, to start on the outside here. So you're really, you know, when we say the best seat in the house starting from pole, I think it's more significant here at Charlotte more than maybe other places.
I would agree. I think with how dirty we've seen anyone that hangs on the outside get their tires by turn number 2, if you're not able to quickly get in line midway through the start from the outside lane or really crowd the pole sitter, which we've seen go awry already today, you're going to be in for a very rough opening lap. And very rarely have we seen the driver starting second end up still in second or better by the end of lap number 1. So this fight here between these two obviously have split the heat races as well. So they were only 1 point apart in the heat points. That means they're barely a part of the championship. We talked about last year's championship, how Travis Pettit got that 1 plate. It was by a single position in the main event of the night fight when he had to start from the back of the field, charge through everyone, and on the last lap, he got the last spot he needed in the most dramatic fashion. Every point matters. The road to standing on the top step of the championship podium in September begins with moments like this here on the first day of points-paying action all the way in April. And right now, Nico Katowski, Travis Pettit gearing up for a mano-a-mano fight that could explode into a 5-way battle for the lead and the win here in the pre-final over these next 2.5 laps, because the timer's at 0 now. And so it'll be the double sticks, non-existent, but 2 lap to go signal on the Track Systems North America board when they get back to the front straightaway.
Technology's evolving, right? No more flags here at the Stars Championship Series, but that being said, again, when you look back to that championship run out of Travis Pettit as well, I got to look back to 2023 in Mini Swift whenever he couldn't close out. Finished second to Lucas Palacio. Didn't even finish, I think, on the championship podium in his rookie year in junior, and then had to wait at the end of the 3 championships. The last one available was here at Stars, and he finally got it. And how good would it be for Travis to go back-to-back before moving up and moving through the ranks in motorsports? But again, Katowski's been a very good competitor this weekend and keeping him honest. And now, it seemed like for a couple laps, Katowski struggled to stay close to Pettit. That's not the case this time around. He's right there with him. Got a little bit of a bobble there out of turn 10, but he's still there.
I don't think he expected Travis to park it that hard, but he did. Now he's parking it hard in the last turn, and that leaves him open to a crossover. Here comes Nico. They'll drag race down to turn 1. Nico barely gets the nose in front, but sends it deep as well. And here comes Benja.
Yeah, and I think Travis could have maybe held on to it there, but just hit the brakes, got alongside, tried to rip the high side and set up a crossover. But now, benefit going the way to Travis Pettit. What do you do? How do you defend if you're Nico Katowski? We've seen how hard it is to defend in turn 14. It's maybe even better not to. We'll find out here. Benja Fernandez sitting there in third, kind of riding shotgun to it all. What can you do if you're in the 867 as we head to the last 2 corners?
I don't know. Pettit's way back, and I think almost got there, but he wasn't quite close enough. Katowski protected a little. Travis will have a run at him. They'll drag race to the line, but it'll go the way of Nico. 36 thousandths of a second. Nico Katowski holds to the end in KA Junior. And beyond, the battles continue for the final few spots in the upper half of your KA Junior field. Spread out a little further back. A few more runs to the line, frantically trying to get some more spots. Nico Katowski makes it back-to-back jacks for the Bureau Art crew. KZ Masters by a long shot. KA Junior by the slimmest of margins. But it doesn't matter. An inch or a mile, Nico Katowski will get the pole just as Jordan Musser will for tomorrow's main. Pettit alongside Fernandez, Santillan, Berghoff for the top 5. All the way down to Lucas Dreibel in the 10th position. Up 6 spots from 13th for Tristan Murphy, doing exactly what he needs to do to put himself on the inside in first few rows tomorrow. And further back here, there's a look at the rest of your field. We'll have a word here with some of our top contenders off the back of that one. The one plated Travis Pettit got the fastest lap of the session. A heck of a battle there to the end in the pre-final for KA 100 Junior.
We're in the scale line with Travis Pettit. That was arguably probably the best you've looked all day. You've been there every single session, but ultimately able to come home with the purple lap in that session. How did that feel?
Yeah, I mean, it feels great. I mean, we've been chasing the kart around all day today. Finally found the setup. It's a good battle between me and Nico at the end. Got to fix a couple of mistakes and learn for it. And, yeah, let's hopefully do better tomorrow.
What do you think you're missing, if anything?
Well, honestly, I think I made a couple mistakes, and I need to fix it and move on.
Well, there you guys have it. Good job, Travis.
Neck and neck in the heat points, neck and neck in championship points, but the pre-final with the win going to Nico Katowski directly puts him on the pole, and I think no pre-final will be more important than the one coming up next here with the Swift Stars at a full 40 kart grid. You can have all the points you want here in the heat races to line yourself up good for this one, but one miscue could throw all the hard work of today out the window here in a 40 driver field if you have to go to the back for that main event in Swift Stars tomorrow. They're the first of the final 2 divisions to roll here for racing action today from America's Home for Racing, with KA Stars pre-final A going after. So that means the Swift Stars with the most on track as they've been at one time today. And Nico Katowski's busy doubleheader day ends on a high note there with a lot of high fives from the red shirts here of PSO Karting and Trinity Karting Group.
And as well, going back to that interview with Travis Pettit, right? Not putting the blame on anything else, not the kart, not the engine. Just kind of said, right, just driving things. I need to be a little bit better, and noticing that moving forward, it's a great response to again, I would say maybe a tough question. What do you need to do better? What are you missing? Nothing. Just got to drive a little bit better. So great response there out of Travis. And again, excited to see him and Nico go head-to-head tomorrow in the main event. And how about one of the most exciting classes this weekend, the minis, the Swift Stars, getting ready to go at it. It was Jake Manalio in qualifying. It's been all about Captain America, Dutch Westbrook, in heat race number 1 and 2. He's swept up to this point, and he's getting ready to lead us to the green flag here, Xander.
Yeah, we can hear the rumble of 40 Swift Stars motors getting ready to come to life here, folks. In the infield at turn number 3, just as we get to the top of the hour for the final 2 sessions of the full action-packed Saturday here for the Stars Championship Series Queen City Gambit, presented by Mazda Motorsports. As mentioned by Caleb, Dutch Westbrook leads the biggest grid of the day out for the very final time. Swift Stars having the Bennett machine out in front. Through the day with the heat points, of course, we got a good read of, like you said, those first 2 heat races who seem to be stacking above the rest of them. Westbrook with a phenomenal day today, but Jake Manalio has held strong off the back of a phenomenal qualifying effort. Liam Francisco has charged up the board today, and Brody Stoffel equally. That'll put them towards the front couple rows. Hudson Howard and Mason Brody. Brody had to pick up about 10 to 15 spots in both heat races, and he's been awarded with a top 10 starting position here for the pre-final. Yusuf Audi staying tough inside the top 10, as well as Marcelo Flores, Samuel Chavery, Colton Bruck, George Zeminski, Dominic Nagel at the front quarter of your 40 driver field. 39 have turned laps today. 39 will field up now. 9 minutes plus 2 laps. Swift Stars, Dutch Westbrook on the right, Jake Manolio on the left. Can we get them all through one? We're green. And we will not. 2 together towards the back of the grid. The 178 involved Robbie No, and the 198 of Axel Gomez collected down there on the inside of the first 2 turns. As right off the rip there, a number of moves being made. How about one for the lead? Liam Francisco wants the top spot. Can he get it? Contact with Westbrook as they bang tires. Here comes Manolio looking for a hole.
And Dutch Westbrook again looking to rip the high side, looking to hold on to it. Francisco with a much better run out of turn number 11, down to the S's, and he holds on. We're side by side! Manolio's up and over.
Jake Manolio, that looked ugly, out of the lead here, and instantly we are holding our breath as the race for the moment stays green here at the end of lap number 1. The field rolling through. Dutch Westbrook to the wayside. It is Liam Francisco with the lead now. Hudson Howard to second, and there it is. We're expecting that red flag in the air. Swift Stars as quick as we get them going. At the very end of the first lap, fighting for the lead and for second. Jake Manolio up and over in a hard, hard way. Oof. They were waiting all day here in the afternoon to get back after it for a shot to go forward in the final, or to line up towards the forward half of the grid in the final. And scary, scary moment there for Jake Manolio here and the Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro Kart crew. We'll let the on-site medical team tend to it. Our only red flag moment of the day. And we'll get updates here as we can bring them to you. For now, though, Swift Stars under red flag conditions from Charlotte Motor Speedway. We'll take a quick break in the action here and come back when we get more updates to you.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of
Yeah.
course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation.
Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Well, again, as you guys see it, scary incident there brought this one to a quick pause. Session red flags here in the Swift Stars pre-final. We'll head down to Cameron Reed with a little bit more. Cameron?
We've got a small update for you guys. Obviously, our Stars officials are not allowed to share much at the moment, but our driver, Jake Manalio, is awake and alert. He has been put into the ambulance and is being checked out here, and then they will make their decision based off how he's feeling and what the local paramedics say. But for the most part, as far as we know, Jake Manalio is okay. He's alert and awake.
Yeah, thank you very much there, Cameron, for that quick update. And good to hear Jake Manalio is all right for the most part here, awake and alert. And we hope to see him back in action tomorrow, hopefully, for the main event. This one only with 2 laps completed. We're expecting for this one to be potentially a full restart. We'll wait and see, hear more from the Stars Championship Series officials, but we'll wait, bring you guys more confirmation here.
So a quick moment to get the field right, and now we've got engines back fired up again for the Swift Stars division. We were just getting ready to get to the end of what would have been, I imagine, lap number 2 in full, and I think we're going to start this one only a couple of moments in to the time elapsed here, plus 2 laps. So we'll wait to see exactly what will be our final distance here when this race gets back underway. But by the way they're lined up, it should just be a full reset here, because that was all the way at the end of lap number 1. And so that's why we've got Dutch Westbrook on the front row. Obviously, Jake Manolio getting checked out by the on-site medical team, as mentioned by Cameron Reed. And then we'll get our Swift Stars back going again here for a full reset of the field. So with the new order, Dutch Westbrook will be on the pole. It'll be Francisco on the outside. Brody Stoffel moves forward into 3rd. Hudson Howard into 4th. And with the book fully checked, and unfortunately down 1 here from our original grid, potentially 1 or 2 more. A scary moment for Jake Manolio, sending us to the reset here. We get ready to go again. Swift Stars setting the grid for tomorrow's main event. Dutch Westbrook on the right has the field at command, and here we go again. We're racing to 1.
Clean start in the top half. A couple of drivers side by side as we head into the chicane down into turn number 6. And out on the backstretch, Mason Brody looking for a move for 2nd. He's got it over Stoffel, who's left to the wayside. Hudson Howard looking to go by. He's not going to be able to follow 2 of the Ryan Perry Motorsports Nitro karts. And Mason Brody, been waiting all weekend long, having to make moves left and right, and he's just made the move for the lead over Dutch Westbrook as Stoffel looks for 3rd here, side by side with Francisco, who's off the racetrack.
He'll lose a number more down the front stretch, finally finds a home somewhere inside the top 10 as the first lap at full speed comes to a close. Look at the gap now that has been gifted to Brody Stoffel, Mason Brody with a huge lead. Stoffel in 2nd as they try to sort out all the timing and scoring here with a minute in. Stoffel now under pressure for 3rd. Hudson Howard bringing the cavalry. Audi is through. The 112 of Flores is through. The kid from Mexico, and he's got more still to follow. Side by side is the 170 of Zeminski. Camila Canache. Everybody shuffling the 129 back down the leaderboard.
A lot of moves as we're side by side into the double rights. Audi back to Flores, and then back to a couple of more as they continue to work their way by. Francisco looking to make a move. They're side by side. Stoffel, Canache, and more. There's a lot of them in the mix, a lot of them in frame. And this is all behind Mason Brody, who's ran away from the field. Hudson Howard is the one in 2nd now, looking to chase down the pack. But talk about Mason Brody. He's had to wait so long to see nobody in front of him this weekend, and it's finally here in the pre-final. But again, a lot of time still left on the board, still left on the timing pylon. It just has to continue here, just has to run away from this pack. Hudson Howard, Yusuf Adi, the J. Howard liveried Kart Republics looking to chase him down as Flores going to trade for 4th here with Dutch Westbrook. He gets that move done.
4 laps completed now at speed here as they cross the timing loop. Mason Brody still your leader to Westbrook and company as Brody Stoffel pulls alongside, then pulls back in line behind Zeminski, fighting for 7th on the racetrack. But Brody's lead at about a full 2nd to Dutch Westbrook and company. And it's not necessarily coming down again with Westbrook sliding down the board to 4th now. Hudson Howard with that pass cost them even more valuable time. It is a huge lead for Mason Brody as we approach halfway, while his teammates in Francisco and Stoffel that were at one point right up there with him are just hanging tough inside the top 10. Now they're going to try and work together to get one down the inside on Zeminski, and they'll make that move stick for both of them. Closing in as well is the rookie moving up to Swift Stars as Westbrook dukes it out there with Colton Brook. With Slate Harrell into the top 10 at the same race a year ago that he pulled away and made it look easy in Micro Swift to get the win.
And there goes Slate Harrell looking on the inside, able to get clear on Zeminski. As they're side by side still, Stoffel, Francisco looking to go by on Westbrook. And you look at how this field has changed, right? Westbrook led this field to the green flag. We've seen him at the front in Heat 1 and Heat 2, won both of them, and now they're side by side. Kanache Zeminski, who pops up and over the curb. Kanache, evasive action up the other curb in the S's, and she's gonna lose a good amount of spots as the rest of the cavalry works their way through. Goodness.
That was brutal. I mean, heavy impacts there. The full CIK spec curving. The specs are built for the full-size carts, not necessarily the micros and minis. And now, Hudson Howard into second comfortably there in the 149 with a little gap back to Yusufati.
And Howard setting in personal best lap times, just not enough to compete here at the moment with Brody, who just has about a 10th on this field. Is now Stoffel, they're side by side!
And another one up and over.
He's good. He's upright.
Yeah, he's okay, but he's hunched over in the go-kart here. Everything just going wrong for the Swift Stars. He threw a thumbs up at the flagger right as we were cutting away. Meanwhile, we check in here with the leaders just past halfway. Brody, long gone. Howard with Marcelo Flores and Yusufati riding with him. They are still losing time. Yusufati owns the fast lap of the race, but last lap they still surrendered a full 10th of a second to the race leader, Mason Brody.
Yeah, and the three of them in lockstep here, bumper to bumper, nose to tail, just looking to chase down the 109 before this one. There you see Slade Harrell walking off. That's a good sight to see.
That is one tough young
Slade,
man right there. He's holding his wrist gingerly. Hopefully he's okay. Beyond that, Slade Harrell, as you saw, up and under his own power. We stay green. Brody Stoffel on the back of Francisco. That's the gap that's opened up to the midfield now. That encompasses the early in the weekend dominant force, Dutch Westbrook. A good ways back from the leaders.
Yeah, Dutch is down in 9th at the moment, losing a good number of spots, down 8 to be exact here. As we look back in with this second group, what do the lap times look like? Still, Brody just under a 10th better than three drivers that are working together relentlessly to try and work their way up to the 109, but at this point, no answer for them as they're still charging up the order here. More moves further back. They're side by side. Chivalry looking to go by on Westbrook. He gets it. They're side by side. Kanache right there on the outside. Chivalry looking to hold on to it on the inside. And that's a look at Dominic Nagel and another one of the Nitro carts that's there with them. They're locked in, looking to work their way up to the top 5.
2.5 minutes to go here in Swift Stars. Mason Brody still in command. Hudson Howard trying to bring that second group forward. They've faded back now a full 2 seconds. I mean, Mason Brody's pace today, Caleb, it was head and shoulders above everyone, but it's easy to look like a hero when you're carving up the pack, getting the draft off the cars in front, getting a clean racetrack to a certain extent when you're not in the midst of battling. His fast lap of every session was at the best or almost the best. And now it's on full display, and I think these kids have realized that they're all fighting for second, even with 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Mason Brody is not showing any signs of slowing down. 2.3 seconds and counting as he continues to rocket away out in front.
Yeah, and Hudson Howard just looking to keep Flores at bay. I don't know how long he's going to be able to. Not for long there. Flores, turn 8. All he needed, he's clear. Marcelo up to the second spot now, and Hudson, he went a lane lower than Flores into turn number 10, and that affected his run a little bit out of 11. But they're stacked up here. Stoffel's right there. Francisco's there as well in 5th. As now Francisco looking to have a run, and again, good exit out of turn 15, and a good run up to turn number 1. Gets himself up to 4th.
Minute 10 plus 2 laps to go here. Mason Brody now up to 2.5 seconds onto the rest of the pack. As Liam Francisco in the 114 back now 4 car lengths from Hudson Howard. How about it for Marcelo Flores though? Parallel USA, they have had themselves a heck of a Saturday afternoon. Maxwell Macha rebounding in OKN Junior earlier in that second moto with rocket ship speed. And while again Flores isn't quite as fast as Mason Brody, he just set his best time of the session, making the move up to second. Now leading this pack, he strung them out a little. Liam Francisco does own the fast lap of the overall race, but of course he partly got that, racing his way up to the group with the help of Brody Stoffel. And in terms of further back storylines, there are a number of drivers deep in the field that are up double digits, specifically in the mid-teens. The Velocity Racing Black and Orange Sody in 16th. Flynn Fallon is up 10. Right behind him, Austin Taylor, getting coached by Austin Olds out of the MPG Motorsports camp, also up 10 back in 17th from starting in the middle of the upper 20s. And now as the timer hits 0, this should be the end of lap number 12, beginning of 13, incident under review. I believe 2 or 3 to go as the leader was getting right to the line. I believe 2 to go, and there it is indeed, 2 laps remaining here.
Yeah, 2 laps to go, and Marcelo Flores knows it, right? You're already feeling the pressure from Hudson Howard. And again, more incidents under review, a lot to kind of decipher at the end of this one. Is Howard now looking to go low here in turn number 8. Washes out a little bit wide, going to allow Francisco to get a run up the hill in turn number 10. Not there quite yet, and Howard now going on defensive. That's going to release Marcelo Flores to get a little bit of breathing room. And Howard now on the brakes to the low side. Yusufzadi looking to pick one up. He does on Stoffel. Audi now up to 5th as we're side by side for 3rd. Hudson Howard on the low side. Francisco looking to be right there with them. Force him to the bottom. Nothing yet. This battle is very close, and this is all behind Mason Brody, who's working his way out of turn number 7 now. He's just ran away with it here.
Yeah, it has been unreal, the performance for Mason Brody. It mirrors that of, again, Slade Harrell and Microswift last year, but this is certainly an even more impressive feat with more drivers, more experience, and after the back of a qualifying effort that had him in the midfield scrum, he's gone from this, the fight for 3rd that's going down to the wire. Howard, Audi, Stoffel, Mason Brody gets the pre-final win. Flores 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th up for grabs, and it goes to Howard, then Francisco, then Stoffel. Audi slips to 6th. Bo Stowers up 9 spots, gets 7th at the line. Dominic Nagelade, Dutch Westbrook, ends up 9th, and Leonardo Tavares up 5 on the parallel end to round off the top 10. And another incident under review here late in the going.
A lot to unpack at the end of that Swift Stars pre-final.
One more race to go. How about a returning face? Toyota development driver Weston Workman is back behind the wheel here in KA Stars. He's gearing up for action, and he's with Cameron.
Yeah, familiar face here with Weston Workman, but man, it's been a minute since we've seen you at the go-kart track. How does it feel to be back?
Feels great to be back. It's been about 2 years. Just happy to be back with Timmy Tech and a new kart. We're on a Pantano kart now. It's been great so far. I'm just getting it dialed in. I got a call late last week to come do it, so came back to get humbled. So my body's hurting a little bit. It's been a while since I've been in a go-kart. It's very physical out there, but I'm loving it so far.
Yeah, what do you think of the track and obviously the competition level? You're racing with a couple different guys than what you're normally or used to race with, I guess you could say. How has it been out there?
It's been great. I mean, everybody's been super respectful, and then there's a lot of names that I don't recognize. So coming back and, like, you know, feeling confident, like, who's that? Who's that? And then they go out there and blow my doors off. So it's been good seeing all these guys. I mean, I think we have like 50 or something entries this weekend in KA, so very happy to see that KA is still a strong class, and just glad to be back.
Yeah, with your busy schedule, is this going to be something that we see more often, or is it a one-off thing?
I hope so, yeah. I'm really enjoying the Pantano kart so far, so hopefully I can come back and get in for a few more this year.
Well, good luck, Weston. Hopefully we see you a little further up front.
Thank you.
Weston Workman here is another one of the many North Carolina karting success stories, no doubt. And as Cameron mentioned, and Weston alluded to too, the grid looks a lot different than the last time he was suited up at the forefront of a KA Stars field, but he'll get the hang of it. He's got still another pre-final, and thankfully, he, among the rest here that are suited up and ready to go, are all confirmed to go through to the main event. This is the fight for the first 30 starting spots of the 50+ on the entry list for KA Stars. 31st through 40th will be decided tomorrow morning in the B pre-final. As we work our way up the grid here, you'll see many names here that you haven't seen next to, in front of, or behind one another, potentially all weekend for them with the split practices and split qualifying. truly the first session we get to see the best of the best in terms of the speed and rankings go at it, Caleb, is this one about to go green here. This should be a ton of fun to watch.
We've had a lot of questions about this class specifically, right? The KA Stars. We've talked about, previous race winners like Jared Clark, rookies coming into the mix like Isaac Malquit, returning faces like Hayden Jones. And this is the first time that we're going to see all of them on the track at the same time. And this is really where we're going to get a good test as to who's going to be fast tomorrow and who has really had the upper hand as far as pace goes, as far as racecraft goes, as far as everything goes headed into this pre-final. This is what we're going to find out, quote unquote. This is where you might be exposed, you name it. But Isaac Malquit, Hayden Jones, this is a matchup that we've been waiting for all day long. You talk about a rookie, you talk about a multi-time race winner in Hayden Jones in 125cc. This is one that I've been waiting for all day long, and what a way to close off the day, to close off the opening Saturday here in Stars Championship Series competition, Xander.
Sun's even started to set just a little bit behind the clouds here as we race towards the sunset at America's Home for Racing. We've enjoyed bringing you all the action, a fully loaded day here. It'll be a little bit shorter Saturday or Sunday for on-track activity, kicking things off at 8 a.m. with warm-up sessions, a final chance to get the kart loaded up and ready for main events. It'll be drastically different, nearly a 5-hour swing from when KA Stars will take to the racetrack for the main, from right now for the A pre-final. Malcolm's been perfect in his heats. Hayden Jones has been perfect in his. And now they're lined up on either side, 30 deep. KA Stars is green for the A pre-final. So far, so good here as Colin Lloyd defends for Christopher McKeithen. Further back, the battling continues two abreast, but up front, single file, great getaway for both lanes as Jones was able to slot in line to second behind Malquit. And we've got the race start under review. We'll see what the officials make of it. For now, we keep our eyes on the on-track action up front. Malquit's lead starting 2 car lengths ahead of the other heat race double winner as Henry Wheeler goes to work on Ryan Moore, and a little contact continues.
Yeah, Henry Wheeler just into the back there of Ryan Moore, just out of turn number 1, into turn number 2. Again, all good going through there, but Isaac Malquit, we talked about the rookie, got a good start, and this is really where Hayden Jones is going to start to reel him back in. Again, you got the start out of the way, and this is really where you start to get to work if you're in the 911 for the Brandon Jarscrack Racing crew, and for Hayden Jones, right, chasing him down, and we saw changes for third. Clark having to take to the dirt. And again, that was all with the move with Alan Isambard, and they're all going to go side by side. Rodriguez is there, McKeithen, Lloyd on the outside, Resende drops a tire. And again,
this is stay on the track. Someone's got to give. Nobody wanted to there. They know how close this field is right now. Everybody is packed up. You can lose a number of spots. You can gain a number of them. Lloyd ends up losing one out of all of that. And the top 6 stay exactly where they are or were from the drop of the green. Although Lloyd's under fire right here. Cash Perkins, deep send at the end of the back straightaway. Lloyd will challenge him back on the bend, but he can't quite get alongside. Now he can. Into 10 with company. Rodriguez now, not quite.
And again, Lloyd just able to get that spot back, but they're fighting, right? They know they need to hold on a position as Brickley now with a big pack as well, looking to work their way by. They're side by side. 2, almost 3 wide onto the front stretch. This one, there's a lot of them in frame, and again, we talked about the heat races. They were quiet, they were tame, and when you have all the fast guys on the racetrack at the same time, this is what you expect to see right here, Xander.
It is. You knew that the gloves were going to come off because, again, the full front 15 from any of the given heat races only had half of the drivers at the same speed. Now with all of them this close in pace, it is a matter of battling, especially in the early going. Winning or losing these battles could mean a number of spots further up the grid and a serious shot at the win, or further back and with a long shot to get to the top 5. But again, you cannot risk having a crash, going way off, or losing a ton of spots, because if you go all the way to the rear off one miscue move, you're going way back like one right here, all the way by the timing tower in the infield. The 946 machine didn't even make it across the timing loop. Meyer Lewis able to rejoin. I don't know if he'll know that off the top of his head there with the adrenaline going as another one's off. Anthony Rivera way off and just barely avoids the tire pack, but Lewis didn't make it to the loop. He's essentially one lap down now, Caleb.
Yeah, and again, we talked a lot about these pre-finals this weekend, right? These pre-finals are important, yes, because you're able to put yourself in a good position for tomorrow to compete for a race win. And you're seeing a lot of that kind of happen right now, right? Everybody's trying to shuffle. Everybody's looking to make moves. And you want to make passes when you have them available, like you're seeing here out of Sam Tutwiler. As you look at the replay there, coming out of the stretch. Wow. Good thing he got that one stopped.
Yeah, he was headed straight for the stairs. He was on the side of someone there. They were 3 wide. Dallas Dunlap was the driver on the inside, and 3 wide on the outside. When everything narrows up, Dallas was backing out of being 3 wide and then ended up 3 wide again. And then just as they tried to avoid him, contact ensuing. Now up front, away from all of this, you can see the gaps on the left. You haven't missed anything really. Isaac Malkut continues to lead, a game of inches between himself and Hayden Jones. Alan Isambard has certainly stepped things up. He seemed pretty deflated in his post-heat race interview, Caleb, when we last spoke with him. That he's gone one way, he's gone another, trying to find the last little bit and just cannot seem to find the comfort he needs. But maybe the cooling temperatures are suiting him and his setup a little better, because the last couple of laps he has been at a minimum losing only a hundredth or two. This lap he might have actually closed a bit, and if he can get a pass out of Hayden Jones to challenge for the lead, he'll be right there.
And that's one of the biggest challenges as well, right? Being behind the 8 ball at the start of the weekend, you kind of put yourself under pressure to make changes to the car, to try different things, and sometimes you can go in different directions. Yeah, and you can, again, like you said, go in the opposite direction that might not work. And again, hearing that for him in the post-race interview, you heard just that, and now you have to kind of ground yourself a little bit. All right, what worked? How do I improve on that a little bit? Just minor tweaks to it all. And again, it's working right now, so whatever they kind of went back to, or whatever they figured out, is working here in this pre-final.
Certainly, I mean, he didn't go purple that time, but he did go within 1/100th of the fast time. Malkut of 43.024. Still mighty impressive that Ike is able to get down to within a tenth of what he did in Heat 2, within 2/10 of what he did in Heat 1. And you can see visually the gap is opening back up between himself and Jones as Isambard closes in. Then there's the BJR duo. And in the back half of the top 10, led by Perkins to Lloyd. Jake Resende continues to impress here. This is a massive performance in the works for the Rocket Racing Company driver, putting 2 RRC LN karts in the top 10. Adam Brickley around him. Colin Lloyd as well, 2 drivers that have become now seasoned veterans of the sport, and both of them helping lead not relatively unknown, but not big 3 level brands into the top half and into the top 10. And now Brickley wants one more spot in the top 10 as he gets by Resende right there for the 8th position.
Yeah, good move there on Adam Brickley. Nicely timed, nicely done, and nicely passed there as well to get himself clear. So Brickley up another spot. He's going to put himself up to 8th as this one goes on, and you see them trading fast laps here in this one. Isaac Malkut retakes it, 42.868. And the cooling temperatures really bringing these drivers and really bringing the engines, the karts, everything back to life here just at the end of the day here on the Saturday. But again, we talked a lot about these gaps and drivers finding things out. I think they've all found out that Isaac Malkut has an upper hand on the rest of the field. He's half a second clear at the moment of Hayden Jones back in second, and lap after lap, he's been a 10th better.
It's just death by 1,000 cuts. Last lap, he was only 300ths better, but he was still better, still padding that margin back to Hayden Jones. And over the course of a race, a lengthy run, that adds up to a 6/10 gap here. Again, they're within a 10th and a half. That time by, he was able to still get to the 8s. Jones fell down to a 43 flat. Isambard at an 8. He's closing in, but he's still not quite there. This group back in the top 10. Starting to stabilize now with Brickley pulling a little away from Resende. Ryan Mort also career best in the works here on the MPG Kart Republic. That red and black machine at the back of this train, running 10th. Solid day, and look how big of a gap he's got back behind him. It's a couple of seconds to the driver who nearly won the opening OKN Stars Championship in Henry Wheeler, and now a European GT driver set for 2026 in 11. Harrower 12, Brewer, Rodriguez, Tutwiler, Klein, Landers, Hamill, Hernandez, and Lucas Steck there, your top 20 with a minute plus 2 laps to go as Malkut finds another gear. It's just incredible how fast that MDR LN kart is. I mean, that is a full tenth at a minimum better than everybody's best lap.
That's just a testament, right, to Isaac Malka throughout the years and what he's done and what he did in junior and now moving up to senior. Kind of coming in here with a great head on his shoulders, coming out here to win, right? You talk to a lot of junior drivers, I just want to be there, want to gain my respect, and he's out here driving like he's been driving in the senior ranks for many years. Again, he moved up early here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway where he did his first national race and Cup Karts North America racing action, I believe, early last year. And even then, right, he wanted to move up a little earlier. Still too small for the class. There's still a lot of lead on that KA machine, but he's been hungry to race against the best in North America. And time again, he's proven himself as one of the best, and he's doing it this weekend, right? Just putting everybody on notice. And you see his dad there just watching him and the work that they've done together, traveling together throughout the years. It's a testament to the hard work that this kid has done throughout junior to be ready for moments like this.
They say you got to lose a couple, sometimes at least to lose one before you can win the big one. And for Isaac Malka, this weekend could have easily happened at a number of events earlier on in 2026 already. It could have easily happened at the limited senior starts that he had throughout 2025. But it shows you that the spotlights of brilliance, the single session of extreme speed, and this weekend, a perfect display of consistency and zero mistakes over the course of 3 sessions. Heat 1 and 2, okay, you can maybe chalk that up that he only had half of the competitors around him. But you can't say anything, you can't take anything away from the qualifying performance yesterday by himself with a full 10th of clearance, and now a full 2nd of clearance heading into Sunday. 1 to go, and the gap continues to lengthen back to Jones, Isenbard, Clark, and Christopher McKeithen. The 3 drivers right behind him, you've got a former vice champion in Pro X30, multi-time Pro X30 race winner, KA Senior race winner, Jared Clark, who got his first KA Senior race win at this event last year. And of course, Alan Isenbard, who won it 2 years prior, and who has been a mainstay up front. He's won shifter races, he's won KA races, and he's put it on the pole in Pro X30 races. That's the caliber of drivers that Little Sizzle is absolutely bringing to the flames and the fire. He said he might be Big Sizzle after this week. Captain Sizzle would be proud. The 3rd generation racer dominates Saturday at Charlotte. Malka to the pole for the main tomorrow. Flag to flag in pre-final A.
What a drive. Hayden Jones across the line in 2nd. Isenbard, Clark, and McKeithen. Your top 5. Perkins, Lloyd, Brickley, Resende, Ryan Moore at the top 10 at the end of it all. But how many times today have we seen this? Isaac Malquit at the top of the results here. KA Stars pre-final A is concluded.
He might be one of the shortest ones of the field, but he is standing tall over a stacked class in KA Stars. Once again, just shy of sellout capacity, with some of them not getting the chance to join these 30 on the grid tomorrow. But here's how provisionally the first 3/4 of your field will line up here with that pre-final in the books. Back to Mauricio Hernandez in 20th. And of them all, everyone able to make it across the line, Meyer Lewis back there in 30th. A sign of respect, of course, from Hayden Jones, class act himself, and that whole front of the group. A standard that bucks the trend of what the KA races have been. Even Ike mentioned it this morning. He was waiting for the moment for the field to catch up. They've kept it close. They've kept him honest. But he has kept them behind him for every lap he's been on track. Cameron.
Isaac, an absolute picture-perfect day. I don't think it could have gone any better. Starting from the point tomorrow, how does it feel?
It feels really good, honestly. You know, kart just feels amazing. Engine feels really good. You know, the whole package just feels amazing. You know, it's crazy. You know, 2nd KA Senior race, and we're this quick. Yeah, I feel just very confident for tomorrow and, like, you know, the whole year just overall. But yeah, just a very good race. At the beginning, Hayden was keeping up with us a little bit. That we were just able to make a gap there towards the middle of the race. But yeah, it was really good. And yeah, thank you.
Well, yeah, I definitely think you've earned the confidence to carry on to the rest of the year. But the bigger thing is, do you think your nickname has gotten upgraded here to Big Sizzle?
Yeah, kind of. The reason why they call me Little Sizzle though is because they used to call my grandpa Captain Sizzle, so they named me Little Sizzle. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
You might have gotten upgraded after this weekend. Good luck tomorrow, Ike.
Yeah, thank you.
He'd be absolutely sizzling and on fire if he could pull off a perfect weekend with a flag-to-flag run in tomorrow's main. He's led every lap. He hasn't seen the back bumper of anyone since he put it on the pole yesterday afternoon. Incredible stuff from Isaac Malka to the Mike Doty Racing Camp. He's got a heck of a coach there. Team owner Mike Doty's resume speaks for itself. At one point, a factory driver back in his day behind the wheel, and he has coached some of the best and some of the greats of our sport over the last 2 decades. And now Little Sizzle, Big Sizzle, whatever you want to call him P1 here today. Isaac Malka ends on top over the KA Stars field. Caleb, closing thoughts here as we wrap up from a full day of racing?
I mean, a lot of stories, right? Coming out of the Saturday, ice cold there out of Isaac Malka before tomorrow. And again, just doesn't feel the pressure, looks confident heading into tomorrow. But again, this is the start, right? This is just day 1 of racing. Tomorrow's when it matters. Tomorrow's main event day. And tomorrow you have a chance to put yourself at the front, to put yourself in contention for the big picture here this year at the Stars Championship Series. Winning a championship when we go an hour down the road over the night fight at the back end of the year. But again, exciting way to start things off, and I'm excited to see what tomorrow has in store for us.
What a great stage here it has been for the last day and a half of our coverage from America's Home for Racing to christen the new year of the 2026 Stars Championship Series specifically. Main events and the B pre-final for KA Stars to finish out their grid will be on tap tomorrow, preceded by the warm-ups. But that does conclude today's on-track activities and our coverage, both here to you from watching wherever you may be around the world and on the biggest Jumbotron karting has ever seen here in Concord, North Carolina. We have thoroughly enjoyed bringing you the coverage. So many good races, so many major moments across the board. It all began with a whole lot of action here, including the reigning champ like Blake Nash having a moment in his opening moto, and equally the title defense for Mateus Morgado, initially with a hole shot, then losing the lead, and then having a big moment in Pro Stars. But across the board, of course, the moments, we could talk about it all night long. For Caleb Vieska, Cameron Reed, our incredible production team, the Stars and Charlotte Motor Speedway track officials that have had their work cut out for them with nearly 250 drivers, kicking the year off here with the Queen City Gambit. Thanks for watching. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern and 5 a.m. Pacific. Goodbye for now.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the express written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.